Chapter 2738. The god sacrifice art couldn't stop it. This should be the racial talent of the eternal god race. As long as one became a god and reached a certain realm, they would probably be able to cultivate this kind of nomological power. What the god sacrifice art displayed was the power of faith. From the perspective of the dragon sacrificial continent, one could see two huge full moons in the sky. The light of the full moons poured down on the earth, attracting countless people to watch. The full moons were even expanding. The speed of the god sacrifice art was very fast. This was what God and the others relied on. In a short moment, the size of the full moons covered the sky. Then, at a certain moment, the two full moons collided and exploded. This explosion didn't produce any impact, nor was there a loud sound. But one could see that the two full moons turned into countless light spots that flickered toward the entire dragon sacrificial continent. The number of light spots was really too many. It was impossible to count. At the very least, it was more than 1 trillion. Some of the light spots landed on the eternal god domain first, while the majority landed on the dragon sacrificial continent. From the perspective of the dragon sacrificial continent, the entire sky was incomparably gorgeous, just like a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chen and the others were fighting against the godly kings of the other world, they might even be enjoying this beautiful moment. But soon, for Long Chen, this was simply a nightmare. The specks of light would not kill anyone, but when the specks of light fused into the bodies of the mortals instantly changed. They were controlled by the power of the laws of faith, and they prostrated themselves on the ground with incomparable reverence. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and even madness. They muttered, "Eternal God race. Supreme of all worlds. Eternal God race, supreme of all worlds." In the blink of an eye, the billions of mortals in the eternal God domain, whether they were demons or spirits, all knelt on the ground. Their bodies shone with light, and they were extremely devout as they chanted the same sentence. Then, the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Trillions of mortals were directly controlled by the light spots. They prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted, "Eternal God race, supreme of all worlds." They began to chant, and their combined voices were unimaginably loud, even deafening Long Chen and the others. From this, it could be seen that although mortals were weak, their combined strength was quite terrifying. Faith, God sacrifice art. Long Chen understood. In the beginning, he was still very puzzled. What was the use of faith as a rule? But now, the trillions of celestial palaces on his body were extinguished, and the faith energy of the gods was directly cut off, causing him to instantly lose the support of the faith energy of the living beings. This way, the endurance and explosive power of his battles would definitely be greatly affected, and it would be impossible for him to rely on the faith energy of the living beings to increase his realm in the future. He was deprived of his faith. But now, the god's body gradually revealed itself in the light. He did not become a god because of faith. In the past, he did not have a shred of the power of faith in his body. But now, things were different. He was like the Long Chen from before. His body was filled with an endless and majestic power, ensuring that he would never be defeated. This was the God sacrifice art. The so-called God sacrificial art allows them, who have no faith, to instantly receive the power of faith from so many living beings to support them in battle. Perhaps they can't use this God sacrificial art in the endless starry sky, but this is the dragon sacrificial continent with trillions of living beings. This is what they can rely on. All of this was very shocking to Long Chen. He had always thought that at least on this dragon sacrificial continent, he was the only one who could absorb the power of faith. Of course, the God sacrifice art did not truly obtain the faith energy of the living beings, but it was a robbery. It was even snatched from Long Chen's hands. It was really not easy for the God sacrifice great world to develop to such a large scale. I'm really sorry. So you became a god because of faith and obtained so much faith energy. No wonder you're so powerful at such a young age. It's a pity that the power of faith is now ours. The god's androgynous laughter gradually became clearer. He had already arrived in front of the three. On the other side, Xiong, who had used the god sacrifice art to snatch the faith energy of the living beings, was already fighting with the three god kings. For a moment, it was earth-shattering. With the support of faith energy, they indeed seemed to have endless power. At least, Xiong was able to withstand the battle that Long Chen thought would be one-sided. One had to know that God King Ink Desolation had a order-level destinable artifact. Xiong was in danger. And without the faith energy of the living beings, Long Chen was indeed not what he used to be. Xiong's divine power surged. He looked at his hands, then clenched them into fists and chuckled. You're really powerful. You're also quite interesting. It's just that you're not an eternal god yet, so you can't play with the faith energy of the living beings. I'll let you have a try then. Now, at least 500 billion living beings were connected to Xiong. Xiong seemed to be extracting power from them instead of their voluntary faith energy. This was different from Long Chen, but in terms of effect, Xiong could obviously use more power. He did not care about the lives of the living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent at all. Long Chen realized it. When God Central punched out, the faces of all living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent turned pale. Even some of their life force was extracted. He wasn't just absorbing faith, he was like a vampire lying on the bodies of all living beings. There was a fundamental difference from the sincere faith energy that Long Chen had obtained. God King Fist. Xiong punched. The faith energy of the living beings gathered together, as well as the power that he had plundered from the living beings. This punch was extremely terrifying, and its target was Long Chen. But to Long Chen, the most terrifying thing was not the attack he was facing, but the damage that Xiong's God King Fist caused to the 50 million living beings. There was no need to mention Xiong. He was practically using the lives of the living beings to fight. This was the reason why they were not afraid of Long Chen and the others. God King Fist descended. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Who would go against the dragon sacrificial continent? Who would ignore their lives and even use them as a tool for power? This was undoubtedly challenging his bottom line and questioning his cultivation. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan came forward because they saw that Long Chen did not dodge the God King Fist. The power of this punch contained the blood and lives of too many living beings. This was not just stealing faith energy. It was shameless and despicable. The dragon sacrificial continent would not directly annihilate all the living beings in this world. Indeed, what Xiong and Xiong did instantly crossed Long Chen's bottom line. It was not just his anger, but also the anger of his bloodline. It was the anger of the ancestral dragon. This was the last inheritance of the divine dragon. Let me. Long Chen seemed to have forgotten that he had lost the faith energy of the living beings. He advanced alone and collided with the God King Fist. This was undoubtedly crazy. After all, Xiong had crazily absorbed the faith energy of so many living beings to form a punch. If it hit directly, it could even take half the life of any God King. This scene made Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan panic. But they were shocked that the God King Fist had actually dissipated in front of Long Chen. At that moment, the dim trillion sacred palaces lit up again. All the faith energy of the living beings reappeared, allowing Long Chen to return to his peak state. On the dragon sacrificial continent, trillions of living beings were shocked out of their daze. Most of them were already very weak. But even so, they all knew what had just happened. The foreign God King had extracted their faith energy and their lives. It was Long Chen who had awakened them. That's right. At the critical moment, Long Chen had chosen to believe in them and himself. He was still connected to the living beings, but Shen Qiong had stolen the power that belonged to him. When his bottom line was challenged and he also went crazy, as the owner of the faith energy, he had broken the God sacrifice art. How is this possible? The two eternal gods were instantly stunned. They had never encountered such a situation. Even if some worlds still had faith energy, after the God sacrifice art had stolen it, there was no way to take it back. It was indeed a huge miracle that Long Chen could obtain so much faith energy. But they had never expected that the connection between Long Chen and the living beings was so strong that even the God sacrifice art could break it. In fact, Long Chen himself knew that this was related to the dragon inheritance ladder and the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Back then, the connection between him and the living beings was actually created by the dragon inheritance ladder. This meant that the power of his faith was destined to be different from others. So when he saw how cruel the God sacrifice art was, in his anger, he was able to open up the channel and dispel the evil. Destroying the God sacrifice art was equivalent to destroying the greatest reliance of the eternal gods. How is this possible? The two eternal gods were stunned. They stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Long Chen. All of this was so unbelievable to them. Drinking the blood of the living beings, you eternal gods are really despicable and shameless. Long Chen originally did not have such a strong killing intent. The living beings are like ants. Using their meager strength is a gift to them. God Core was expressionless, but he could not hide the panic in his heart. Without the support of the God sacrifice art, such a strong opponent would indeed be very difficult to deal with. God Core, defeat your opponent and help me. On the other side, Shen Qiong had lost the God sacrifice art. God King Ink Desolation and the others seized this opportunity to fight with Shen Qiong and suppress him. Long Chen was even faster. Destiny Heavenly Eye. To kill, one had to first destroy the other's power. Under the illumination of his left eye, God Core was bound by the rules of destiny. His destiny was changed, and he was like a mortal, unable to use his own strength. The laws of fate were above the laws of faith. Long Chen only knew a drop in the ocean right now. However, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were not idle. Just as God Core was bound by the destiny Heavenly Eye, Mo Xiaolang merged the two ancestral fires together and rushed toward God Core. He accurately placed the violent flames in front of God Core. God Core tried his best to escape, but he was bound by the destiny Heavenly Eye and could not get far. Boom! There was an explosion. The flames swept across half the sky, and God Core screamed in pain. Clearly, he had been seriously injured. Long Chen did not say anything. This was his chance to win and become stronger. He and Sui Yan rushed into the ancestral fire at almost the same time. Mo Xiaolang's ancestral fire would not hurt them. There was still one more night. Chapter 2739. Without the God sacrifice art, Shen Yang and Shen Qiong were just ordinary primordial godly kings. No matter how heaven-defying they were, they could not stop Long Chen and company. They were not much different from the godly kings of hell. Clearly, the failure of the God sacrifice art was their biggest miscalculation today. Long Chen's destiny Heavenly Eye was enough to put him in the greatest danger. He did not understand the rules of fate at all. Su Yan's speed was not fast. In fact, she was trying to restrain Shen Tseng. When the ancestral fire's flames gradually dissipated, she set up dozens of black holes that completely surrounded the area, making it impossible for Shen Tseng to escape. Surrounded by these black holes, Long Chen directly faced Shen Tseng. In an instant, his entire body was covered in blood-colored dragon scales. Shen Yang was covered in blood, and his divine soul had been burned by the ancestral fire. He was severely injured, but his recovery ability was very strong. Although he was still suppressed by the Destiny Heavenly Eye, he was still a long way from death. But Long Chen was here to end him. Just based on the viciousness of the god sacrifice art you used just now, I should have taken your life. Shen Yang was not flustered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said, although you are amazing and can snatch all living beings back, you are still far from being able to take my life. We are known as the eternal gods, so naturally, we cannot die. Do you think we are that simple? I look forward to it. The peerless dragon-slaying saber appeared in his hand. Without another word, he slashed out with the rules of time. Time broke, and at the same time, he flew towards Shenyang. With Soyan sealing off the surrounding space, Long Chen was not worried that Shenyang would escape, but if he did, it would be terrifying. After all, even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a godly king. To a godly king, all living beings were terrifyingly weak. Fighting an eternal god was a risk in itself. This is the rules of time. Shenyang narrowed his eyes. He finally recognized it. But it was already too late. Long Chen was like a blood-colored phantom as he streaked across the starry sky. Time Ren slashed at Shen Tseng. Shen Tseng's laws were strange, and he actually had the ability to resist Time Rend. But after he escaped Time Rend, he could not escape Long Chen's final attack. Blood Devour. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon and tangled with Shen Central. This is the slaughter law. Shen Tseng was shocked. Long Chen had used a total of 3 rules in such a short period of time. From the fate rules to the time rules, and now the slaughter rules, they were getting stronger and stronger. When he was entangled by the primordial blood spiritual dragon, he truly understood what it felt like to be terrifying. Devouring bloodline power. Shen Tseng's expression changed drastically. His biggest mistake was that he had underestimated Long Chen. From the beginning to the end, he had thought that the strongest on Long Chen's side was Soyan. Who would have known that Soyan would be the easiest to deal with? Mo Xiaolang's terrifying ancestral fire had seriously injured him, and Long Chen was even more miraculous. Not only had he broken the god sacrifice art in an unprecedented manner, he had even used the rules of time, which had left Shen Tseng in a state of shock. Especially now, when that terrifying and invincible blood devour hit him squarely. Get lost. Shen Tseng howled in pain, but he could not break free from Long Chen. Long Chen wrapped his god spirit body in layers, completely binding him and sealing him off. From the outside, Shen Tseng had already disappeared. Blood Devour. Previously, he had refined his blood into qi. Now, he had unleashed the terrifying power of devouring. You violated my taboo. You used the god sacrifice art to kill my people in front of me. Now, you should be devoured and killed by me. Long Chen's voice was cold. He had wanted to give Shen Tseng some leeway, but he had no choice. Once he let this guy go, he would remember how terrifying Shen Tseng was when he used the god sacrifice art. He had to give the people an explanation. He would deal with the other eternal god tribes in the future. In any case, Divine Emperor Jun would have a headache with him. To live in the infinite worlds, one had to abide by the rules of the infinite worlds. Shen Tseng had never thought that he would really die, and that he would die from having his bloodline devoured. He didn't dare to imagine it, but death had already surrounded him. With the heavenly eye of destiny and time rupture, there was no way he could escape from Long Chen's blood devour. His flesh and divine power had almost all been refined by Long Chen. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan were still surrounding him. You can't kill me. The Eternal God tribe is very united. If you kill me, we will definitely attack you. Not only will you die, but your entire world will fall into an eternal cycle of suffering and calamity. You will never be able to reincarnate. If I let you go, the effect will be the same, right? I can only blame my bad luck for attracting all of you here. Either way, the outcome will be the same. I might as well refine you and use your power for my own. Long Chen saw it clearly. Anything he said now would be useless. Even if he didn't kill him, Shen Tseng would still destroy him. What was the point of keeping him alive? Here, the god sacrifice art was so terrifying. Long Chen didn't want to give him a second chance to use it. You will die a horrible death. Shen Tseng let out an earth-shattering howl. Shen Xiong, save me. Divine Emperor, save me. Divine Father, save me. Shen Tseng was extremely miserable. He shouted for Shen Xiong, Divine Emperor, and Divine Father 3 times. Who is Divine Father? As Long Chen spoke, he didn't reduce the intensity of his blood devouring. Instead, it became even more violent. The primordial blood spiritual dragon's rules tore at Shen Tseng. His blood gushed out and refined Shen Tseng, turning his entire body into pure energy that was absorbed by Long Chen's bloodline and turned into Long Chen's power. Divine Father is the ancestor of the eternal God tribe. Even though he's not here now, when he returns, he will definitely unify all the worlds. At this point, Shen Tseng seemed to have gone mad. He cried and screamed at the same time. This process was undoubtedly painful, but since he had done evil, this kind of punishment was nothing. Long Chen could roughly sense that Shen Tseng must have killed many people. Countless mortals had died at his hands, which was why he was tainted with so much resentment. With his god sacrifice art, it was indeed very easy for him to kill a large number of mortals. Just like that, Long Chen gradually made him shut up. On the other side, Shen Xiong couldn't even protect himself, let alone save Shen Tseng. Long Chen didn't pay attention to the situation over there, but Shen Xiong must have seen this and must have told his 8 divine emperors about Shen Tseng's death. This was all fate. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. Long Chen couldn't escape this calamity just because he didn't kill anyone. This was a calamity that was fated to happen. How things would develop in the future depended on himself. Of course, it also depended on luck. When the God core completely disappeared, Long Chen slowly refined his power. He originally wanted to break through to the Divine Monarch realm, but after completely refining the God core, he realized that he was still a little bit away from becoming a Divine Monarch. His blood devouring was different from Soyan's direct absorption of energy. Soi Eon had an easier time recovering energy. If Shen Tseng had been consumed by Soi Eon, there would probably have been a better result. However, Soyan's battle experience and mental state were still relatively weak. Long Chen was worried that she wouldn't be able to fight against God King Ink Desolation. Blood devouring would only absorb the most essential parts. For example, at this moment, Long Chen had many insights into using the wishes of all living beings. Perhaps this was the greatest help to him. Of course, his power had also increased significantly. He was probably close to God King Ink Desolation's level now. After dealing with Shen Tseng and completing the first step, Long Chen was very confident. He focused his mind and recovered. Shen Tseng was dead. Hao Shen Xiong, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others hurried to the other side. To their surprise, the battle there had already stopped. The 3 god kings had rushed to the eternal sacred realm. Their expressions were furious, but they were still in battle mode. They looked down. Oh no! Clearly, the 3 god kings had not stopped Shen Xiong, which had allowed him to rush to the eternal sacred realm. Once he reached the eternal sacred realm, if Shen Xiong went crazy, it would be troublesome. This was definitely a calamity for all living beings. Long Chen did not feel happy about devouring Shen Tseng. Instead, he felt very depressed. He rushed forward. The 3 god kings were nearby. Looking down, Shen Xiong seemed to have disappeared. Where is he? Long Chen could not help but ask loudly. The Light God King said, he used a trick to escape and hid himself. He did not hurt anyone, but I don't know where he went. Even a God King can't die. What's the use of you? Long Chen was very anxious. He had succeeded, but Shenqiong had escaped to the dragon sacrificial continent. The three God Kings were speechless. After all, Long Chen had killed his opponent, but they had let him escape. Don't worry, we will definitely find him. When that happens, you will die. Starry Sky God King said through gritted teeth. With that, the three God Kings descended to the eternal sacred realm and the dragon sacrificial continent respectively to search for the hidden Shenqiong. Don't leave me. Come with me to find him. Long Chen informed Mo Xiaolang and Soiyan. To be honest, he was much more anxious than the three God Kings. Shenqiong must be filled with resentment after seeing Shen Tseng die. Who knew what he would do to all living beings for revenge? What would he do to the dragon sacrificial continent? Moreover, the sacrificial god world must have known what had happened here. Big brother, what should we do? As long as Shenqiong was not dead, Long Chen would not be able to rest easy. Not to mention the Origin Dragon Palace, they would probably stay here forever. Even if the Divine Emperor Jun came, he might not be able to solve the problem. It had to be said that these guys were very difficult to deal with. These two forces were huge. The living beings of the dragon sacrificial continent were really too weak to be caught in the middle. Long Chen thought about it and said, "Don't worry. I think Shenqiong knows that we can kill him, so he will definitely stay alive first and wait for their divine emperor to arrive. He will not rush to take revenge and expose his tracks. I think his first thought is to escape here and wait for their divine emperor nearby." Just as Long Chen said that, in the northernmost part of the dragon sacrificial continent, a divine warship rushed into the starry sky. At the same time, it caused a huge tremor. Countless living beings died in Shenqiong's revenge before he left. He's going to escape. The three God Kings hurriedly chased after him, and so did Long Chen. The three divine warships rushed out of the dragon sacrificial continent. They were all at the Genesis stage, but Long Chen was only at the primitive stage, so he was quickly left behind. Recently, there had been some quarrels in the book group. Lunatic hoped that his brothers could live in harmony and be more tolerant. They were a big family, so they could not quarrel with each other. Only when they were united would they be strong. Dragon Sacrificial Guardian was a good group. Everyone should support it. Every group was the hard work of the group owner. They spent a lot of time and energy to maintain stability. In the future, Lunatic would create more groups. Thank you everyone. Chapter 2740. Shenqiong was prepared to escape from here. Although God King Ink Desolation and the rest were as fast as him, they could catch up if they kept chasing. But even if they caught up, they wouldn't know how far they were from the dragon sacrificial continent or how much time had passed. It might even be 100 years since they were all on the same level. Moreover, Long Chen had been left far behind not long after they had left the dragon sacrificial continent. To God King Ink Desolation and the rest, they couldn't let go of Long Chen, who had killed the God King of Hell and 7 ultimate divine lords. Now that one of the eternal God tribe had fallen, the remaining one wouldn't be able to do much. Hence, to the 3 God Kings, the person they needed to deal with was Long Chen. God King Ink Desolation and the rest had witnessed the scene of Long Chen devouring Shenqiong. They were even more shocked. Now that Shenqiong had escaped, Long Chen was their true enemy. He can't catch up. By the time we catch up with Shenqiong, we won't know how far away we are from the dragon sacrificial continent. By then, he will be able to escape wherever he wants. If he escapes, even the God Emperor will have a hard time finding him. Princess, tell the God Emperor what happened here. We'll go back and kill Long Chen. Previously, there were two god kings in the eternal god tribe and there was a lot of uncertainty. Hence, Longchen and God King Inc. Desolation didn't dare to fight with them around. They were afraid that both of them would be injured and the eternal god tribe would take advantage of them. Now, things were different. The eternal god tribe's biggest secret, the god sacrifice art, had been deciphered by Longchen. Without the god sacrifice art, Shenqiong was no different from an ordinary god king. Moreover, they had 6 god kings. Even if Shenqiong returned after the battle, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. The eternal god tribe was no longer a threat. As for Shenqiong leading the 8 god emperors, there was no doubt about that. It all depended on how Dijun would deal with it. Of course, God King Inc. Desolation had failed his mission. After all, even Longchen had taken care of his opponent, but the 3 god kings had left a seed of trouble. Return. When he realized that he would not be able to catch up with Shenqiong in a short period of time, God King Inc. Desolation immediately decided to return. Longchen returned after chasing for a period of time. He descended to the north of the dragon sacrificial continent. When Shenqiong escaped, he had destroyed this place. Even with the suppression of the eternal sharp stone, a large piece of land had collapsed and many people had died. However, there were even more people floating in the starry sky, and most of them were injured. Longchen transformed into the Tai Chi spirit dragon. Dense flames of life descended from the sky, and green flames engulfed the world. At first, people did not recognize these flames, and thought that it was another attack from the gods. They were so scared that they peed their pants, and were in an incomparably sorry state. However, when they were bathed in the flames, what they felt was life and hope. It's Longchen. Vaguely, they could see the huge divine dragon in the sky. He came to save us. Instantly, everyone cheered. They were even more determined to believe in the dragon sacrificial continent. Among the gods, the eternal god tribe, and Longchen, only Longchen valued their lives, and was always thinking about them. Wherever the flame of life went, the injuries of the mortals were all healed. Although many people in the starry sky had lost their homes, Longchen had brought them back to a new place. Now that there was creation spirit chi, the mortals cultivated very quickly, and improved very quickly. They would not die so easily. This time, at least half of these injured people would die in the starry sky, but all of them were saved by Longchen. Wherever the flame of life went, there was almost nothing left. At this point, Longchen was already very familiar with doing such things. He did not claim to be a savior. He just felt that as an expert, he had to shoulder responsibility, especially the responsibility of protection. They had created him, so he had to fight to protect this world. The power of the rule-bending force is really eye-opening. Such a voice came from behind. Looking back, the 3 godly kings were full of murderous intent. They had already surrounded Longchen and the others, and the atmosphere was solemn. Longchen understood that now that the 2 eternal god tribe members were no longer a threat, it was time for the final battle. After dealing with them, Longchen could also explore the Origin Dragon Palace. Of course, he hoped that Shenqiong had really escaped. Otherwise, once he entered the Origin Dragon Palace, this guy would return, and that would be a disaster. Let's go. Godly King Inc. Desolation was still somewhat righteous. He immediately turned around and retreated to a place where fighting would not affect the dragon sacrificial continent. They were already gods who stood at the peak of all living beings. From the perspective of power, all living beings were indeed frighteningly weak before them. After the blood-devoured Shenqiong, Longchen was different again. This time, he was even more confident, even if the other party had an orderal-grade destinable divine artifact. Let's go. The 3 of them and Godly King Inc. Desolation and the other 2 advanced side by side. On the dragon sacrificial continent, when all living beings heard their conversation, they roughly knew that after dealing with the eternal god tribe, it was time to end their fated battle. Even if the dragon sacrificial continent was their ancestor, in their hearts, the one they supported the most was still Long Chen. Just like the previous turmoil, Godly King Ink Desolation would definitely not save them, but Long Chen would. Moreover, during the God Sacrifice Art, it was also Long Chen who destroyed the God Sacrifice Art and saved them. You have to win. No matter what, we will support you and fight alongside you. This was what many people were thinking. Actually, Long Chen could hear what they were thinking. When trillions of people yearned for him to win, then he was undoubtedly terrifying. He carried the faith of trillions of people and the hope of an entire world. The other party, Godly King Ink Desolation, was majestic. The three great rule powers of authority, providence, and calamity swept through the world like the king of all beasts. Beside him, even Starry Sky Godly King and Radiant Godly King were like foils. Long Chen stared at Godly King Ink Desolation and said, "Since the three of you are not in a hurry, I think there is no need to be too chaotic. I wonder if the three of you dare to fight one-on-one? What I mean is, I will fight Godly King Ink Desolation first to determine who is superior and who lives and dies. No one is to interfere. Then, my brother Mo Xiaolang will fight Radiant Godly King to determine who is superior and who lives and dies. How about that?" The three Godly Kings did not expect Long Chen to make such a request. Godly King Ink Desolation's expression was cold as he said, "I know what you are planning. It is nothing more than to defeat me or even kill me. Then, with 3 against 2, we can settle things easily. Princess Diao once swore an oath in front of you but did not abide by it. Naturally, you will not abide by the rules you said. You are just worried that in the battle, your brother and sister will be injured. Long Chen, your nature is too benevolent, and you have too many scruples. I can see through you at a glance." In reality, what he said was right. The reason why Long Chen made such a decision was to first deal with Godly King Ink Desolation. As long as he defeated Godly King Ink Desolation, the rest would be much easier. The other party did not even care about the oath. He was facing the survival of his race, so there was no need to talk about morality with them. But since Godly King Ink Desolation easily saw through it, then it was meaningless. He was indeed worried about Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. After all, Godly King Ink Desolation was not Godly King of Hell. If not for him devouring Shenzhong, Long Chen would probably have even less confidence. But at this time, Godly King Ink Desolation said, "Your plan is completely based on the premise that you will definitely be able to defeat me. Looks like you are quite bold. Have you ever thought that if you are defeated and die, then it will be 3 against 2? Your brother and sister will also not be able to escape from the palm of our hands. Since you are so confident, and I, Ink Desolation, am also so confident, then just as well, we will do as you say. Let us first determine victory and defeat, life and death, then we will calculate the rest." Even if the process was tortuous, the final goal was achieved. Precisely because he and Godly King Ink Desolation both wanted to push the victory and defeat onto themselves, this agreement was logical. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan did not need to participate in the battle for the time being. Big Brother Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan did not know that Long Chen had made such a decision. The two of you guard each other well. Do not separate. Face it together. If I lose, think of a way to escape first. However, I will not lose. Trust me. His combat experience was much stronger than the two of them. He could better control such a situation. Don't worry. Mo Xiaolang pressed his palm, his eyes determined. Since this was Long Chen's choice, they would naturally support it. Actually, it was just changing the battle royale slightly, pushing back the time of their battle. Once something unexpected happened, they could directly participate in the battle. Long Chen asked them to retreat. In the starry sky, his body was gradually covered in layers of blood-colored dragon scales. His palms turned into dragon claws, and finally transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon. The battle between the divine dragon and the Ink Qilin. On the other side, the radiant God King and starry sky God King also retreated with hostility. The blood-colored divine dragon was cold-blooded and bloodthirsty. It was the ancestor of slaughter. As for the Ink Qilin, it was the descendant of the supreme divine dragon and the Tai God realm. Of course, the Ink Qilin had already matured and unleashed its potential to the extreme. Right now, Long Chen lacked the origin dragon soul. He was not the true ancestral dragon yet. Boom! The huge Ink Qilin was born in front of Long Chen. Visually, the Qilin's head was very similar to the dragon's head, except that the dragon's head was slender while the Qilin's head was wider. The Ink Qilin was as black as ink, covered in black dragon scales. It had the body of a wild beast like a cow or horse. In terms of physique, Long Chen was naturally not as good as the Ink Qilin. From the perspective of the draconic sacrificial continent, one could vaguely see a blood-colored divine dragon and the Ink Qilin facing off. It's Long Chen and that divine king. Being able to see the battle scene, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut. From Long Chen's perspective, the Ink Qilin's divine might was domineering. Its entire body was enveloped by the aura of laws, protecting it. If he was not wrong, this strange law should be providence. Providence was unfathomable, but since the Ink Qilin could cultivate the laws, it would definitely be rather difficult to deal with. Something like providence could directly influence the outcome of a battle at a crucial moment. Battle. Battling a divine king again, and an Ink Qilin at that. Long Chen concentrated. He was the amalgamation of the 5 great ancestral dragons. In terms of bloodline, he could suppress the Ink Qilin. At the beginning of the month, those who have a monthly ticket, please vote and express your thanks. Also, I recommend my good friend Zi Chen's new book, Dragon Martial Emperor Supreme. The new book has just been released, and it's also a dragon story. Everyone can directly search for it and bookmark it. If you like it, please support it. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 2741. Divine Dragon and Ink Qilin. In everyone's eyes, this was a battle between 2 godly creatures. Now, they roughly understood that Long Chen and Ink Desolation Godly King were the strongest on both sides. The outcome of their battle would directly affect the future of the entire draconic sacrificial continent. In the starry sky, the Ink Qilin's body started to condense an armor that covered his entire body. The armor overflowed with colorful lights and revealed its sharpness. It was not a destinable divine artifact but a condensation of the laws of providence. When the Ink Qilin was in human form, he wore an ink-colored armor. After transforming into the Ink Qilin, the armor was still with him. In reality, the armor in human form was also a manifestation of the Ink Qilin's laws. As for what it could be used for, Long Chen would naturally understand after the battle. This was one of the Ink Qilin's laws, a primordial divine law called the Armor of Divine Luck. With the protection of the Armor of Divine Luck, incredible things would always happen. The other 4 experts left the battlefield to them. Once the Armor of Divine Luck was formed, the Ink Qilin roared and crossed through layers of space. This was his first battle with Long Chen, and it was also an important battle. At the beginning, he was more vigilant and probing, looking for the best opportunity to attack. Although both of them were frequent combatants, they were still very cautious. This was also Ink Desolation Godly King's battle style. He would never underestimate his opponents. Now that he was fighting Long Chen, he was almost completely focused and wouldn't rest until he was dead. At a certain moment, the moment that everyone was looking forward to, both of them attacked at almost the same time. The Ink Qilin's courage was unparalleled as he broke through layers of space like an emperor beast. Meanwhile, Long Chen was hidden in the blood mist, cold and bloodthirsty. In the starry sky, the two giant beasts were very dazzling. All things tremble. The ink Qilin leaped up high and his front legs landed on the starry sky. Instantly, a vast and formless ripple was formed, shaking the starry sky. Long Chen was its primary target. This is one of his moves in the rules of authority. He once relied on this to charge through Yen-Er's black hole. Long Chen was very clear. Power, rules, majesty, and dominance. The impact of the physical body was actually a small matter. What was more important was the impact and suppression of the primordial spirit. This was completely unavoidable. Many of the attacks directly penetrated into Long Chen's rule heart. Time storm. In the heart of the rule, the Void Aeon Dragon's primordial spirit was awe-inspiring and fearless. This was his first confrontation with the Black Qilin. Long Chen had used the tearing power of time to completely tear apart the rule that made all things tremble. The Black Qilin's first attack had been easily neutralized by Long Chen. Of course, this was just a test attack. The law of time is indeed extraordinary. The ink Qilin's expression didn't change. He soared through the starry sky and transformed. Various laws protected his body, and under the protection of the armor of divine luck, his movements were unpredictable and difficult to find. Long Chen had broken the rules of authority, so he naturally took the initiative to attack. He was not fighting for himself, but for the common people. The heavy responsibility in his heart kept him in peak condition at all times. With the support of all living beings, he wasn't afraid of exhaustion at all. He was like a madman. A blood-colored tornado rose up, forming the blood spirit thorn as it charged toward the ink Qilin. After becoming a god, even the power of the blood spirit thorn was rather good. The ink Qilin kept retreating. However, at least for now, his eyes were still very calm. The reason why Long Chen hadn't used the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the others in the beginning was that the ink Qilin hadn't taken out his sequence-level destination-level divine weapon. Therefore, he needed to leave a trump card to deal with it. He was waiting for his opponent to go all out, but the ink Qilin was not flustered. He slowly fought against Long Chen. The confrontation was very exciting, but no one was able to gain the upper hand. Everyone was dazzled. The blood-colored and the ink Qilin clashed in the starry sky, but no one could tell who won. However, at least they could rest assured. It was already very shocking that Long Chen could fight the ink Desolation Godly King head-on. This meant that ordinary primordial godly kings were no longer Long Chen's match. This was the effect of devouring the Hell Godly King and the Divine Center. However, Blood Devour couldn't be used endlessly. Long Chen also needed to improve on the rules. Eternal Instant. The ink Qilin transformed into a void cosmic dragon and fixed the extremely cautious Godly King Ink Desolation in place. Just as he was about to attack, the Godly King Ink Desolation's godly luck armor erupted. The power of the rules of providence allowed him to easily break through the eternal instant. At this moment, the ink Qilin was as majestic as a mountain, and he used the rules of authority to attack again. Myriad Beast Emperor's Heavenly Might. At this moment, the ink Qilin used the starry sky as the ground and charged at Long Chen with unparalleled speed. In that instant, an unparalleled might of the Myriad Beast Emperor erupted from his body. In an instant, thousands of giant beasts appeared around the ink Qilin on this ground, in the starry sky. They were all condensed from the rules of authority, and every single one of them submitted to the ink Qilin as they charged at Long Chen. Myriad Beast Rush. The scene was naturally rather terrifying. Loud booms rang out continuously, shaking the entire sacrificial dragon continent. They couldn't tell if it was real or not. In their eyes, it was as if the entire starry sky had been occupied by the ink Qilin's summoned beasts. This rule of authority was not only the impact of willpower, but also the impact of the ink Qilin's physical body. It was even more violent than the trembling of all things. It was only at this moment that godly King Ink Desolation seemed to be using his killing move for real. It was as if he had already figured out Long Chen's capabilities. The other two godly kings also revealed smiles. They were very happy to see godly King Ink Desolation's terrifying performance. In Long Chen's eyes, the current godly King Ink Desolation was undoubtedly terrifying. He was like the myriad beast emperor, leading the myriad beasts of heaven and earth to form an unprecedented primordial spirit impact. Under this rule of authority, Mo Xiaolang and the others should not be able to withstand it, but Long Chen was different. In that instant, his entire body transformed into the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. In the primordial era, this king of order was the true ruler. All things were under his rule. He ruled over billions of divine dragons and controlled endless order. In front of him, nothing could be called king. Of course, the direction of the other ancestral dragons' control was different from his. If there was an era of divine dragons, and there was an emperor in the hearts of billions of divine dragons, it should be the divine Tao heart-refining dragon. After all, the other ancestral dragons were ethereal, and only the divine Tao heart-refining dragon controlled the dragons. Once the divine Tao heart-refining dragon appeared, Long Chen suppressed the Ink Qilin in terms of aura. The other party was charging at him with boundless heavenly might, but Long Chen advanced instead of retreating. Karma King Sword. This was the sword of judgment that severed karma. Under the influence of karma, no matter what the Ink Qilin transformed into, he would reveal his true form. When he was about to collide with Long Chen, the power of karma brought him into the Karma King realm, the world that Long Chen controlled. Break! The sword of judgment pressed down. It shocked the heavens and earth, and made ghosts and gods weep. In another world, the Ink Qilin's charge was forcefully cut off. Long Chen descended from the sky and slashed at his head with his sword. This sword contained the power of an entire world. The Karma King realms were drawn in and condensed together as they descended. Amazing! The Ink Qilin was full of admiration. In terms of time, he cultivated in authority, karmic luck, and calamity, and they were all extremely rare laws. Of all of the Black Qilin's opponents, his rare laws were the ones that gave him the most headaches. He was extremely difficult to deal with, but in this battle, he found that Long Chen was even more difficult to deal with. From time, slaughter, karma, and fate to life, the Black Qilin only knew about slaughter, time, and life. He didn't know what the other two were. So in terms of laws, he indeed admired Long Chen. But Long Chen admired him too. The Karma King sword was about to behead the Ink Qilin, but when it struck the armor of divine fate, a mysterious force distorted Long Chen's sword. It was as if fate had arranged it. The Karma King sword couldn't hurt the Ink Qilin and allowed him to escape unscathed. This was the first fierce clash, and neither side could do anything to the other. In terms of results, Long Chen had a slight advantage, but this advantage wasn't very useful for the time being. You really are an opponent that I haven't felt so excited about in a long time. God King Ink Desolation's dark green eyes flickered with fervent light. He yearned for intense battle more and more. Long Chen's abilities excited him like never before. To be honest, he was in a very awkward realm. He couldn't deal with perfect perfection God Kings, and no primordial God King was his opponent. He had never found a suitable opponent in all this time. But Long Chen was. It's a pity that this is all you can do. Long Chen's heart-refining dragon body had the might to dominate the world. His might made the other two God Kings frown, while the gods in the radiant God King's divine kingdom constantly cursed. They obviously believed that Long Chen was too arrogant. Don't worry. I was just toying with you before. What I'm strongest about isn't the power and laws, but the calamities. God King Ink Desolation was not angered at all. Instead, he began to laugh. Of course, it was a smile of excitement and fanaticism. At that moment, his entire body actually blazed with black flames, making him seem especially demonic. Within the flames, only a pair of ink appeared, making him seem especially strange. It was as if he had fused with the world, becoming a part of the world, and could control everything in the world. It's here. Long Chen was fearless, and his killing intent became even more ferocious. The reason he fought was for the survival of all life. He wanted to go to the Origin Dragon Palace to see his father. This was the fundamental difference between him and God King Ink Desolation. Within the black flames, the Ink Qilin vaguely split up, instantly conjuring 10,000 clones. 10,000 Ink Qilins appeared before Long Chen. There was no difference at all, so he couldn't tell which was real or fake. Or perhaps, every single Ink Qilin was real. He's getting serious. I hope Long Chen can survive the laws of the calamity. Otherwise, Ink Desolation will probably be very disappointed. Yeah. It's been many years since he's encountered a suitable opponent. The Radiant God King and Starry Sky God King were filled with anticipation. The calamity erupted. 10,000 black Qilins attacked at the same time, roaring at the sky. Myriad killing tribulation of ancient beasts. Chapter 2742. Power of Calamity. Primordial Beast Innumerable Killing Calamity. God King Ink Desolation was getting serious. The attack power of the Calamity Rule was naturally twice that of the Power Rule. Now, more than 10,000 clones were burning, turning into black balls of fire. They carried the terrifying Calamity Rule and spread out, completely trapping Long Chen in the starry space. The power of God King Ink Desolation's Calamity Rule was everywhere. The Calamity Rule did not look special, but in reality, it had a terrifying destructive power. The God King of Ink Desolation's rule actually came from that divine beast ancestor. The Supreme Divine Dragon inherited the power and fate of the Ink Qilin. It should be the companion dragon of the heart-refining dragon of the divine Tao. However, that divine beast of the god realm of Tai had inherited the Ink Qilin's calamity. Thousands of primordial beast innumerable killing calamity descended, each one containing the destructive power of death. Being caught in this crack, Long Chen had indeed encountered unprecedented danger, but he was unafraid. It was very simple. Only now did God King Ink Desolation get serious. Wasn't it the same for him? Everyone knew how to test the waters before a battle. He knew roughly what level God King Ink Desolation was at, and God King Ink Desolation also roughly knew what level Long Chen was at. Death Realm Dragon Gate. At this moment, he turned into the primordial blood spiritual dragon and used his body as a door to open the Death Realm. This Death Realm Dragon Gate, which had once taken care of Sky Demon Capital, was still one of Long Chen's strongest attacks. When countless calamities descended, he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate to its strongest and largest state. Then, no matter how many calamities descended, Long Chen swallowed them into the Death Realm. Wherever the Death Realm Dragon Gate went, no matter how destructive it was useless after being pulled into the Death Realm. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The 10,000 calamities would eventually be swallowed clean by Long Chen. Of course, it was also possible that the Death Realm Dragon Gate would collapse before that, and Long Chen would be able to block it all, allowing the remaining calamities to kill him. The Divine Dragon and Ink Qilin were in a stalemate. Everyone could see Ink Qilin's calamity fire being swallowed one by one. They couldn't help but be overjoyed and cheer for Long Chen. Long Chen was still strong and didn't let them down. This pinnacle battle had now entered a white-hot state, and everyone's hearts were clenched tightly. In their hearts, Long Chen was definitely a hero among heroes. As for the deity's side, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. Long Chen's methods were beyond their imagination, and all kinds of rules emerged one after another. Even the primordial myriad beast's myriad killing tribulation might not be able to do anything to him. Just as the dragon sacrificial continent was at its most lively, no one knew that among the trillions of living beings, a pale-faced person was also watching this scene. How exciting! In the eyes of the crowd, he was just like everyone else, just an ordinary person. While they are fighting, I can study this world properly. This way, I won't be discovered. If Long Chen was standing in front of him, he would realize that this person was Shen Qiong. In reality, Shen Qiong had always been in the dragon sacrificial continent. His earlier escape was just an illusion that he had created. It was just that his creation artifact had rushed out on its own. He remained on the dragon sacrificial continent and used his sacrificial god Great World's secret technique to conceal himself. Just like that, he had deceived these 6 experts. Shen Yang's death was really not worth it. He actually died in such a small place. If word gets back, it'll be a joke. But I still have to avenge him. Shen Qiong walked among the crowd. His will had already spread throughout the dragon sacrificial continent. He was searching through the memories of all living beings in an attempt to understand this world better. So those 3 aren't from this world either. They just came back recently. The eternal opal is theirs. Shen Qiong kept searching while the intense battle above continued. No one would have thought that Shen Qiong was searching through the memories of all living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting, Long Chen would definitely have sensed it. To be honest, the only one who did what Shen Qiong did was Di Yao. Of course, he only searched for people familiar with Long Chen in the Divine Dragon Nation and the 3 Emperor domains. The range was very small, while Shen Qiong's search spanned the entire dragon sacrificial continent. These 2 fellows. Shen Qiong looked over at the 2 young women who seemed to know Long Chen. They had come from a place called the Devil Star, which had been tainted with devil energy. Unfortunately, the Devil Star had long since been destroyed, and they remembered that in the east of the Eternal Life God domain, there was a majestic palace. This palace is quite extraordinary. It's probably even more precious than the Eternal Opal. I didn't expect to discover such a huge secret just by looking around. We have to hold on until the 8 God Emperors arrive. I'll tell them this news now. Shen Qiong couldn't help but laugh. The people around him looked at him in disdain. The battle between the God Emperors had reached such an intense stage, and he was still laughing. I have to thank these 2 girls called Yishui and Meng Hen. Shen Qiong was extremely excited. While they were fighting, he had quietly headed east of the Eternal Sacred Realm. He had already stopped searching. Once the sacrificial god world obtained such a huge discovery, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future. Moreover, he could also sneak into the Golden Palace to see if he could find anything. I'm so lucky. It's a pity that Shendong didn't have the same luck. Even so, he didn't feel any regret. It would be fine if it was just one person, but if there were 2, Shendong would definitely have to split up. Although the sacrificial god world advocated unity, it was common for them to do something behind the scenes. Moreover, Shen Qiong hadn't done anything, so Shendong could only blame Shendong for being useless. Before heading to the Eastern Galaxy, Shen Qiong had already informed the 8 God Emperors of the sacrificial god world about the situation here. The information he had received was to first search the Golden Palace and then wait for the Eternal God Tribe to arrive. This time, the 8 God Emperors will descend together. This small world is going to be completely destroyed. You guys continue to fight. Shen Qiong arrived at the Eastern Galaxy in the blink of an eye. Where exactly is it? He had to find the key location while Long Chen was fighting. After all, it was difficult to conceal himself here. He took out a destinable divine weapon and searched the surroundings. Before long, he found the entrance. Oh, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect it to be here. Shen Xiong couldn't help but want to laugh. Without another word, he snuck in and arrived at the ancient starry sky. Indeed, he saw a majestic golden palace in front of him. Heavens, how long has it been since this thing was passed down until now? Could it be that this small world once had a glorious history? Shen Xiong murmured excitedly. He flew at his fastest speed towards the golden palace. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the golden door that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Origin Dragon Palace. What a domineering name. There are 9 grades of the divine grade. Above the eternal grade and the original grade is the origin grade, which is the peak of the 9 grades of the divine grade. It's just a palace and it's called the origin grade. How arrogant. Then let me see what this 9th grade has. Shen Xiong placed both hands on the golden door and was about to push it open. When his palms touched the golden door, a huge force slammed into him. Shen Xiong was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying force sent him flying out of the ancient starry sky and into the eastern starry sky. As he appeared, a golden light exploded, lighting up the heavens and earth. Oh no! Shen Xiong knew that he would be discovered and the golden light exploded. Long Chen had used the Death Realm Dragon Gate to completely engulf God King Ink Desolation's ancient beasts killing calamity. The calamity's power had all been absorbed into the Death Realm. The battlefield was once again peaceful. Ink Qilin was naturally shocked. But since it had happened, he could still accept it. Long Chen's strength made him realize that he had to risk his life in order to defeat this opponent. He was already prepared to risk his life. I know that you've been waiting for my orbital grade destinable divine weapon. God King Ink Desolation's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. That's right. It was indeed tiring to completely engulf the ancient beast's killing calamity. Long Chen was panting, but the vow of the masses quickly replenished his energy. To be honest, the Black Qilin was even more exhausted now. Then I'll satisfy you. The Black Qilin had a rule. He would not use the orbital grade destinable divine weapon unless he was in a desperate situation. As long as the destinable divine weapon was used, his rule was to kill. He had no choice but to break the barrier of the sacred planet of destiny previously. This destinable divine weapon was extremely important to him. It had been passed down from generation to generation by the Black Qilin. He remembered how much he had sacrificed to protect this destinable divine weapon when he was young. To him, this destinable divine weapon was more important than his life, because it was the inheritance of the Black Qilin. But facing Long Chen, the Black Qilin could not hold it in any longer. He wandered around the starry sky and circled around a certain spot. As his speed increased, a faint shadow appeared in the center. As the shadow solidified, Long Chen gradually sensed a terrifying power that belonged to an order-level being. The vast destinable divine power came from a cauldron. The primordial imperial cauldron. This was God King Ink Desolation's orbital grade destinable divine weapon. It was a huge, black, 3-legged cauldron that stood proudly in the starry sky. It contained even more power than God King Ink Desolation. Vaguely, Long Chen saw 2 kinds of carvings on the primordial imperial cauldron. One was of a divine dragon, which should be the supreme divine dragon. The other was of a giant beast that looked like both a cow and a horse. It was filled with a terrifying destructive will. The 2 giant beasts clashed on the primordial imperial cauldron, exploding with peak power. When the primordial imperial cauldron appeared, a beam of golden light suddenly burst from the east of the eternal sacred realm. Chapter 2743. Eternal Sacred Territory, East. Divine Dragon Origin Grounds. A golden light exploded. Due to the uniqueness of the golden light, even though Ink Desolation had taken out the ancient King Cauldron, he was unable to attract Long Chen's attention. Of course, the demon emperor and divine kings were also attracted by the golden light. They were no longer on the ancient king cauldron. Of course, the two giant beasts engraved on the ancient king cauldron were terrifying enough. Long Chen estimated that he was not confident of fighting God King Ink Desolation with the ancient king cauldron. It would definitely be a battle to the death. Following the direction of the golden light, the 6 experts saw a pale face. They could not tell if it was a man or a woman. He quickly entered an invisible crack in the starry sky and disappeared. This was a huge blow to Long Chen. That was Shen Xiong. That was right. Didn't he escape? Why was he here? Most importantly, he found the Origin Dragon Palace and even entered the ancient starry sky. Most importantly, he was not the only one who saw it. Even Ink Desolation and the other 2 had seen it. They had been searching for a palace, or perhaps the Origin Dragon Palace was the palace they were looking for. They had already searched the entire dragon sacrificial continent and could not find anything special. At that moment, Long Chen made a decision. There was no way for this battle to continue. If he continued to fight Ink Wilderness God King and Shen Xiong went to the Origin Dragon Palace, with his abilities, who knew if he would crack the secret of the Origin Dragon Palace first? The Origin Dragon Palace belonged to him. It belonged to the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, he gave up on his opponent and summoned Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. The 3 of them headed towards the east of the eternal sacred territory. After them, Ink Desolation and the other 2 god kings shouted at the same time. Long Chen was in front and they were behind. There was no difference. They have already found the entrance. Divine Emperor Di Jun will also know the entrance to the Origin Dragon Palace. I have to kill them and Shen Xiong in order to obtain the secret of the Origin Dragon Palace before Divine Emperor Di Jun and the Eternal God Tribe arrive. Long Chen's thoughts were very clear. Shen Xiong's sudden appearance and the discovery of the Origin Dragon Palace had brought him great trouble. From now on, it would be difficult for Long Chen to take the initiative. Moreover, the dragon sacrifice to the deities had originally come for the Origin Dragon Palace. Now that they had discovered it, they would not rest until they obtained the Origin Dragon Palace. Big Brother, although the situation is critical, and we did not expect such a thing to happen, the 4 opponents right now, especially the Ink Desolation Divine King, are all very powerful. If we want to kill the 4 of them, the difficulty should be quite high. It will be very difficult to succeed, and it will be very difficult to guarantee that the 3 of us will be fine. What Mo Xiaolang said didn't make sense. Long Chen's eyes were slightly red and filled with killing intent. No matter what, we no longer have the chance to explore the Origin Dragon Palace in peace. Prepare to fight to the death. Kill as many as you can. Sui Yan hid behind them. The tense situation made her a little nervous. It was a sparring session between Long Chen and Ink Desolation Divine King. In the blink of an eye, it was the final battle. Long Chen made the first move. The 3 divine kings followed closely behind. Seeing Long Chen and the rest rush into the crack in space, Ink Desolation Divine King and the rest were very excited. Star Sky Divine King said, "That's right. This is definitely where the palace is. We have searched for so many years, but we never expected the palace to be hidden here. It really is a case of searching high and low, only to find it by chance." The Radiant Divine King was rather calm. He said to Di Yao, "Princess, contact the Divine Emperor. We have found the most important thing. We will protect this place with our lives until the Divine Emperor arrives. Once we take the palace and remove the Eternal Opal, even if the Eternal God clan chases us here, they will not dare to enter our Taihao region. Let's go in." Just as he said that, Ink Desolation tore open the crack in space and rushed into the ancient space with the other 2 divine kings. In the Radiant Divine King's Divine Kingdom, Di Yao was communicating with the Divine Emperor Di Jun excitedly. After all, it was really not easy to find the palace here. It really is it. The three divine kings were overjoyed. They saw the huge golden palace in the depths of space. There were countless divine dragon shadows dancing on it. An ancient and majestic aura surged towards them. It was very heavy, and they could not help but feel insignificant. They could not help but be in awe of it. But this could not suppress the divine king's ambition to conquer it. Soon, the three divine kings received the divine emperor's final order. Eliminate all enemies around this palace as soon as possible at all costs. I will descend in 3 months. In front of this palace, the divine emperor Di Jun did not even want to study Long Chen anymore. As long as Long Chen stood in the way of the three divine kings, he would be killed without mercy. Of course, Long Chen knew what the three people behind him were thinking. What happened next would be extremely cruel, but he had no choice. His gaze landed in front of him. Shen Xiong was standing in front of the golden door. Previously, he was sent flying. This time, he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he turned back to look at Long Chen and the other 5 experts. Shen Xiong was a little depressed. If he had a choice, he would not want to alarm them. But since he was here, he chuckled and said to Long Chen, "Young man, you knew about this place long ago, but you never came to explore it. I think you want to leave this place for the eternal God tribe. You are too generous." In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and the other 2 stopped less than 100 meters in front of him. The 3 divine kings were on his right. The 3 of them formed a triangle, eyeing each other fiercely. The golden door was in front of them, but it would take some time and strength to open it. Long Chen was now thinking about how to kill all 4 of them before they reached the Origin Dragon Palace. Origin Dragon Palace? The 3 divine kings raised their heads and looked at the majestic name. There was no respect in their eyes, but a strong desire to possess it. From their point of view, the Origin Dragon Palace belonged to them now. Their goal was the same as Long Chen's, to kill the other 4. As for Shen Xiong, he had no choice but to let Long Chen and the others discover him. But he was not worried, because Long Chen and Ink Wilderness were enemies. Shen Xiong was in the middle, and he was not weak either. He could always find an opportunity. Who knows, he might be the fisherman who benefits when the sandpiper and the clam fight. Long Chen naturally knew what he was thinking. Hence, the moment he arrived, he made some adjustments. He said to Divine King Ink Wilderness, "The Eternal God tribe has nothing to do with us. Let's work together to kill this one first, then we'll talk about the others. What do you think?" Both sides would be happy if they killed Shen Xiong. At least they would get rid of a troublesome hidden danger. Unexpectedly, Divine King Ink Wilderness shook his head and said, "It's up to you. We don't need to do anything. We just need to wait for the God Emperor to arrive. Of course, in this period of time, whoever tries to enter will be killed by us. From today onwards, we will guard this door." This was their decision. They could drag it out until the God Emperor Jun arrived. By then, Long Chen and Shen Xiong would be finished. However, it was impossible for Long Chen to cooperate with Shen Xiong. This person was too dangerous. Shen Xiong wanted to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils. He would not help Long Chen defeat God King Ink Desolation and the others. In fact, he might even betray Long Chen in secret. Moreover, it was much more difficult to deal with 3 God Kings than to deal with Shen Xiong himself. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, I'll kill him. All you need to do is watch." Him making such a decision made the 3 divine kings somewhat surprised. After all, under the condition that both sides had equal strength, if Long Chen attacked a new opponent first, regardless of the outcome, there would definitely be losses. Moreover, there would be many dangers in the process of battle. After all, if Divine King Ink Wilderness and the others encountered a good opportunity, they would definitely not give it up. Then make your move. Divine King Ink Wilderness was as cold as a mountain. Long Chen was a decisive person. At this moment, he made up his mind and looked at Shen Qiong with murderous eyes. His plan was not as simple as Divine King Ink Wilderness thought. He wanted to swallow Shen Qiong. He wanted to break through to the Great Essence Divine Realm. If he succeeded, not only would there be no losses, but there would also be more benefits. Of course, there were too many variables in such a dangerous battle. No one knew what would happen next. Shen Qiong thought that he could use them to restrict each other. He had underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and Sui Yan looked at each other. The three of them approached Shen Qiong. Long Chen said, "When you attack, keep an eye on the three divine kings. I will focus on killing him." In order to prevent the three divine kings from attacking during the battle, they had to be vigilant at all times. "Wait, I am willing to work with you. I can help you deal with the three of them. I can help you take away one of your opponents." Shen Qiong saw Long Chen's stance and knew that he was serious. The look of death in his eyes did not lie. Even though he was compromising, Long Chen did not react at all. Shen Qiong quickly changed his strategy and said to Divine King Ink Wilderness, "All right, I will work with you and help you deal with this wolf-type demon. You can surround and kill this girl. I, Shen Qiong, am a man of my word." God King Ink Desolation laughed and said, "Don't joke around, your eternal god race is a race with 8 god emperors, we can't afford to be friends with you. Why don't you show us the heavenly might of your eternal god race and let us have a good look? Speaking of which, we really have to thank you. Without you, we would not have found this place. You have no idea how much effort we put in to find this place." Shen Qiong's expression changed. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being alone. If Shen Yang was still here, he would not be so powerless. But at that moment, Long Chen had already charged forward. Together with Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, they attacked Shen Qiong, who was standing in front of the Origin Dragon Palace. D***it. Shen Qiong was furious. As an eternal celestial tribe member, he had never been so submissive before. Today, he had been humiliated by Long Chen's humiliation. He might as well fight to the death. Chapter 2744. 3 God Kings surrounded a God King. Moreover, Long Chen's rules did not apply to common sense. Shen Qiong's outcome was no different from Shen Middle's. Right in front of Shen Qiong, Long Chen's left eye released the heavenly eye of destiny. Wherever he looked, everything was locked down and changed. Shen Qiong was about to use it, but it was as if all his energy had been sealed. Long Chen was tens of thousands of feet tall, blocking out the sky and suppressing Shen Qiong's mind. Under the heavenly eye of destiny, Shen Qiong was instantly suppressed. Of course, Mo Xiaolang had been waiting for a similar opportunity. He was now very familiar with the 2 ancestral fires. In his left hand was the cold black demon ancestral fire, and in his right was the fiery emperor ancestral fire. Black and white flames danced between his hands. When Long Chen activated the heavenly eye of destiny, he rushed forward and combined the 2 ancestral fires, releasing them right in front of Shen Qiong. What is this? Shen Qiong had just closed his eyes from the heavenly eye of destiny when the ancestral fire exploded in front of him. The endless flames even forced Ink Desolation God King and the others away and even burned the Origin Dragon Palace. However, it did not damage the Origin Dragon Palace in the slightest. Kaboom! Shen Qiong, who was at the center, had the same fate as Shen Middle. At that moment, a huge black hole appeared under his feet. The terrifying suction force acted on Shen Qiong's body. He was seriously injured and bleeding, but he could not resist it. He was sucked in by the black hole. He could only rush upwards. After all, the area of the black hole was too wide. What kind of rules are these? No wonder Shen Middle died. Shen Qiong finally understood why he could escape from Ink Desolation and the others' control to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, but Shen Middle couldn't. That was because Long Chen's rules were too strange. Everything was linked to one another. If one wasn't merciful, they would lose their lives, so how could they escape? Don't try to trap me. Even though he was seriously injured, Shen Qiong was still extremely violent. White light exploded and shot into the sky. With his God King power, it was not difficult for him to escape the black hole. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, a saber came down from the sky. Time was broken. My apologies. Long Chen had chopped off his arm, and at the same time, his strength dissipated. Shen Qiong had been running for his life. Now that he had been struck by Long Chen's saber, he was half dead. Then, Long Chen pressed down on his head with his dragon claw. The power of the 10,000 death claw caused Shen Qiong to scream in pain. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Blood Devour. It must be Blood Devour. This was his chance to turn things around. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his energy to fight Shen Qiong in front of God King Ink Desolation and the others. No one was willing to waste their energy. Shen Qiong screamed in pain. His blood vessels tightened and he bled profusely. It was a tragic sight. His flesh and blood gradually withered under Long Chen's palm. The three God Kings watched this scene unfold. Divine King Ink Desolation was shocked and shouted, "He's devouring to become stronger. I didn't expect him to have such a skill. No wonder he became stronger after killing Shen Yang. So that's how it is. Stop him." The three God Kings attacked immediately. Among them, Divine King Light was the fastest. A blade-like Divine Light pierced towards Long Chen. It arrived in an instant, and its target was Long Chen's arm that was holding Shen Qiong. They reacted quickly and disrupted Long Chen's rhythm, causing Long Chen to be unable to complete the Blood Devour. After spending so much effort, he was stopped by the God Kings. Long Chen didn't feel regretful or frustrated. This was normal. If it were him, he would have stopped his opponent at the critical moment when he saw that he could devour to become stronger. He could only let go of Shen Qiong. As long as there was a chance, Shen Qiong would escape. In the blink of an eye, he would be very far away. The three God Kings had succeeded in stopping Shen Qiong. Big Brother. Mo Xiaolang and the others quickly met up with Long Chen. After stopping Long Chen, the three godly kings were even closer to the golden door than Long Chen and the others. The three of them looked at each other and without a word, behind the radiant Godly King Palace, Godly King Ink Desolation and Godly King Starry Skies suddenly transformed into Ink Qilin and Starry Skies Flood Dragon respectively and slammed into the golden door of the Origin Dragon Palace. The battlefield was unpredictable and ever-changing. The three God Kings might have been calculating this moment. They were not fools. This was the most difficult part of this battle. Rumble. Just as Long Chen had expected, they failed to open the golden door. Of course, they were not thrown out of this ancient galaxy like Shen Qiong. Radiant Grave. Behind the Divine King Palace, they attacked without mercy. Under the suppression of the Radiant Grave, although Long Chen and the other two broke through the Divine King Light's nomological power and made him vomit blood, Divine King Ink Desolation took out the ancient King Cauldron. Break. Under Divine King Ink Desolation's control, the ancient King Cauldron collided with the golden door. The creation divine power of the orbital grade creation divine weapon combined with Divine King Ink Desolation's divine spirit power to form a terrifying force. In addition to the Divine King Light and Divine King Starry Skies attacks, their overall strength surpassed that of Long Chen and the other two. If Long Chen and the other two could push the golden door open, how could they? Hence, at this moment, the golden door was pushed open. The three godly monarchs seemed to have turned on a switch. Then, the golden door automatically retreated backward, and a golden vortex appeared. There seemed to be countless mystical dragons swimming around the vortex. At this moment, no one cared about fighting. Long Chen also didn't care about the three godly monarchs entering the Origin Dragon Palace. In any case, the moment the golden vortex appeared, they all rushed into it. The 6 of them entered the Origin Dragon Palace almost at the same time. There were even more dragon shadows swimming in the golden whirlpool. The golden door slowly closed. At this time, Shen Qiong had just regained his composure when he saw this scene. He was extremely anxious and rushed into the Origin Dragon Palace at the last moment before the golden door closed. Although the trillions of living beings outside would be under his control, he wanted to see what exactly was inside the Origin Dragon Palace. Everyone wanted to know. Until now, Long Chen had not been able to gain the absolute upper hand against the God Kings and the Eternal God Tribe. Just now, he had even been tricked by Divine King Ink Desolation. However, he believed that the Origin Dragon Palace was built by his ancestors. Just like the Sacred Star of Destiny in the Curse Realm, it was the world of the dragon martial artists. Even if the 3 God Kings entered, they would not be able to do anything. Although it was troublesome, Long Chen's determination to kill them was unprecedentedly strong. Ink Desolation, Starry Skies, Radiance, the 3 God Kings were the kings among the gods. They were famous in the Taihao territory for tens of millions of years. Although they were ancient demons, Long Chen was not afraid of them. It was just that these old monsters had lived for a long time. It was difficult to suppress them. Moreover, be it the God Kings or Shen Qiong, they had the support of the God Emperors. Therefore, they could be completely arrogant. Dang dang dang. The group passed through the golden vortex and appeared in another place. Long Chen opened his eyes and protected Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan behind him. Below them was a golden ground with various divine dragons painted on it. The golden platform was not big, only about 10 meters in diameter. Above it was a hemispherical light golden shield, trapping Long Chen and the others. He did not know how strong the shield was. There were a total of 7 people, and they were all standing on this golden platform that was less than 10 meters in diameter. This was a very dangerous situation. Deities couldn't even get close to them. This was also the reason why Long Chen was so shocked. Of course, he soon discovered that all of their deity powers had been completely sealed. Even their physical strength was the same. Coming here, no matter who it was, they were like newborns. They had completely lost all their powers. Long Chen even understood that under such circumstances, even if he stood there and let God King Ink Wilderness hit him, God King Ink Wilderness would not be able to kill him. That's right. On this platform, under the light shield, there was a pinnacle rule suppression. Moreover, this rule was very familiar to Long Chen. This was the rule of fate. It was just that it was more terrifying and thorough than what Long Chen had cast. This caused the 7 God Kings to become powerless mortals. If they were to fight now, it would definitely be a joke. No rule could be activated. To be able to use the rule of fate to such an extent, this was definitely a realm. Perhaps this was a space created by the real mixed Yuan Fate Dragon. That was why Long Chen was so shocked. For him to be able to accept such suppression, it was definitely beneficial to them. As for the God Kings, it was unbelievable that they had suddenly lost their powers. They could not help but look at Long Chen in shock. This was because they thought that this was done by Long Chen. However, they soon realized that this was not the case. There's no way to fight here. Don't worry. Long Chen informed Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. He had another important discovery. After becoming a mortal of the lowest level, he could not even activate the God Nation. Obviously, he could not bring Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan in either. Shen Xiong was among them. Initially, he was worried. Seeing that everyone was suppressed, he laughed coldly. Although he was weak, it did not mean that he did not have a chance. Everyone looked outside. Outside, there was an endless space. The golden platform was moving. This was the inner part of the Origin Dragon Palace. However, everything was quiet in this place, except for the shadows of godly dragons with different expressions. They were not real dragons, but they were like the countless white snakes on the divine planet of destiny. They had no god, but they were always moving around, and no one knew what they were doing. Where are we going? Although they were forbidden from fighting, Long Chen and the other two still gathered together. They were on guard. On the other side, the three god kings gathered together as well. Their eyes were cold. Shen Xiong crossed his arms and looked around. The Origin Dragon Palace was too quiet. It was different from what he had imagined. Until now, Long Chen had not felt that he had received any special treatment. But he was still very excited. Long Qinglan was here. Perhaps he was waiting for him in the depths. But he had to kill the four god kings around him to see him. Please vote next month. Chapter 2745. After about an hour, they finally reached their destination. A small golden door appeared in front of them. It floated in the air and only allowed one person to pass through. The door frame burned with golden flames, and the inside of the door rippled gently like water. Long Chen tried to open the light shield on the platform. He couldn't open it at all. Since he was here, he had to follow the rules of the Origin Dragon Palace. The ancestors of the Divine Dragon clan had built this place. After an era, they would definitely conduct a screening process. They wouldn't allow anyone other than their descendants to enter the true core of the Origin Dragon Palace. First, God Firmament had nothing to do with the dragon sacrificial continent. Then there were the three deity kings. If they were really the deities of the primordial era, they would also be the descendants of the dragon. As for Su Yan and Mo Xiaolang, it was hard to say. The person who was most compatible with them was naturally him. Moreover, he was also the one who was chosen to come here. Unfortunately, Shen Xiong had found this place. The small golden door merged with the light shield. It was obvious that it wanted Long Chen and the rest to enter. However, the door was so wide that only one person could enter at a time. When the fusion of the small door was complete, Long Chen and the three god kings did not move for the time being. Perhaps this was a test. Who knew what would happen to the first person who entered? Of course, Long Chen wasn't afraid. It was just that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were here too. If he went in first, who knew what would happen? He was responsible for their safety. Seeing that they didn't move, God Firmament chuckled. Since you don't have the guts, I won't stand on ceremony. He took a step forward and entered the small golden door. The moment he entered, the flames on the door frame burned brightly and sealed the entrance completely. It seemed like the Origin Dragon Palace meant that the first person had entered. Hence, the second person would have to wait for a certain result before entering. As for what the result would be, no one knew. Of course, the small golden door didn't leave. Time passed quietly. Long Chen was facing three god kings. Shen Xiong was nothing. They were Long Chen's biggest enemies. Now, both sides were eyeing each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a place where martial arts were forbidden, a huge battle would have broken out. You won't make it to the end, Long Chen said. The starry sky flood dragon suddenly laughed. Idiot, don't you understand? Why are both the galaxy flood dragon and the black Qilin related to the divine dragon? Don't we know the importance of the divine dragon's bloodline? You are a dragon warrior, but we are also descendants of the divine dragon. Let's see who can walk to the end. It turned out that he was already prepared. No wonder. However, Long Chen was still very confident because this was the dragon sacrificial continent. Even if they were primordial gods, it had been a very long time since they returned. The Origin Dragon Palace might not recognize them either. About a quarter of an hour later, there was a sudden change. Rumble. Shen Qiong was ejected from the other side of the small door. He was not inside the light shield, but outside. He was covered in wounds and was on the verge of death. Just as he was ejected, a huge golden mountain descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it and pressed down on him. With a loud bang, Shen Qiong crashed into the ground below. Shen Qiong had obviously been suppressed by the golden mountain. Long Chen and the others quickly looked down. They could not see the ground below, but they could see the golden mountain and the tens of thousands of dragons coiling around it. Of course, they could no longer feel Shen Qiong's aura. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was not worried about himself, but about Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. He could not bring them into the God Kingdom now. According to the rules, they had to enter the small door with him. There might be a test inside, but if they could not pass the test, they would end up like Shen Qiong. They would be thrown out of the door and suppressed by the Golden Mountain. He did not know if they were dead or alive. He was confident in himself, but what if Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan got involved? The three of them looked at each other. Mo Xiaolang knew what Long Chen was thinking. In fact, he was more worried than Long Chen. He was worried about Sui Yan. Don't worry. It hasn't happened yet, Sui Yan said worriedly. Yes, we can just stay here. It's not a big problem. Moreover, Shen Qiong has been injured several times. We might be able to pass the place that he cannot pass. Long Chen calmed himself down. He remembered that in the battlefield of the deities, Lingxi had to defeat her opponent within a certain period of time. Otherwise, she would die. That battle had shaken Long Chen to his core. Now, the situation was exactly the same. What was inside the door? The unknown made it even scarier. In front of them, the golden flames on the door frame retracted and the entrance reappeared. It was probably for the next person to enter. Seeing Shen Qiong's pitiful state and the fact that he was still being suppressed under the Golden Mountain Peak, and no one knew how long he would be suppressed. It might even be for eternity. Everyone was a little worried. It seemed like the Origin Dragon Palace wasn't an easy place to explore. The three God Kings looked at Long Chen. They could drag it out and wait for Divine Emperor Jun to arrive, but God King Ink Desolation didn't do so. He wanted to see what was inside the Origin Dragon Palace. I'll go first. God King Ink Desolation didn't hesitate. He walked into the golden door and it closed again. Light God King and Star Sky God King looked at each other. They weren't too worried. Star Sky God King sneered, Ink Desolation isn't bad. He has guts and knowledge. You kids are still too inexperienced to be fooled. So you, Long Chen, already knew about this place. You must have known that we were looking for this place. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you. Are we inexperienced? Don't forget how God King Hell died. Long Chen smiled faintly. We will return his fate 1,000,000 times over. What are you being so arrogant for? Star Sky God King was infuriated. He remembered God King Hell's despairing voice. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He started to analyze with Mo Xiaolang what was behind the golden door. To be honest, it was impossible not to be nervous and worried. After all, Shen Qiong's fate was so tragic. Time passed quietly. Everyone started to get nervous. God King Ink Desolation didn't move. Just then, the golden door opened again. This meant that the next person could enter. They didn't see God King Ink Desolation being suppressed by the Golden Mountain Peak. This meant that he might have passed the Origin Dragon Palace's test. This made the Starry God King and Radiant God King smile. Ink Desolation is really something. Looks like this place is just pretending to be mysterious. It's not worth mentioning. Next, it's my turn. Starry Sky God King glanced at Longchen arrogantly. He was not afraid at all and stepped into the golden door. If Star Sky God King could pass, then he wouldn't have to worry about Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan. He just didn't know what the rules were. What was the test of Origin Dragon Palace? Half an hour passed. A little longer. But in the end, the golden door opened again. Obviously, Star Sky God King had succeeded. The order of passing didn't affect much. Longchen wasn't in a hurry. Light God King stepped in first and the golden door closed again. In the end, Light God King passed too. Only Longchen and the other two were left. I'll go first. It's nothing big. Just do your best. Longchen exhorted and stepped into the small golden door. It was finally his turn. His vision blurred and he arrived above an illusory cloud layer. There were endless clouds around him, just like the Karma King's world. However, all his power returned to his body. Longchen looked around. There was no danger for now. But danger would definitely come. This was the world of dragons. Suddenly, there seemed to be someone standing behind him. Longchen turned around and saw a woman shrouded in rainbow-colored robes. Her skin was whiter than snow and her appearance was stunning. Her every frown and smile could turn the world upside down. She was extremely enchanting and dreamy like a phantom. She had long, rainbow-colored hair. What was most eye-catching were the two delicate dragon horns on her forehead. She was from Origin Dragon Palace. Who are you? Finally seeing someone alive, Longchen was extremely excited. Even though the woman before him was extremely powerful, Longchen felt that she was very familiar, as if he had seen someone like her before. She did not answer Longchen's question. Instead, she smiled at Longchen. That smile could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. In the blink of an eye, her body changed amidst her smile. In front of Longchen, she turned black and wore black armor. She became another person, God King Ink Desolation. With God King Ink Desolation's body, she maintained the smile of the dragon-horned woman. This gentleness was indeed very strange and dangerous. What surprised Longchen was that when she transformed into God King Ink Desolation, no matter which aspect, she was no different from God King Ink Desolation. Longchen saw 3 types of nomological powers on her body: authority, providence, and calamity. Even the armor on her body was God King Ink Desolation's armor of divine luck. She attacked. The moment she attacked, she used authority and nomological powers. All things trembled. That's right, after she transformed into God King Ink Desolation, she used the nomological powers that made all things tremble. Be it power or nomological powers, they were exactly the same as God King Ink Desolation. That power was suppressing Longchen's body. Break! Longchen split it apart with a saber. He found it unbelievable. After all, one's body could change, but nomological powers were difficult to replicate. Yet, this woman could even replicate nomological powers? What kind of existence was she? Without time to think, she continued to attack. This time, it was the All-Beast Emperor's heavenly might that God King Ink Desolation had used. That's right, she also transformed into Ink Qilin in front of Longchen. Just like Ink Qilin, she attacked him like a storm. The nomological powers were the same. Longchen understood. The 3 God Kings and Shenqiong must have encountered the same situation before. However, their opponent might not be God King Ink Desolation. To pass through here, they had to defeat her. Chapter 2746. In the illusory space, the dragon-horned woman had replicated all the abilities of the ink Qilin. Even the way she used it was almost identical. In the battle in the starry sky, the myriad beast emperors heavenly might had descended once again. In the endless space, millions of divine beasts galloped together with the ink Qilin. Long Chen had been able to break through such an attack the first time, let alone the second time. Since he only had to defeat her, perhaps it would be much easier. He transformed into the divine Tao heart refining dragon. Gold and black light shone brightly. He had the true majesty of a monarch, a supreme ruler. In front of the divine Tao heart refining dragon, the ink Qilin couldn't be considered a myriad beast monarch. He could command the beasts only because of his authority. Long Chen was very straightforward. Just like last time, he used the Karma Emperor sword again, using the power of karma to cut through the rules of authority. The dragon head sword of judgment exploded with divine might. Even though the beasts looked very terrifying, as if they wanted to trample the entire world under their feet, Long Chen's Karma Emperor sword was on a higher level. From the perspective of a judge, it suppressed the ink Qilin. Who are you? In fact, Long Chen was most shocked by the dragon-horned woman. She could actually replicate someone else's appearance and abilities. Even the armor of divine fortune was so vivid. It was incredible. If she transformed into someone else, or even a god emperor, wouldn't Long Chen have no way to resist? The Karma Emperor sword slashed down. The rules of authority were once again suppressed and destroyed by Long Chen. Long Chen's sword slashed at the ink Qilin again, but the ink Qilin used the armor of divine fortune to dodge. The Karma Emperor sword couldn't cut through the armor for now. The two separated again. The ink Qilin was still smiling at Long Chen. No matter what Long Chen said to her, she didn't say a word. Maybe she's just a tool of the Origin Dragon Palace. Or maybe she doesn't want to talk to me, or for some reason, she can't talk to me. In fact, it was very difficult for Long Chen to sense any hostility from this woman towards him. No matter what, he had to defeat her. Therefore, Long Chen decided to strike first. To be honest, he had never transformed into the chaotic essence Fate Dragon in battle. That was because the chaotic essence Fate Dragon's appearance was not powerful at all. But now, in order to defeat his opponent, Long Chen had no choice but to display his strongest state. He turned into the pure white chaotic origin Fate Dragon. At this moment, he was actually in the form of a young dragon. He was pure white and looked a little fat. His eyes were big and bright, and he looked extremely innocent. He even had a pair of crystal-clear wings. It was hard to imagine that the ancestral dragon of the past would actually look so cute. Lingxi liked it very much. Perhaps the chaotic Yuan Fate Dragon had once looked like this dragon baby. Long Chen wasn't here to act cute. Hence, after he transformed into the chaotic heavenly Fate Dragon, he used the Destiny Heavenly Eyes in his best condition. Only then would the chaotic heavenly Fate Dragon become terrifying. It would transcend all living things and possess the temperament of an unfathomable ruler of fate. Destiny Heavenly Eyes. The dragon eye had completely trapped the ink Qilin and controlled her. After the preemptive strike succeeded, Long Chen began to attack like a storm. First, he changed from the state of the chaotic heavenly Fate Dragon to that of the great Void Aeon Dragon. When the heavenly eye of destiny was used together with the time rupture, it would usually produce unexpected results. Time rupture. If it was the Void Aeon Dragon's true form, it wouldn't need to touch the destinable artifact to use it. After all, it was the strongest existence that could control time. These were Long Chen's two strongest nomological powers. He used them together to defeat this opponent. He couldn't care less about who this opponent was. He was here to explore the secrets of the Origin Dragon Palace and find Long Qinglan. Under the control of the Destiny Heavenly Eyes, the Ink Qilin couldn't escape time rupture. The Void Aeon Dragon's claws tore through time, especially the Ink Qilin's time. Just as he was about to succeed, Long Chen stopped his attack because his opponent had instantly changed from the gigantic Ink Qilin to another person. It was no longer the Ink Desolation God King, but a person in Long Chen's memories, a person that would forever be engraved in his heart. This was also the person he wanted to see the most. Long Qinglan. He suddenly stopped attacking and turned back into human form. He stared blankly at the man in front of him. The man was looking at him with a gentle and kind expression. His eyes were deep and filled with concern. It was just like how Long Chen had imagined him to be. At that moment, Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't even think about attacking. Father. The Long Qinglan in front of him was no different from the one he had seen in the past. He was so real, just like the Ink Desolation God King that the dragon-horned woman had transformed into. When Long Chen approached with tears in his eyes, thinking that he had found his father, the person in front of him changed rapidly. It was no longer Long Qinglan, but the dragon-horned woman. She was beautiful and graceful. The dragon horns on her forehead made her look even more elegant. It wasn't Long Qinglan. You were the one who transformed him just now? Long Chen hurriedly retreated. This woman was definitely a dangerous person. If she had attacked him in Long Qinglan's appearance, he probably wouldn't have been able to block her attack. Fortunately, she hadn't done so. After the dragon-horned woman appeared, she still didn't say anything. She waved her hand, and a small golden door appeared behind Long Chen. Long Chen understood. When he had used the Destiny Heavenly Eye and Time Fracture to suppress the Ink Qilin, he had already passed the test. The reason why the dragon-horned woman had transformed into Long Qinglan was probably a prank. She could vaguely see his memories and knew that he had fought with Ink Desolation God King. She also knew that his greatest goal in coming here was Long Qinglan. Do you recognize the person you just transformed into? If it's inconvenient for you to answer, just nod. Long Chen stared at this strange woman. She didn't move at all. Suddenly, she disappeared from this illusory space. From the last look in her eyes, Long Chen suddenly thought of someone. Curse World Protector. Dragon Attendant. This woman and the Curse World Protector had the same temperament. They were extremely ancient and mysterious. Perhaps they were in a state where they had forgotten everything and only remembered their mission. Then, they carried out their mission. Perhaps they had existed for too long. She's the ancestral dragon's dragon attendant? Of course, this was only an intuition guess for Long Chen. He had no basis. Now that he had passed the test, it was time for Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan to come in. As for how they would end up, it was impossible for Long Chen not to worry. When he sensed the power and strangeness of this dragon-horned woman, he was indeed somewhat worried. After all, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan still had certain flaws. He didn't know what kind of opponents this woman would arrange for them. He walked out of the golden door. His eyes lit up and he appeared on a golden platform again. He was instantly suppressed and almost lost all his fighting strength. There were 3 people in front of him. They were God King Ink Desolation, Light God King, and Star God King. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan weren't here. That meant this was the place after he passed the test. Sui Yan and Mo Xiaolang were on another golden platform. Your opponent should be me. God King Ink Desolation looked at him coldly. That's right. Shen Xiong was suppressed by the Golden Mountain. Next, Long Chen's main opponents were the 3 of them. 3 God Kings. God King Ink Desolation continued, do you know why I can guess that? That's because my opponent is you. I killed you just now. Long Chen laughed, that only means that the dragon-horned woman's imitation isn't good enough. Unexpectedly, the 3 God Kings were stunned. Star God King asked, "What's a dragon-horned woman?" Long Chen shut his mouth. It seemed that the three of them had never seen the woman with the dragon horns. It was possible that they had encountered her directly when they entered. This was sufficient to prove one thing, and that was that the woman just now was not unconscious. If she was unconscious, she would not have only appeared in front of Long Chen. She wouldn't have turned into Long Qinglan for no reason. There was no point in talking to the three God Kings now. Long Chen closed his eyes to rest. In reality, Sui Yan and Mo Xiaolang had a faith relationship with him. They were also part of this dragon sacrifice continent. Through this mysterious connection, Long Chen was very close to them. Even if he was suppressed by the rules here, he could still vaguely establish a connection with Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. "Big brother?" Mo Xiaolang sensed something and asked. Long Chen said, "Who's first? You or Yen, er?" Mo Xiaolang said, "Yen, first, I'll be the last." "What's in there?" Long Chen briefly explained what he and the three God Kings had encountered. He said, "Even Star God King and the rest could pass, so you guys shouldn't have much of a problem. It's about time to perform and don't let your opponents confuse you. If this Origin Dragon Palace needs to undergo many tests to enter, then this should be the first test. It shouldn't be too difficult. I have confidence in you guys." The unknown was even more terrifying. But now that they knew the general situation, it wasn't like that. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were a little nervous when they saw Shen Qiong's outcome, but now they were much better. "I'll go in first." Sui Yan mustered up her strength. After bidding farewell to Mo Xiaolang, she embarked on her journey alone. Long Chen had been paying attention to her. He wanted to see what Sui Yan had encountered. But the moment Sui Yan entered the small golden door, he suddenly lost contact with her. It seems like the dream space is even more sealed. Even the power of faith can't penetrate it. Long Chen could only wait patiently. The longer it took, the higher the possibility of passing. For example, Shen Qiong was quickly eliminated and suppressed by the Golden Mountain. Chapter 2747. Finally, Sui Yan came out of the dream space, panting. She was in a sorry state and was slightly injured, but it was nothing serious. If Long Chen could use his fire of life, he would be able to recover it in an instant. "What happened?" Long Chen asked. He didn't need to inform Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang knew that Sui Yan had passed when he saw the golden door open. Sui Yan glared at Starry Sky God King. "I defeated him." "Awesome." Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Mo Xiaolang's opponent was the Radiant God King. "What are you so proud of?" "I also tore you to pieces," Starry Sky God King said. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already entered and started his battle. Although he didn't know the specifics, Long Chen trusted him a lot. Sure enough, not long after, Mo Xiaolang also passed the dragon-horned woman's test and came to the new golden platform. There were a total of 6 experts here, and it was still 3 against 3. The golden platform began to move, heading towards the next location. The 6 divided into 2 sides. The Origin Dragon Palace might be a place from the Divine Dragon era until now. There must be many strange treasures here. The Divine Dragon World's #1 before the epoch is not simple. There must be a reason why the Divine Emperor asked us to find this place. I thought coming here was a complete waste of time. Starry Sky God Dragon looked at the soaring divine dragons around him and exclaimed. "Take control of this place first. When the Divine Emperor returns, he will naturally dig this place clean. As for the Eternal God race, there is no need to fear them. When we return to the Taihao region, they will have nothing to do with us." God King Ink Desolation said. As expected, they didn't care about the life and death of the dragon sacrificial continent. The reason they used the eternal opal was to suppress the dragon sacrificial continent, so that they could move freely on it. When they got what they wanted, they would naturally withdraw the eternal opal. Then, the dragon sacrificial continent wouldn't have a good ending. It was very likely that it would collapse quickly. In fact, when the eternal god race caught up to them, whether or not this place would be destroyed would depend on their mood. Since that's the case, why are all of you still putting on an act and currying favor with all living beings? You don't have to care about what they think of you. In any case, you are gods. Soi Eon hated them very much because they had also almost killed her sister and father. Starry Sky Godly King laughed and said, "The reason is very simple. We came back with such great fanfare. If the other forces knew that we're looking for something, they would definitely suspect that we're looking for something. However, if we're using the excuse of rebuilding our hometown, the other experts wouldn't bother to pay attention to us. We have to pretend that we're rebuilding our home in order to hide it from others, don't we? Of course, this was originally our hometown. It was just that it was ruined beyond recognition. The people here might really be our descendants, but they're too useless." Long Chen could roughly guess that this was the case. Back then, the one who kept talking about rebuilding their homeland was the Hell Godly King. It was also because of this that he saw Long Chen in a new light and wanted to nurture Long Chen properly. If they were really rebuilding their homeland, it would be reasonable. With the way you are, you don't have the qualifications to call the dragon sacrificial continent your hometown. Long Chen said. Godly King Ink Desolation said, "Whether we have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. It's just that we aren't now." His current mission was to chase this group of locusts out of the dragon sacrificial continent. All his hopes were placed in this origin dragon palace. Just as they were about to quarrel, another small golden door appeared in the void. Therefore, everyone shut their mouths. It was useless to say anything. They still had to see who could make it to the end. That small golden door fused into the light barrier and was already open, waiting for the adventurers to enter. The test this time would naturally be different from the previous one. The three godly kings happened to be there. Godly King Ink Desolation was very courageous. Without saying anything, he forcibly occupied that small golden door and said, "I'll go first for the second test." No one fought with him for it. From the previous tests, the order didn't have any meaning at all. After he entered, Long Chen and the rest still didn't know what he had experienced. But one thing was for sure, this time, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as the previous one. Godly King Ink Desolation entered decisively. This time, it took even longer. After about 45 minutes, the small golden door opened again. This meant that Godly King Ink Desolation had succeeded. As expected, he's still the most difficult Godly King to deal with. Seeing Godly King Ink Desolation success, Radiant Godly King and Starry Sky Godly King were very excited. Starry Sky Godly King smiled and said, "You guys have to be careful. I'll go first." With that, it was his turn. Everyone continued to wait. Godly King Ink Desolation passed smoothly. Presumably, Starry Sky Godly King could do it too, right? About 30 minutes passed. Being able to last for such a long time meant that Starry Sky Godly King could probably complete the task. But at this moment, a figure was blasted out from that small golden door. It was Starry Sky Godly King who was covered in blood. From entering in high spirits, to coming out in a pathetic state, his face was extremely pale. He turned back and shouted at Radiant Godly King, probably asking him to save him. But Radiant Godly King couldn't rush out at all. And at this moment, the huge golden mountain descended from the sky once again, suppressing Starry Sky Godly King's body and crushing him to the ground. Starry Sky Godly King was no longer breathing. No one knew if he was dead or alive. What a pity. If I had Blood Devour, I could have reached the God Lord realm. Long Chen took a glance at his tragic state and couldn't help but find it funny when he recalled his previous attitude. But even Starry Sky Godly King had failed. Could Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan pass? If they didn't pass, wouldn't their outcome be death? Big brother, the three of them looked at one another. Their eyes were heavy with worry. The radiant Godly King was the same. He and Starry Sky Godly King were actually similar. They both had their own strengths. Even Starry Sky Godly King at his peak ended up in such a miserable state. Maybe he, Long Chen patted their shoulders. The atmosphere was extremely heavy now. Long Chen said to them, "Don't worry. I'll go in first and tell you what you need to be aware of. This is an advantage they don't have. As long as it was not unknown, it wouldn't be that troublesome." All right. With this, they felt a little more at ease for the time being. The radiant Godly King mustered up his courage and set off in the end. Since he had come here to obtain the Origin Dragon Palace, there was no reason for him to be afraid. After he entered, there was another round of waiting. After all, no one knew what he had encountered. Even Starry Sky Godly King failed. He should be about the same, Sui Yan murmured. But unexpectedly, after a full hour, there seemed to be no movement. After a period of time, the small golden door actually opened again. Did he succeed? The three of them were slightly surprised. In terms of battle prowess, the radiant Godly King was about the same as Starry Sky Godly King. Moreover, Starry Sky Godly King had the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. Did that mean that the Divine Dragon bloodline was useless? If that was the case, Long Chen's greatest advantage would probably be gone. However, Long Chen had to go in now. Don't panic. Stay calm. I'm going in. Long Chen said to them firmly before striding through the small golden door. After passing through the door, he was greeted with heavy killing intent. This immediately made Long Chen think of a place. The Death's World. Although it was rather unbelievable, it was undeniable that this place felt exactly the same as the Death's World. For example, when Long Chen hovered there, he was surrounded by blood-red mist. It was the deathly aura of the Death's World. It was extremely dense, and staying in there was terrifying torture. Of course, this was a form of enjoyment for Long Chen. It was time to appear. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Long Chen. This person was a man dressed exactly like the Curse Realm Guardian. He wore a loose robe and hood, making it difficult to see his face clearly. The difference was that his robe was completely blood-red, as if it was stained with blood. Through the hood, a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. From the outline of his chin, Long Chen found that this person looked exactly like him. Or even, the same. If their appearances were the same, then the difference in temperament would be huge. Because Long Chen had inherited 5 types of inherited blood essence, his temperament had also changed. However, this guy in front of him only had one temperament, and he completely embodied this cold-blooded and merciless temperament. That bloodthirsty aura was simply like that of the ancient blood spirit dragon. The Curse Realm Guardian's attire matched the temperament of the ancient blood spirit dragon. This made Long Chen's mind shake, and he blurted out, "You're the ancient blood spirit dragon's dragon attendant." Even the dragon-horned woman from before was an ancestral dragon's dragon attendant. Long Chen now knew that the 9th ancestral dragon was compatible with the first of the 9 grades, the fantasy grade. It was related to the fantasy and transformation, and that was what the dragon-horned woman had displayed just now. And the 8th ancestral dragon was the ancient blood spirit dragon. Didn't that mean that he might encounter the 7th ancestral dragon's dragon attendant below? He didn't have time to think too much. The blood-robed dragon attendant didn't care about what he said and directly attacked. What surprised Long Chen again was that he used the slaughter dragon seal from the get-go. That was Long Chen's ancestral dragon law, and it was also his first ancestral dragon law. However, the blood-robed dragon attendant's law was slightly different from his own. It wasn't as comprehensive, but it had also multiplied to the peak, and its killing power was also quite domineering. Clearly, it hadn't inherited this law, but had been guided to learn it. In that case, it was very likely that the real ancient blood spirit dragon had guided it. Long Chen couldn't help but use the slaughter dragon seal against it. Their slaughter dragon seals collided, and the result was Long Chen lost. The other party's understanding of the slaughter law was as deep as the sea. This made Long Chen understand that this wasn't a simple battle. He might not be able to defeat his opponent with the slaughter law alone, because that was what his opponent was best at. However, he still had 4 other laws. Someone had asked him to come to the Origin Dragon Palace to see Long Qinglan. Now that both of them could be dragon attendants, then what was Long Qinglan? Wasn't he just the eternal dragon emperor? Or was he the god of Taisha? Chapter 2748. The Origin Dragon Palace was filled with questions. Long Chen did not know what awaited him ahead. Now that Ink Desolation God King and Radiant God King had passed this trial, what Long Chen needed to do was to find a turning point in the Origin Dragon Palace as soon as possible. After that, he indeed had to leave. This was because Divine Emperor Di Jun would descend in 3 months. It might not even be 3 months. He had to find a solution as soon as possible. At least for now, his future was still filled with danger. He had roughly guessed the identity of this opponent. Even so, the opponent still ignored him and continued to fight him mercilessly. Spiritual Refinement Flame. The opponent's body burned with blood-colored flames. They grew stronger and fought against Long Chen violently. Long Chen also swept up the Spiritual Refinement Flame to fight back. The advantage of fighting against this blood-robed dragon servant was that he could see the nomological laws he was proficient in from others. Because of this, he could learn things that he had overlooked in the past. For him, this was a great benefit. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Even if it would make Mo Xiaolang and the others worry for a while longer, Long Chen was also in a stalemate. Although the opponent used the massacre nomological laws better than him, Long Chen did not think he would lose to him. Since you are a dragon servant, perhaps you should know me. I have inherited the primordial blood spiritual dragon's essence blood. He believed that since the dragon-horned woman had faced him with her true appearance and treated him specially, the opponent before him should be conscious. However, after Long Chen said a few words, the opponent still did not respond. He roughly knew that no matter what he said, the opponent would not respond. Therefore, he continued to fight. Blood Spirit Thrust. He did not expect that his opponent would even use the Blood Spirit Thrust. Although he did not use his divine dragon body, he was still able to use it exquisitely. Although it was not as powerful as Long Chen's, its lethality was more ferocious. If Long Chen were to use the Blood Spirit Thrust to fight him head-on, he would definitely lose. Since this person could be a dragon attendant of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, it was likely that Mo Xiaolang and the others would encounter him. Long Chen was well aware of his strength. If Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan wanted to pass this stage, it would be very difficult. Moreover, if they failed, it was very likely that they would be directly suppressed or even killed. Time Rupture. Long Chen used the Peerless Dragon Salure to block the Blood Spirit Thrust. The Peerless Blade scripture was one thing, but what was even stronger was the Time Laws. This was practically Long Chen's Time Laws that struck the blood-robed dragon attendant, but he also allowed the power of the Blood Spirit Thrust to send the Peerless Dragon Salure in his hands flying. Long Chen had used the Fire of Life, so his injuries were not serious. However, he had successfully used the Time Laws to restrict the blood-robed dragon attendant, so the next step was very simple. He then used the Karma King sword to strike the blood-robed dragon attendant, forcing it to retreat. If not for Long Chen showing mercy in the end, the blood-robe dragon attendant would have been even more injured. Although a single killing rule was stronger, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat him with the other 4 rules. At this time, the blood-robe dragon attendant instantly turned into a blood mist and dissipated into the air. A small golden door appeared at his original position. Success. Long Chen was not too surprised. Instead, he was even more confused. If he had consciousness and knew his identity, why didn't he talk to him or communicate with him? Or could it be that he actually had no consciousness and was just a puppet? Was the so-called dragon attendant also just his guess? After all, the protector of the curse world had even told him that he was a dragon attendant. He estimated the blood-robe dragon attendant's strength and could not help but worry for Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Now, he could only go out and tell them about the situation here as soon as possible. As expected, when he stepped out, he saw that God King Ink Desolation was slightly injured, while God King Radiance was more seriously injured. Under this suppression, he could not recover and could only continue. With such injuries, if there were more tests later, he would not be able to endure it at all. From the surrounding situation, this was the 3rd golden platform. Clearly, he would continue to advance. Seeing that Long Chen was unharmed, God King Ink Desolation was expressionless. The 2 of them were a little less talkative. Long Chen said, "Did you fight me again?" He wanted to know if the 2 God King's opponents were the blood-robe dragon attendants. Long Chen had already seen clearly during the battle. The blood-robe dragon attendant looked exactly like him. It was like another version of him. From the expressions of the 2 God Kings, his guess was correct. Therefore, he passed on everything he knew to Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, telling them in more detail. In reality, the 2 of them understood him quite well. Since even the Radiance God King could pass, they might not be able to. However, Long Chen was also worried that they would be too heavily injured. After all, who knew how many similar challenges they would have to face in the future? This time, it was still Sui Yan who went first. Mo Xiaolang wanted her to know that she had Long Chen in front of her and him behind her. They could both support her and give her a sense of security. No one knew what would happen after entering. Sui Yan mustered up her courage and said, "Big brother Xiaolang, don't worry. I'll wait for you in front." With that, she directly flashed into the blood-red world. The connection between her and Long Chen was also cut off. Mo Xiaolang stared at the door and clenched his fists. He could not help but tremble. The last thing he wanted to see was Sui Yan being thrown out of the golden door and then suppressed by the golden mountain. Time passed quietly. It seemed like she could be suddenly eliminated at any moment. Long Chen could understand that kind of torture. He was naturally concerned about Sui Yan and Lingxi in the past. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, it was peaceful outside, but there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle inside. Furthermore, it was Sui Yan fighting alone. Her only advantage was probably that she understood these rules of Long Chen better, Yener. For Long Chen and the others, since the awakening of the primordial demon clan, every step they had taken had been thrilling, and this was the most thrilling journey they had taken. Before the outcome was determined, every moment was torture to Mo Xiaolang. At a certain moment, just as he was about to tear the small golden door apart and rush in, the small golden door suddenly opened. Mo Xiaolang was stunned. On the other side, Long Chen watched Sui Yan emerge. She seemed to be extremely tired, but surprisingly, she was not heavily injured. She was not as heavily injured as the Radiant God King. Although Mo Xiaolang was not a God King right now, Long Chen was not worried about Mo Xiaolang at all. Now that Sui Yan was safe, he could finally relax. She arrived before Long Chen and could not help but cry. She choked, "I thought I would never see you again." "It's fine." Long Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as we're here, we won't let you be alone." Xiao Lang has already gone in. Sui Yan nodded heavily. It was her turn to worry now. Long Chen said, Xiao Lang has always been able to create miracles. This won't be a problem for him. His trust was not wrong. In reality, Mo Xiaolang emerged around the same time as Long Chen. Although he was rather tired, he was fine. After seeing Long Chen and Sui Yan, he shook his head and smiled. Fortunately, I see you use these often. Otherwise, we would really be in big trouble. He and Sui Yan embraced each other and survived this ordeal. Long Chen could understand how they felt. Afterwards, the golden platform continued to advance. The starry god kings were suppressed by the golden mountain, so only 5 remained. Moreover, the radiant god king was heavily injured. If there was another trial, he clearly could not pass it. Now, the god kings were not so confident. However, God King Ink Desolation's eyes were calm. He was not greatly affected. He closed his eyes and did not communicate with the others. Now was the time to face the next trial. From dream to death, then next should be primordial desolation. But, what kind of ancestral dragon servant is the Curse World Protector? The ancestral dragons that have not been seen yet are Devour, Dream, Primordial Desolation, then the first and second, Origin and Primordial. Origin and Primordial should be impossible. Then the Curse World Protector might be the 7th ancestral dragon, Primordial Desolation. After all, Devour is not below the 9th rank. But next, from Death, which is the Primordial Bloodline Dragon, it should be the 7th ancestral dragon, Primordial Desolation. Will the Curse World Protector appear here? Whether the 2 they saw before were dragon servants or not would be revealed soon. If the Curse World Protector appeared next, it meant they were dragon servants. But the question was, why would the Curse World Protector appear here? If not, but it was related to Primordial Desolation, then it meant the 2 before were not dragon servants either. They just happened to be at the 9th rank. As expected, they saw the next door. It was time for the answer to be revealed. The tiny golden door fused into the light barrier and waited for everyone to advance. This time, Godly Monarch Ink Desolation did not take the vanguard. Perhaps he knew that from the previous 2 checkpoints, the 3rd checkpoint was close to his limit. He might need more time to prepare before he could clear it. But at this moment, the Light God King stood up and said, "I'll go first. I can't make it through anyway. Ink Desolation, I'll leave everything to you. I'll see if I can give you some hints." They did not expect such a situation after entering the Origin Dragon Palace. If you can make it through, then do your best. Otherwise, the God Emperor will have to come and save you. God King Ink Desolation said. He did not think that being crushed by the Golden Mountain was death. All right. The Light God King said no more and stepped into the small golden door. From God King Ink Desolation's words, they probably thought that victory was in their grasp. Even if they could not make it into the Origin Dragon Palace, the God Emperor Jun would get everything here when he arrived. As for Long Chen, he was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for him to fight the entire celestial system. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Light God King was bounced out of the small golden door. He was covered in blood and had lost his consciousness. He could not even warn the others before he was crushed by the Golden Mountain. He was a bloody mess. Chapter 2749. From Shenxiong to Starry Sky to Radiant God King, a total of 7 God Kings had entered. Now, 3 of them were crushed by the terrifying Golden Mountain. They were badly mutilated and had lost contact with them. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Now, only 4 were left. Although everyone was fine for now, it did not mean that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan would be fine. At least, the 2 dragon attendants had almost reached their limits. Now that they saw Radiant God King in an even worse state, everyone could not help but gasp. The third golden door. What was hidden inside? Could it be the Curse World Protector? The Curse World Protector had been a perfection god king. What kind of power would he display now? If it was not him, who could it be? For a moment, the four inside the golden light barrier fell silent. God King Ink Desolation's face was livid because he was the only one left on his side. Even the other gods were in Radiant God King's God Nation. He did not know if they were dead or alive, but there was no movement from them for now. He pondered for a while. The Origin Dragon Palace was indeed terrifying. His greatest limit should be this test in front of him. Therefore, he suddenly said, according to the rules here, as long as one of us remains here, we won't go to the next place. Anyway, I won't be leaving. You guys can do whatever you want. He wanted to retreat and buy time for Divine Emperor Dijun's arrival. There was not much time left anyway. Moreover, they had already told Dijun the entrance here. If Divine Emperor and other Perfection God Kings, or even Ultimate God Kings came here, the Origin Dragon Palace would naturally be within their reach. Moreover, in the Eternal God clan, Shen Yang was already dead, Shen Qiong was suppressed, and the sacrificial God Great World was very far away from here. By the time the 8 great divine emperors found this place, Dijun would probably have turned the entire dragon sacrificial continent upside down. So God King Ink Desolation made a very rational decision. He was forcing Longchen. Because Longchen definitely could not continue wasting time like this. If he delayed until Dijun returned, he would really have no way out. The fate of the dragon sacrificial continent was now in his hands. But the Origin Dragon Palace will not let you stay here to buy time. Longchen's thoughts were different from God King Ink Desolation's. He felt that he could delay, but Longchen felt that it might not be possible. He could not delay like God King Ink Desolation. Even if he was worried about Imo Xiaolang and Soi Yan, he had no other choice. Big brother, let's go. Don't worry about us. We'll get through it eventually, won't we? Since he doesn't have the guts, we can barge through this Origin Dragon Palace. Imo Xiaolang said firmly. At the same time, he understood that the three of them had no other way out other than to venture out. Brother Longchen, I'm not afraid. Soi Yan was also very persistent. There was a kind of tenacity in her eyes. That was the desire for success and the future. Just like Longchen, he also had faith in the future of Draconic Sacrificial Continent. Alright. There were so many people who could fight alongside him. So what if he failed? In the face of fate, he could only fight bravely with passion. Longchen bade farewell to Imo Xiaolang and Soi Yan. He looked at God King Ink Desolation coldly and mocked, I originally respected you, but I didn't expect you to be a coward. Humph. God King Ink Desolation insisted on his opinion. Longchen stepped into the small golden door after the Radiant God King. He had to set a good example for Imo Xiaolang and Soi Yan. Only then would they have the courage to challenge. Otherwise, if he failed, it would be hard for them to have the confidence. Then, it would not just be his failure, but the entire dragon sacrificial continent's failure. That would disappoint countless people. Furthermore, he truly wanted to see if it would be the guardian of the curse world. He also wanted to see if those two from before were dragon attendants. He also wanted to see who exactly Long Qinglan was. Inside the small golden door. All of a sudden, a refreshing feeling of life washed over him. Longchen looked around and was very shocked. What he saw was an endless forest with endless greenery. This was an incomparably prosperous world of life. It was very detailed, there were even sun, moon, and stars. Below his feet were mountains and trees. In the sky, there were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and so on. All the elements of life were very clear here. This was a world much more beautiful than draconic sacrificial continent. It was very similar to Long Chen's god nation. If it was the curse realm protector that represented desolation, then this would already be a dead world. Even if it wasn't the curse realm protector, according to the order of dream and massacre, the next one should be desolation. However, this place seemed to have jumped to the fourth rank, creation, which was also the life represented by the Tai Chi spirit dragon. Life and creation. The third door was actually the fourth rank? Were these small doors not arranged according to the ninth rank, or were there other reasons? Long Chen didn't have time to think so much. Previously, he thought that after entering, no matter what he saw, he would be able to confirm whether those two were dragon attendants or not. Unexpectedly, even after entering, he still couldn't confirm it. The surroundings were filled with lush, ancient trees that reached the sky. Suddenly, on the branches of an ancient tree ahead, a man wearing a green robe appeared. He was very slender and had a fair complexion. Of course, under the wide hood, not much of his face could be seen. Without a doubt, this was a handsome man. His entire body was filled with majestic life energy. It was as though he was the core of this world. The sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, and trees were all within his body. Law of life? Long Chen became vigilant. Presumably, this guy would use the ancestral dragon's nomological mystique. As soon as he thought of that, he never thought he would actually use it. The green-robed man suddenly leapt into the air and appeared on the towering tree. He bathed in the sun and suddenly struck out. Under the influence of the laws of life, a piece of the sun actually fell from the sky and landed in his hand. It was a huge, destructive fireball. It was several tens of thousand times larger than the green-robed man and several times more powerful than the sacrifice of the sun that Long Chen used. As expected, he was proficient in many of the laws of the Taiji dragon. The sacrifice of the sun descended. Long Chen raised his head. The entire sky was covered in flames, and the surrounding temperature had risen to the limit. He understood that this green-robed man was definitely even more powerful than the blood-robed dragon attendants. He would be difficult to deal with. It was even very likely that he also possessed the flame of life and an undying body. 14 Lives Formation. If Long Chen also used the sacrifice of the sun against him, he would be looking to die. I really don't know how Xiao Lang and the others will deal with such an expert. No wonder the Radiant God King had been thrown away instantly. This could be seen from the scale of the sacrifice of the sun. Long Chen's advantage was that he could turn into the ancestral dragon. When the scale of the sacrifice of the sun descended, he turned into the Taiji dragon and used the life dragon as a foundation to cast down the 14 Lives Formation. There were a total of 14 layers, blocking the path of the sacrifice of the sun. Convert. Next, it was time for the conversion of the 14 Lives Formation and the destructive power of the sacrifice of the sun. The two actually came from the same source, but the sacrifice of the sun was only a small part of the Taiji dragon's laws. Long Chen could use the simplest method to convert the power of the sacrifice of the sun into the power of the sacrifice of the sun. Reverse. Break. Under the tremendous pressure, Long Chen reversed almost all of his opponent's power and sent it flying back into the sky. The scene that could be seen was that the huge, fiery, and destructive sun was directly reversed by Long Chen and sent back into the sky, completely returning to the green-robed man. However, the other party did not seem to care at all. He charged through the power of the sun sacrifice. Long Chen saw countless amounts of energy destroying his body, but in reality, he was burning a kind of life force. No matter what kind of injuries he suffered, his divine body would almost instantly recover. This was the true undying body. Compared to Long Chen, his recovery speed was much faster. "Are you a life dragon servant?" Long Chen tried asking. As expected, the opponent's eyes were wooden and did not reply to Long Chen. Instead, he continued to attack. Within the laws of life, there were many other powers that were displayed even more perfectly in his hands. From the dragon-horned woman in the illusory world to the fellow who looked exactly like me in the world of bloodshed, to this man with the laws of life, they are all displaying the laws of the ancestral dragon. Just like the Curse Realm Protector, they must be dragon servants. This origin dragon palace must have been passed down from the ancestral dragon before the epoch. Then, my father. If they were dragon servants, and Long Qinglan was here, would he also be a dragon servant? Dragon servant of the great void dragon? But what about the god of primordial beginning? Long Chen had many shocking guesses, but he could not confirm any of them. He could only charge bravely. He believed that the origin dragon palace would not mistreat him. His father must be waiting for him up ahead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Next was the frenzied bombardment of the green-robed man. He used the 14 sacrifices in succession. Stellar sacrifice. Flame sacrifice. Storm sacrifice. Lightning sacrifice. Each time he used it, it was several times stronger than the 14 sacrifices that Long Chen used. It could even be 10 times stronger. In the face of these simple attacks, Long Chen had to display his strongest nomological laws. It seems that when a single law is cultivated to the extreme, it can be very terrifying. Even if it's just the massacre dragon seal or the 14 sacrifices. Long Chen had a new understanding. Death Realm Dragon Gate. He transformed into his primordial bloodline dragon and retracted all the opponent's attacks into the Death Realm. He only had one chance to fight. To be honest, it was very satisfying to fight an opponent who was proficient in his own laws. Long Chen had learned a lot from his previous battle with the blood-robed dragon servant. He was not particularly proficient in the laws of life, but from his battle with the green-robed man, he had improved very quickly. He had gained a lot of understanding that he did not know before. Moreover, Long Chen urgently needed to pave the way and find the opponent's weakness so that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan could pass. The opponent was also immortal. Therefore, this battle was destined to be long and bitter. Chapter 2750. 14th Sacrifice, Flame of Life, and 14th Lifeforms Formation. After seeing the green-robed man use it, Long Chen finally realized where he was lacking. Before he entered the Origin Dragon Palace, apart from him, no one else in this world could use the ancestral dragon nomological laws. Therefore, he had to figure it out on his own and had never seen it live. Moreover, he was most proficient in the nomological laws of massacre and time. His understanding of life, karma, and fate was still shallow. Needless to say, the green-robed man had helped him a lot in this battle. He was indeed stalling for time and finding a solution for Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Therefore, he had spent a lot of time in this battle. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were probably very worried. However, in this battle, because he had observed the opponent's nomological laws, he had gained a better understanding of the 14th sacrifice, 14th lifeforms formation, and flame of life. The power of these three nomological laws had also become stronger, allowing Long Chen to rely on the nomological laws of life to almost match the opponent. Yes, the opponent was almost undying. However, Long Chen also had the flame of life, so it was the same. Almost there. Although it is very terrifying, Xiaolang and Yan Er's attacks are related to devouring. They are not afraid of his undying body and can threaten his life. I have a certain degree of confidence. Without the fire forbidden zone and the black hole whirlpool, Long Chen reckoned that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan would not have been able to truly harm the opponent. Apart from this, there was nothing he could do to help them. Destiny Heavenly Eye. Long Chen planned to defeat the opponent at this moment. Every time he comprehended a new Destiny Heavenly Eye, it was his key nomological law. At this moment, his left eye was burning with countless flames of fate, as though there were trillions of lives hidden in it. The gazes of the billions of lives were focused on the green-robed man, causing him to change rapidly. He had great power, but he could not use it for a short period of time. The nomological law of fate was a kind of imprisonment from immortals to mortals. It was effective. The green-robed man stood still, his green eyes looking at Long Chen quietly. His body was still burning with the flame of life. Admit defeat. Long Chen held onto the blade in his hand. The peerless dragon slaughtering saber had never been good at attacking the time laws, but now it had become his killing move. The time fracture was extremely effective, especially when used with the Destiny Heavenly Pupil. Peerless Saber Scripture activated. The black saber aura erupted, and the power to shatter time was hidden within it. It was its most terrifying power. Before the time rupture, the green-robed man did not move at all. His calm eyes gave Long Chen a very bad premonition. His intuition told him that he would not be able to defeat his opponent this time. The green-robed man must have other means. What would that be? Just as Long Chen's heart was trembling, the green-robed man suddenly opened his mouth slightly. Between his green lips, a green gem appeared. Perhaps the glowing green gem was his tongue. Under the light, Long Chen couldn't see what it was. However, just like the flame of life that was burning all over his body, it could be seen that the green glow in his mouth was filled with the power of life. That boundless life force surpassed any of the 14th sacrifice, the 14th life formation, or the flame of life. This should be a law of life that even I haven't comprehended yet. And it's the Tai Chi spirit dragons. This thought suddenly flashed through Long Chen's mind. That's right. The green-robed man's calm and mysterious expression truly made people feel uneasy. All of this happened in an instant. When the green glow appeared from his mouth, in that instant, Long Chen felt as if he had entered a green tunnel, surrounded by high-speed whirlpools with huge fluctuations. He and the beautiful green-robed man were in two different parts of the tunnel. In his slightly opened mouth, the green glow was dazzling, surging, and even suppressed Long Chen's time rupture. The law of life. Long Chen could definitely confirm it. Furthermore, it was a terrifying law of life that transcended his understanding. The green glow was like a source, the source of life. In the entire green tunnel, countless life forces were gathering towards this source and surging into it. He had used this law to break Long Chen's time rupture and the heavenly eye of destiny, which was quite terrifying. Of course, Long Chen didn't use these two laws to their strongest state. If he had used his dragon form, it definitely wouldn't have been so simple. He finally felt the effect of this law for himself. In this green tunnel, Long Chen was almost the only thing with life. Life was the most important thing to any living creature or deity. Without life, one would die. One could even see life as a type of element. The more of this element one had, the more exuberant one's life force was, and the more likely one was to be a deity. Long Chen had the flame of life, so he could replenish this element at any time. However, the source of life that the green-robed man spoke of was currently taking away Long Chen's life. It was a transfer, and it was also taking away. The terrifying thing about this law was that Long Chen could feel his life force being devoured, finally converging at the green source in the mouth. Under the law, his life force turned into specific elements, and under the overbearing devouring of the green-robed man, his life force became lesser and lesser. If this continued, he would wither away and eventually lose his life. This was stripping away Long Chen's life. Directly devouring the elements of life. The Tai Chi life-form dragon was a dragon of life and creation. Among them, the 14 sacrifice and the 14 life formation were considered part of creation. Currently, only the flame of life belonged to the true law of life. This terrifying law that the green-robed man had used was also a true law of life. If the flame of life was said to give life, then this law was said to be stripping away life. This was a vicious attack. For the Tai Chi life-form dragon, which was famous for its creation, this kind of brutal attack was actually quite rare. But what the green-robed man had used was a form of stripping away life. Long Chen could see with his own eyes that his life force was slowly surging towards the green source. Even the speed at which his flame of life was flowing could not be replenished. If not for the flame of life constantly replenishing his life force, he would soon lose his life and die. Even if he had the flame of life, if he could not escape from this green tunnel, he would undoubtedly die. This fellow is truly terrifying. Although Long Chen could see his life fading away, he could still remain calm. Now, he was faced with a choice. Should he transform into a dragon and tear open this green tunnel, or should he fight? Fight, of course, to cherish the opportunity when the other party used this law. This was definitely the ancestral dragon's law. The Life Tao seal definitely had such a law. Now that someone had used it, it was a rare opportunity to activate it. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. In the future, he would face even greater challenges. Thus, Long Chen chose to fight. Fight! He clenched his fists and madly urged the flame of life to protect himself. He also completely immersed his mind in the green tunnel around him, immersed in the green source that the green-robed man had mentioned. He had to comprehend it. As for how much he had to pay, that would depend on his luck. Everything that would decide his future was in this Origin Dragon Palace. If he did not fight now, when Divine Emperor Jun returned and the Eternal God Tribe descended, he would not even have the chance to fight. He clenched his teeth tightly. Every instant was the loss of his life. This process brought him dizziness, and the pain of his life slipping away. It was as though tens of thousands of years had passed in an instant. But he persisted. Since he had made the bet, he would not hesitate. This was the time when he needed to believe in himself the most. If he was half-hearted and worried, he would lose everything and even die here. Thus, he isolated himself from all the pain and tried to comprehend the true meaning of this law. Making such a choice required courage. This is a kind of natural law. It's devouring my life, transferring my life to the source in his mouth. In front of this law, life is a type of element. Every living creature has a certain amount of life in their body. Once they lose their life, even gods will die. The crux of this law is to turn life into elements. It is to strip it from the other party's body and return it to the source. And the Tai Chi spirit dragon is the source of all life. I think, it should be like this. Long Chen had been immersed in the changes of the law and had forgotten that he was already a dying man. Towards the end, even his body had shriveled up. And because the green-robed man had absorbed his life, he had become unprecedentedly powerful. If this continued, he would die. But the more he did so, the more he was immersed in it. This was the power of the law. Most of the time, there was no way back in the future. Thus, Long Chen could only do this and move forward bravely. He did not know when, but he had understood the name of this law. The source of life. Corresponding to the flame of life, fire itself was destructive, but it brought life. And the source of life was the source of life, but it took it back and took it away. This law had a very strong will, and that was that the person who used it was the creator, the giver of all life. It was precisely because of this that it had the right to take back life and return it to the source. Perhaps this was the case in the era of the dragon god. The Tai Chi spirit dragon gave life and took it back. After occupying this highest point, Long Chen was able to master it thoroughly. If the green-robed man hadn't personally demonstrated it to him and given him such a good opportunity, he didn't know how long it would have taken for him to comprehend this source of life. Thus, he had to thank the other party. But he could not fully thank him, because the other party had not shown him any mercy. For example, at this moment, Long Chen's body was on the verge of losing its life. After a while, he would probably die. Almost at the last moment, Longchen suddenly turned into the Tai Chi spirit dragon. The 14 dragon heads surrounded the dragon head of life. He wanted to take back his life. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Something happened, but it has been resolved. There was one more update, around 23. Chapter 2751. The Yin-Yang life-form dragon was the center, the life dragon's head. Although the 14 dragon heads existed, they were still under the control of the life dragon's head. Now that the Yin-Yang life-form dragon had appeared, the green tunnel nearly burst open. The vortex expanded. Of course, with the loss of life, Long Chen had become extremely withered, even on the verge of death. The price to comprehend this rule was simply too great. But fortunately, his hard work and decisive decision had finally paid off. Now, he had grasped the rule of the source of life. Attack! The 14 dragon heads came in different colors. There were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, thunder, and so on. They were incomparably beautiful. The star dragon's head shone with a dazzling light, but as the other dragon heads revolved around it, the life dragon's head was like an emperor descending, its eyes bursting with a resplendent green light. Source of life. The moment the rule was activated, Long Chen opened his mouth just like the green-robed man. However, Long Chen's was the life dragon's head. A green bead also appeared in his mouth, erupting with boundless life energy. This green bead was the materialization of the source of life's rule. The Yin-Yang life-form dragon's bead was much larger than the one in the green-robed man's mouth. His politeness at this moment was equivalent to disregarding his own life. Long Chen's green eyes burst with a dazzling light, and the 14 dragon heads roared wildly. His source of life had officially been activated. After transforming into an ancestral dragon, the advantage was instantly manifested. The life elements that had been swallowed by the green-robed man constantly surged towards Long Chen, completely reversing and being absorbed back by Long Chen's source of life. Even the direction of the vortex in the green tunnel had reversed, turning around Long Chen. Following that, the green-robed man's source of life, the life energy that had originally belonged to Long Chen. Indeed, time had reversed. The green-robed man frowned slightly. He was still fighting against Long Chen, and he was also activating his source of life to deprive Long Chen of his life. However, the tables had turned. Although he was fighting back, he was just like Long Chen, who was using his life force to fight back. There was no way for him to achieve a balance. Instead, he was losing his life force. As of this moment, Long Chen's life force essence shone brighter and brighter, and the green-robed man's life force essence grew dimmer and dimmer. Everything he had taken from Long Chen was now being spat out. Once this reversal was formed, unless the green-robed man also had a huge transformation like Long Chen, he would be devoured to death. Of course, time was a big factor in this. The deprivation of the source of life was not that violent. Of course, it was also because the green-robed man was proficient in the Tao of life that he was able to maintain a stalemate. If it was anyone else, the deprivation of life would have been even more brutal. You lost. Long Chen relied on his powerful willpower to completely suppress the green-robed man. The green-robed man had given up on using his source of life to devour, but the situation was already completely under Long Chen's control. It was difficult for him to escape from the green tunnel. If Long Chen had chosen to tear the green tunnel from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have been able to comprehend the law of the source of life. Now, the various ancestral dragons' laws had reached the blood devour, time rupture, source of life, and heavenly eye of destiny. They were already rather terrifying. They were all very mature laws that were comparable to high-level god-monarch laws, or even higher. If Long Chen had greater strength, it would be even more terrifying. After all, every law was unique. Boom! Boom! The devouring of life was like a storm. When the green-robed man's source of life dimmed, and the Tai Chi life-form dragon's source of life shone brightly, Long Chen's life force that had been sucked away returned to the green-robed man. He could choose to continue devouring his opponent and deprive him of his life. However, Long Chen believed that he was a dragon servant of life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the ancestral dragon's mystique, nor would he have used the ancestral dragon's mystique that he hadn't even comprehended. He had to be a dragon servant of the ancestral dragon to be qualified to be bestowed such power. Therefore, when it came time to take back everything, Long Chen naturally chose to stop. Moreover, he was extremely grateful to the green-robed man for helping him comprehend the source of life. This was a favor. He stopped and transformed into his human form. The green tunnel disappeared completely. The green-robed man found it hard to react. He seemed to have been prepared to be killed. However, Long Chen didn't do so. Although he was in a sorry state, he was willing to concede defeat. He didn't linger. With a wave of his hand, a small golden door appeared in front of Long Chen. This meant that Long Chen had passed. My father, Long Qinglan, is he a dragon servant of the great void Aeon dragon? Before the green-robed man left, Long Chen stood in front of him and asked in a loud and clear voice. He stared at the green-robed man's eyes, trying to find some information from them. Senior, please point out a path for me. Without another word, Long Chen half-knelt on the ground. Although he couldn't confirm the identity of the person in front of him, he firmly believed that these people wouldn't harm him. They were like the guardians of the curse realm. When he half-knelt on the ground, the green-robed man finally revealed some changes. Continue forward. 4 words. Just 4 words, but it made Long Chen extremely excited. However, before he could say anything, the green-robed man had already turned into a green mist and completely disappeared. He really has consciousness. He really spoke. Long Chen was extremely excited. He could finally confirm that his guess was correct. The Origin Dragon Palace definitely wouldn't harm him. Even if it was a difficult situation, he believed that with the help of these seniors, he would definitely be able to survive. The entire Draconic continent would also be able to survive. They fought for survival and glory. Speaking proved that the 3 people Long Chen met weren't puppets. They really existed. They were very likely like the guardians of the curse realm. They might even be the dragon attendants. Illusion Dragon Servant, Massacre Dragon Servant, and Life Dragon Servant. Why didn't they reach the primordial grade? Instead, they went from Massacre to Creation grade. It was very likely that the guardians of the curse realm that represented the primordial grade weren't in the Origin Dragon Palace, but in the curse realm. This was Long Chen's guess. He even guessed that the deeper he went, the more dragon servants he would see. They might even be the dragon servants of the 10 ancestor dragons. Just like how the life dragon servant allowed him to continue forward. Filled with excitement, he stepped through the small golden door. As expected, he arrived at the 4th golden platform. Of course, he was the only one here. He was the first person to pass the 3rd test. Although he was excited, he still had to explain to Mo Xiaolang what he had encountered this time and how he needed to deal with the green-robed man. On this side, a full 4 hours passed. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were extremely nervous. But at this time, they finally saw the small golden door open again, indicating that Long Chen had passed the test. Big brother, how are you? Are your injuries serious? Mo Xiaolang asked anxiously. In their opinion, after fighting for such a long time, he must have been seriously injured. Don't worry, I'm not injured. I have to explain the situation quickly. Just listen carefully. With Long Chen's affirmative answer, the two heaved a sigh of relief. Do you remember what I told you about the curse realm? The guardian of the curse realm claimed to be the ancestor dragon's dragon servant. I suspect that the three we met were all ancestor dragon's dragon servants. The first one is the 9th-ranked ancestor dragon, related to illusion and transformation. The second one is the primordial spiritual blood dragon. That dragon servant looks exactly like me and also uses the ancestor dragon's laws. As for the third one, it should be the curse realm guardian representing the primordial desolation, but he is in the curse realm. So this time, I met the Tai Chi lifeform dragon's dragon servant. Maybe he is the life dragon servant. Hearing this speculation, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were confused. They simply couldn't believe it. Big brother Long Chen, then what should we do? Long Chen replied, in that case, we should be more confident. In this Origin Dragon Palace, we have the absolute advantage. Now, we only have one opponent, Ink Desolation God King. Of course, the most important thing now is to let you pass the Life Dragon Servant's test. I will explain to you the techniques of fighting him. First of all, the Life Dragon Servant was immortal. Ordinary attacks couldn't really hurt him. Even Mo Xiaolang's ancestral flame couldn't really hurt him. Only devouring. Either the Fire Forbidden Zone or Soyan's Black Hole Maelstrom were practically the bane of the Life Dragon Servant. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy was much more effective. Although Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were slightly weaker, fortunately, Long Chen led the way and explained to them in detail the plan to fight against the Life Dragon Servant. When Long Chen fought with the Life Dragon Servant previously, he had basically planned it out. Now, he was teaching the details to the two of them. This was the limit of what he could do. Whether or not they could complete it depended on themselves. Even if they couldn't complete it, Long Chen wasn't worried. If the dragon servants were all on his side, even if Mo Xiaolang and the others failed, even if they were suppressed, they definitely wouldn't be in danger of dying. As long as he finally discovered the secret of this Origin Dragon Palace, he would definitely be able to save them. Yen, you go first. Good luck. Just do as Big Brother says. Mo Xiaolang suddenly wasn't worried anymore. Okay. The sudden light in their eyes confused Ink Desolation God King a little. He couldn't help but sneer, even Long Chen needs 4 hours and you guys are actually fighting to die. He doesn't want you guys to be like this. Sui Yan snorted and said, you are a coward, of course you think that way. Just wait and see. Coward God King. With that said, she walked through the golden door with great courage. This was the first time Ink Desolation God King was called a coward. It was an eye-opener for him. He looked at Soyan's disappearing back view in a daze and couldn't let it go for a moment. Then let's see how long a courageous girl like you can last. Ink Desolation God King said without changing his expression. Mo Xiaolang focused and wasn't nervous at all. Seeing this scene, Ink Desolation God King found it strange. In the 4 hours that Long Chen went in, they paced left and right, living a life worse than death. Why were they calm now? Chapter 2752. Against an unknown opponent, it was inevitable to feel some psychological pressure. Especially the Life Dragon Servant, he would be more difficult to deal with than the previous 2 dragon servants, especially his undying flame of life. Without suitable rules to suppress the opponent, it would be very difficult to obtain victory. And this was under the consideration of whether the Life Dragon Servant used the Source of Life. Long Chen guessed that the Life Dragon Servant wouldn't use the Source of Life so easily. When he fought with Long Chen, 4 hours had passed, and he only chose to counterattack when Long Chen was about to defeat him. I have already told them the plan and the worst-case scenario. Although Yen Er lacks battle experience, she is talented and has the demonic Vajra body, so there shouldn't be any problem. Now, he and Mo Xiaolang were waiting for Soyan's results. Time passed quietly. About half an hour passed. Long Chen suddenly looked up. He saw Sui Yan walk out from the golden door. Her face was pale, and she had expended a lot of energy. It seemed like she had fought a life-and-death battle, but it was undeniable that she succeeded. Great! Long Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. One must know that the life dragon servant was truly terrifying. Did he use the source of life? Long Chen supported her and asked softly. No, but he is still hard to deal with. I can't attack him. Sui Yan said angrily. Long Chen nodded, then said to Mo Xiaolang, if he can finish it quickly, he probably won't use the source of life. After all, this move is too hard to deal with. On the other side, when the golden door opened again, Mo Xiaolang and God King Ink Desalang's expressions were completely different. Mo Xiaolang smiled faintly, feeling much more relaxed. As for God King Ink Desolation, his face was filled with astonishment. He felt that Long Chen was the strongest in the team, but Soyan's performance was even better than Long Chen's. After all, Sui Yan had only used an hour, which was 1/10 of Long Chen's time. That's impossible. Even a god king like him, who held power over the world, found it hard to accept this result. He was waiting to see what would happen to Long Chen and the others. In his opinion, the scarlet-robed man from before was already so difficult to deal with, let alone the next test. Nothing is impossible. You just don't have the guts. If a mighty god king can't even compare to a little girl, it'll be quite a joke even if it reaches the ears of your own people. Ink Desolation Divine King was not goaded and said, don't say any more, I won't change my mind. It's useless even if you guys go over. Just wait for the Divine Emperor to descend obediently. It was as if Mo Xiaolang did not hear what he said. He smiled faintly, his eyes provoking as he said, you can't stay for too long. We'll wait for you on the other side. How wretched will you be at that time, God King Ink Desolation? As he said, he did not give God King Ink Desolation a chance to speak and entered the small golden door. The small golden door closed once more. What God King Ink Desolation could not understand the most was actually that Long Chen had already analyzed and planned the test clearly for the two of them. And he still did not know what Mo Xiaolang they all were facing. I possess the divine dragon bloodline. Furthermore, I'm a true dragon. In this origin dragon palace, I should also have good treatment, right? God King Ink Desolation narrowed his eyes, looking at that small golden door. Such a miracle could not possibly happen twice. He looked forward to seeing the appearance of Mo Xiaolang being suppressed by that golden mountain peak. On the other side, Long Chen and Sui Yan were waiting in anticipation. Since even Sui Yan was fine, then Mo Xiaolang would definitely perform better. He was the same as Long Chen, both belonging to that kind of explosive power. In battle, they could even display lethality that completely surpassed their true combat strength. Similarly, it was an hour. Whoosh! When Mo Xiaolang came out, his body was still burning with black and white flames. Of course, it was extinguished very quickly. He still had a very strong fighting spirit and did not have too major injuries either. The moment he came out, he said, Big brother, the method you said is really effective. The moment I went in, I used 2 kinds of ancestral fire to trigger the forbidden region of fire to deal with him, suppressing him right from the start. Honestly speaking, the reason they could pass through safely was rather related to Long Chen. The 3 of them tidied up a little and actually had no major problems coming here. It was also considered a kind of miracle. In this aspect, they simply completely surpassed the eternal god race and the god kings. Sui Yan said, that guy doesn't even dare to come over now. What should we do? Don't tell me we keep waiting here. If we wait for God Emperor Jun Do to descend, then what should we do? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and smiled. Among them, Mo Xiaolang said, don't worry. He will come over. Even if he didn't make this decision, I think this Origin Dragon Palace will not let him stay where he is. How unfair is this to those who have already passed? Don't tell me we have to wait here for tens of millions of years if he stays there for tens of millions of years? So that's how it is. The three of them waited quietly and did not panic. Actually, on the other side, when God King Ink Desolation saw that golden door open again, he indeed suffered a huge blow. In fact, the time that Mo Xiaolang experienced was slightly shorter. Could it be that the third level is easy to pass, but Long Chen purposely extended the time, or is he searching for something? Previously, when Long Chen spent 4 hours, he deeply understood that the golden door in front of him was difficult to pass. But now, it was hard to maintain such thoughts. Even Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan could pass through. This made him deeply suspect that if it was really that easy, he would stay here while Long Chen and the others might have already found the secret of this Origin Dragon Palace. Seems like I can't stay here. In fact, his current thoughts were all in Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's plan. This was also the reason why Long Chen dared to determine that God King Ink Desolation would continue to barge in. Without Long Chen's hint, he believed that the Life Dragon attendants would definitely bring a surprise to God King Ink Desolation. From Long Chen's side, he could not see if God King Ink Desolation had entered. The three of them were bored and relaxed, chatting with each other. Anyway, under the suppression of the rules, there seemed to be nothing else they could do other than talk. About 2 hours passed. Did he go in? Sui Yan looked curiously at the door and couldn't help but ask. Long Chen estimated the time and said, he'll be out soon, or maybe he won't be able to. Both were possible. It didn't mean that God King Ink Desolation had to pass because he was strong. It also depended on whether he had a way to deal with the Life Dragon attendants. Another 15 minutes passed. From the golden door, a figure stumbled out. It was God King Ink Desolation. His situation was worse than Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. He had consumed more energy, but the moment he came out, he was suppressed by the rules and didn't even have time to recover. He was in a sorry state. But when he saw that Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were basically uninjured, it was a huge blow to his heart. How is this possible? He was dumbfounded. He naturally understood how much pressure it was to suddenly face an opponent like the Life Dragon attendants. He had to use the Ancient King Cauldron to barely win. Could it be that these two little fellows were also as strong as Long Chen, who was able to fight against him? What if they were all monsters? I've waited a long time for you, God King Ink Desolation. This time, you will probably continue to be a coward. Long Chen said with a faint smile. Now that the three of them were together, that relaxed and natural appearance made God King Ink Desolation, who was in an extremely sorry state, nervous and aggrieved. It brought about a lot of psychological pressure. I just don't know what we will be facing in front of us. At this moment, the golden platform had already started to move. Where it would go in the future, the four of them didn't know. If not for the restrictions of such an environment, would really look forward to fighting you to the death. God King Ink Desolation had never suffered such humiliation. There will be such a chance. Long Chen smiled. After suffering such a blow, he was probably filled with hatred and would no longer decide to stay where he was to wait for godly Emperor Jun's arrival. Long Chen still managed to provoke him. This time, the golden platform took a little longer to move forward. If another golden door appears, then this test should be karma. If it's a dragon attendant, then it'll be a karma dragon attendant, followed by fate and then time. If that was the case, if Long Qinglan and time were related, then Long Chen was already very close to him. He couldn't wait any longer. But what surprised him was that this time, the golden door didn't appear in front of the endless void. Instead, something else appeared. A black and white palace appeared in front of him. It wasn't big, and there was a door in front of him. There were a total of 2 door panels, one was black and the other was white. On it, there were even the faces of the people who sang in the dragon sacrificial continent. There was a vague image in his memory. At this moment, the golden platform was already leaning against the black and white palace. What made him nervous was that the light barrier had disappeared. The suppressed powers of Long Chen and the others had returned to their bodies. God Nation could be opened now. In front of him, the black and white door opened. This is completely different from the previous 3 tests. In other words, we have arrived at a new place or the end. There is no karma, fate, or time. Long Chen was a little confused. This was different from what he had expected. Now, he was back to being confused about this Origin Dragon Palace. Even my strength has recovered. Obviously, there won't be any more tests like the previous 3. Also, it seems like I can fight God King Ink Desolation, or even fight on this narrow golden platform. God King Ink Desolation looked at him coldly and suddenly said, "Let's go in first. It's time to rely on our own abilities." Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan formed a triangle. Now that the door was open, they didn't fight to be the first to enter. Instead, they let God King Ink Desolation enter first. Obviously, everyone could enter this time. "Thank you very much." God King Ink Desolation didn't say anything else and stepped into the black and white palace. Chapter 2753. Let's enter my God Nation and ensure our safety first. Now that the God Nation could finally be opened, in an environment like the Origin Dragon Palace, Missouri Xiaolang and Sui Yan didn't have much to do with the divine dragons. As long as they were outside, many tests would be targeted at them. After experiencing the first 3 thrilling tests, Long Chen decided to let them stay in the God Nation from now on. At least it would be safer that way. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were worried sick about the previous 3 tests. Now that there was a chance, they obviously wouldn't object. "Big brother, be careful. Let us come out to help at any time. Don't worry, it's just a one-on-one battle with God King Ink Desolation. Last time, I was interrupted by Shen Xiong. Now that I'm here, it's time to experience his ancient King Cauldron. Order grade creation artifact. It surpassed the Genesis grade, and its terror was unknown. Long Chen protected Mo Xiaolang and the others. Only then did he follow God King Ink Desolation into the black and white palace. Divine King Ink Desolation turned his head to take a look and was stunned for a moment. He said, "You want to fight me to the death?" Long Chen chuckled. "If there is such a chance, I will naturally accompany you to the end. I am also looking forward to it. Are you stronger or am I stronger than you?" God King Ink Desolation couldn't help but laugh coldly. He didn't say much and just strode in. He entered the black and white palace. Long Chen entered right behind him. In a new environment, one had to look around. Kacha. With a heavy sound, the door behind them closed. In front of them was a completely sealed space. It wasn't big, and it was even difficult to transform into one's true body here. For dragons and Qilins like Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation, the space here was too small. If even Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan came in, it would be too crowded. The inside of the palace was very simple. There were only black and white walls. It was completely sealed. The walls had the same pattern as the door. It was a human face drawn with black and white ink. Looking around, there were about a dozen of them. Other than that, there was nothing else. Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation stood at the 2 sides of the black and white space. The 2 of them faced each other and their battle intent surged. In reality, they were waiting. After all, they didn't know the intentions of the Origin Dragon Palace and wanted to see what would appear here. Black and white face, the god of Taiji? Looking at the black and white faces on the wall, Long Chen thought of his own Tai Chi divine tribulation. At that time, the opponent he met was exactly the same as the one on the wall. However, how could the god of Tai Chi have anything to do with this place? Tai Chi deity, Tai Su deity and Tai Shi deity? Could that be the case? Just as Long Chen thought of this, God King Ink Desolation's gaze turned to him. He said in a low voice, "There's nothing in here. It seems like he wants us to fight it out." Previously, he asked Shen Xiong to interrupt us. Now, I guess no one will interrupt us before we fight to the death. Long Chen took a look. Although there was something strange about this black and white palace, nothing had happened. For example, the god of Taiji. He said, "This place is too small. It seems like I can't transform. However, perhaps it will be more exciting in such an environment. Since the God King has decided, let's begin." It was time for him to fight God King Ink Desolation again. He was the strongest person after the gods descended this time. He was the leader who overturned the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen also yearned for the moment when he defeated the other party. This was also the greatest proof for him. Origin Dragon Palace. Perhaps this was the place where life and death would be decided. If I devour God King Ink Desolation, he can help me reach the God Lord realm and get his ancient king's cauldron. After all, it is an orderal-grade creation artifact. The ancient king's cauldron was a huge temptation and also a huge killing weapon. This battle was indeed challenging for Long Chen. Especially in this narrow space, he couldn't transform into his dragon form at all. Thus, most of his nomological powers would be weakened. Just as they were at each other's throats, one of the black and white faces on the walls of the black and white palace suddenly revealed a strange smile. However, it disappeared very quickly. Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation didn't notice it. God King Ink Desolation was wearing that armor of God Fate, which was practically invulnerable. As for Long Chen, his entire body was covered in dragon scales. His blood-red aura was like a murderous aura. No matter when, in fact, he was still best at killing. In the previous battle, Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation had already thoroughly understood each other. The probing had long ended. Therefore, the battle just now was definitely a life and death one. Long Chen had wanted to devour him for a very long time. When the aura surged to the peak, the black and white palace didn't move at all. To be able to stabilize the god powers of two god kings, it also showed how extraordinary this Origin Dragon Palace was. However, there were already rumbling sounds coming from within. Long Chen's primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation origin power and Ink Desolation God King's god soul power each occupied one side of the battlefield. In terms of momentum, slaughter and authority should be opposing each other. No matter how pathetic Ink Desolation God King was previously, when he truly entered battle mode, his authority as the Myriad Beast Emperor, the three great rules of authority, destiny, and calamity were still surging. A mere primordial God King even had the aura and might of a perfected or ultimate God King. To Long Chen, this was indeed a suppression. Primordial Myriad Beast Myriad Killing Tribulation. God King Ink Desolation suddenly erupted. 10,000 avatars. This was a type of tribulation law with great destructive power. Now, Ink Desolation God King's first move was a killing move. In this narrow space, tens of thousands of Ink Desolation God Kings appeared, all of them wearing the armor of divine fate. They carried terrifying divine power, and like 10,000 tribulations, they attacked Long Chen. Why use the same law twice? Long Chen also entered a passionate and hot-blooded state. His hatred for god spirits was no less than that of primordial demon race. In fact, it was even fiercer. After all, primordial god spirits pressured him even more. Especially that time with Lingxi. Death Realm Dragon Gate. He drew a circle with both hands, encompassing the entire space in front of him. Under the control of the dragon celestial law, the death realm dragon gate opened. Endless blood-colored death chi gushed out. Under the control of the death realm dragon gate, 8 divine dragons descended. Those were the primordial dragon souls of the supreme divine dragons. In front of these 8 blood-colored divine dragons, the clone of the myriad Daos Black Qilin seemed so insignificant. Devour. Longchen controlled the Death Realm Dragon Gate and clashed with God King Inc. Desolation's primordial myriad beast myriad killing tribulation. This time, Longchen still had the upper hand. Just like last time, the avatars were devoured by Longchen one after another. Longchen remembered that the last time, it was to break his primordial myriad beast myriad killing tribulation that he took out the ancient King Cauldron. The reason why he used this tribulation law was obviously because he wanted to use enough time to set up the ancient King Cauldron. He didn't just want to use this tribulation law to defeat Longchen. Longchen and God King Inc. Desolation didn't see that when they were fighting, a black and white shadow appeared from the wall and landed on the ground. Then, it started to move between them. Longchen was focused on God King Inc. Desolation. His Death Realm Dragon Gate advanced and devoured almost all of God King Inc. Desolation's avatars into the Death Realm. That was also a part of God King Inc. Desolation's power. However, God King Inc. Desolation still hadn't taken out the ancient King Cauldron. If you can withstand my greatest attainments in the tribulation law, then you have the qualifications to be my opponent. What God King Inc. Desolation had prepared was another type of tribulation law. In fact, he had used it before on the dragon sacrificial continent. It was that time when he destroyed the god planet of destiny. However, he didn't succeed. But this couldn't deny the effect of his attack. This was God King Inc. Desolation's most shocking killing move before he used the ancient King Cauldron. Even the ancient King Cauldron might not be able to cause such huge damage. Qilin Tribulation. When Longchen destroyed the primordial myriad killing tribulation in this narrow space, the Qilin Tribulation appeared. This was Inc. Qilin's life law. It was most compatible with his bloodline and was the manifestation of his bloodline's greatest divine might. But the Qilin Tribulation looked very simple. It was just a green ray of light. Its speed was extremely fast and it was released in an instant. It was impossible to resist. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Longchen. It was rumored that once one was hit by the Qilin Tribulation, they would be suppressed for eternity and lose everything. Longchen would return to the lowest level of Baiyang Town and become a cripple. Only with such an effect would it be called a tribulation. Of course, Longchen could understand how terrifying this rule was. This was the most terrifying Divine King rule of the Inc. Desolation Divine King. This was a truly terrifying confrontation. Time break. At this moment, Longchen no longer hesitated, but what appeared this time was not the peerless dragon Salyer, but the Ling Su dual swords. Lingxi had already returned, so of course Longchen could borrow it. In the place left behind by the Divine Emperor Ling Su, the Ling Su dual swords had already recovered a little, and were now very close to the order level. Lingxi was currently comprehending the second type of heavenly rule, so Longchen did not dare to disturb him. However, the two of them were connected at all times, and relying on the 3 lives love thread, Longchen could control the Ling Su dual swords. Both swords moved. The most terrifying laws of time were hidden within. 2 sword beams shot out and clashed with the Qilin Tribulation. When the first soul-shattering sword Qi clashed with the Qilin Tribulation, Sister Ling had already dimmed by half. The next clash, the Qilin Tribulation that God King Inc. Desolation was most proud of vanished. Completely dissolved. I've never seen you use these 2 creation artifact before. Inc. Desolation Divine King was shocked. He could feel that these 2 swords added together were already about the same as his ancient King Cauldron. Longchen was even stronger than he had imagined. It also gave him an even bigger headache. Under the shock in his heart, Divine King Ink Desolation had no way out. He took a deep breath and retreated to the edge of the narrow space. At this moment, he summoned the ancient King Cauldron and began to fight with Long Chen. "That's right, you are indeed the strongest opponent I have fought in my life." Divine King Ink Desolation had to admit it. Long Chen held onto his two swords and approached step by step. His left eye was preparing to light up the Destiny Heavenly Eye, and his mouth was the source of life. Everything was ready, and he was just waiting to slaughter this Ink Desolation Divine King. However, he did not see the black and white shadow floating on the ground, gradually approaching him. Chapter 2754. Godly King Ink Desolation gathered his divine power and moved his hands. Just like when Long Chen used the Death Realm Dragon Gate, a small black cauldron appeared between his hands. Black gas circled around the cauldron. Authority and destruction coexisted. The black gas turned into a divine dragon and a giant beast. They collided with each other, and the roars of dragons and beasts continued. With the primordial King Cauldron, Godly King Ink Desolation fused his divine power and creation divine power. His strength and aura suddenly increased, as though he was a completely different person. Originally, he was slightly suppressed by Long Chen, but now it was different. Boom! Godly King Ink Desolation had completely transformed into the controller of the primordial King Cauldron. His ink-colored eyes burst with brilliant light. With a low shout, the primordial King Cauldron expanded in his hands to a diameter of 10 meters, spinning above his head. If not for this black and white palace, it would obviously be even bigger, perhaps as big as the entire Dragon God domain. The divine might of the primordial King Cauldron was boundless. The two divine beasts' wills were full of impact, greatly affecting Long Chen. Now, Long Chen gripped his swords tightly, his eyes deep. He faced the primordial King Cauldron with caution. Primordial twin beasts, my two ancestors. Godly King Ink Desolation charged forward with a world-shattering momentum. He controlled the primordial King Cauldron and suddenly erupted, smashing towards Long Chen. This was just a single collision, but the sturdy ancient cauldron hid the power of the three rules: authority, providence, and calamity. The three rules revolved around it, causing the primordial King Cauldron to weigh billions of kilograms. Boom boom boom. Under the primordial King Cauldron, the black and white palace trembled. This was Godly King Ink Desolation's suppression. His primordial King Cauldron had destroyed too many opponents. To Godly King Ink Desolation, Long Chen would only be the one with the most weight. Submit. The giant cauldron came crashing down. Long Chen looked on coldly. He instantly turned into a blood-red color, which rapidly turned gold and black. He had now turned into the divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. Black and gold dragon scales alternated on his body. He was the ancestor of authority. The power of the two swords erupted, and he used almost all his strength to release the Karma Emperor sword. The Lingsu twin swords, one was cause and the other was effect. There was no end to the cycle of karma. The two swords instantly turned the surroundings into an endless world of karma. One in front and one behind, the two swords formed a power that could destroy heaven and earth as they fought against the ancient King Cauldron. The peerless dragon Salyer was definitely unable to fight against this ancient King Cauldron. Clang clang. Two consecutive earth-shattering noises rang out. The Karma King sword slashed at the ancient King Cauldron, causing it to shake violently. Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation were sent flying backwards. At this moment, Long Chen's hands were trembling, while God King Ink Desolation had the advantage of the destinable divine artifact. He controlled the ancient King Cauldron and attacked again. The ancient King Cauldron was thrown out by him and fell from the sky. Long Chen looked up and saw two giant beasts entangled with each other in the King Cauldron. A mere cauldron was like an eternal god domain smashing towards his head. The power of hundreds of millions was no joke. Long Chen had yet to find a good opportunity for him to kill his opponent. But this was not enough to scare him. He was very clear that if an orderly destinable divine artifact was so easy to deal with, then it wouldn't be orderly. This kind of divine item, other than the existence of the divine emperor, was a peerless treasure. He dodged. His target was not the ancient King Cauldron, but the divine King Ink Desolation who was controlling the ancient King Cauldron. There was no need for him to clash head-on with the opponent's hardest part. When he slightly avoided the ancient King Cauldron, a strong light burst out from Long Chen's left eye, breaking through everything and shining on divine King Ink Desolation's body. At this moment, divine King Ink Desolation was using the ancient King Cauldron to smash Long Chen. Suddenly, he was hit by the Destiny Heavenly Eye, and in Long Chen's eyes, he saw the boundless fate. The suppression of the rules of fate. At least in this period of time, divine King Ink Desolation was unable to unleash his full strength, but controlling the ancient King Cauldron required tyrannical strength. The Destiny Heavenly Eye was equivalent to hitting his lifeline, causing the ancient King Cauldron to lose control and fall to the ground, completely losing the ability to attack Long Chen. Oh no! Divine King Ink Desolation truly experienced the terror of Long Chen's various rules. The time rupture and the Destiny Heavenly Eye that he saw were at least hard to resist. As for the blood devouring and the source of life, he had yet to experience them. So at this moment, his expression changed drastically. Long Chen relied on the rules to cut off the connection between him and the ancient King Cauldron. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. As the ancient King Cauldron fell, Long Chen attacked with both swords, once again using the time rupture. As long as he hit divine King Ink Desolation, he would definitely win and devour his opponent. Qilin Tribulation. Divine King Ink Desolation once again used this rule to save his life, but under the Destiny Heavenly Eye, his strength was suppressed, and the attacks he executed were not at the same level as before. Even if he could block the time rupture, he would still be injured. The chances of Long Chen defeating his opponent with this attack were very high. And at this instant, something that Long Chen did not expect happened. He sensed another kind of killing intent. This kind of killing intent actually came from behind him. Divine King Ink Desolation was right in front of him, and the ancient King Cauldron fell to the ground. Where did the killing intent come from? Be careful. In the God Nation, Mo Xiaolang and the others were all reminding him. Long Chen could not care about killing divine King Ink Desolation anymore. He had to give up the opportunity in front of him. He suddenly turned around and used the power of the time rupture to attack behind him with soul-shattering sword Qi and God-slaying sword Qi. When he turned around, he finally saw his opponent. This gave Long Chen a fright. It was the god of Tai Chi, dressed in opera costumes, with his face painted black and white, and a huge flag behind him. Back then, he had killed him 10,000 times, so Long Chen had a deep impression of him. But the him back then was naturally not the him now. The god of Tai Chi was attacking him. There were two wooden sword-like weapons in his hands. One was pure black, and the other was pure white. Now that he was attacking with both swords, the rules descended. What shocked Long Chen the most was that he was actually using the Karma Emperor sword. The Karma King realm had descended. The difference was that this was a world of black and white, not a world of black and yellow. The god of Tai Chi's movements were strange, and his two swords formed karma. He was much more exquisite than Long Chen's. In a hurry, Long Chen used time rupture to resist. Although he blocked the Karma King sword, the power of time could not completely disperse the destructive power of the Karma King sword. Pfft! Retreat! Long Chen's body instantly burned with the fire of life, and only then did he truly protect himself. Thank goodness he was fine. But the god of Tai Chi had appeared at the wrong time. If he had a little more time, he might have been able to deal with Divine King Ink Desolation. Crash! Divine King Ink Desolation released the heavenly Eye of Destiny and regained control of the ancient king's cauldron. The next time he was in danger, it would probably not be easy. On the other side, the god of Tai Chi's eyes were lifeless. He took large steps back, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a shadow and melted into the black and white temple. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. But Long Chen and Divine King Ink Desolation knew that he was nearby and could attack at any time. So the test this time is the god of Tai Chi. He's really using the power of karma, which means that the god of Tai Chi is very likely to be the karma dragon servant. Then, at this moment, Long Chen had completely detached himself from the shock of the god of Tai Chi's appearance. He thought of something else that excited him. So, his eyes became incomparably bright. If the god of Tai Chi is the karma dragon servant, then the god of Taisu should be the fate dragon servant. After all, karma comes after fate, and Tai Chi comes after Taisu. Before Taisu is Taisher, and before fate is time. This is a perfect correspondence. Then, my father once appeared before me in the form of the god of Taisher, and he's also related to the time void dragon. Then, the god of Taisher is very likely to be the time dragon servant. My father is also very likely. But, isn't he just the eternal dragon emperor? He's not dead either, so why is he the time dragon servant? Of course, these were all Long Chen's guesses. Until he met Long Qinglan, until he explained everything to him, he couldn't be sure. But now, he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Although the god of Tai Chi had attacked him, he didn't care. What he cared about was that as long as he dealt with God King Ink Desolation, he would be able to see the god of Taisu and the god of Taisher. He would be able to see Long Qinglan. Long Chen. God King Ink Desolation grasped the ancient king cauldron and suddenly shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "I was defeated before, but my luck is good. This strange person blocked your attack for me. This is fate. We haven't really decided the winner and loser. Since he has gone into hiding again, let's continue." He was honest enough. When Long Chen had been attacked by the god of Tai Chi, he hadn't hit him while he was down. Now, he was reminding Long Chen. Without a doubt, the god of Tai Chi was the test of this round. With him around, there would be many problems in his battle with God King Ink Desolation. It was like there was a knife by his side at all times. It could stab him when he was at his most desperate, or when he wasn't paying attention. That would make one's scalp go numb. With the god of Tai Chi's help, God King Ink Desolation was calm. Now that he reminded Long Chen, he exploded again. "You're really unparalleled. I was almost defeated by you with the ancient king cauldron. But there's only one chance. Now it's my turn. Enjoy it." Almost all of God King Ink Desolation's methods had been broken by Long Chen. Now was his last chance. He poured all his power into the ancient king cauldron and flipped it over. 3 legs faced up, and in the cauldron was a black space of destruction. One could see 2 ancient beasts roaring inside. Primordial doomsday. God King Ink Desolation stood on the ancient king cauldron and stepped down. The ancient king cauldron became huge, filling the entire space of the temple. Then, it pressed down. Long Chen had no place to resist. He was suppressed by the ancient king cauldron. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have come to a new world. An ancient world with 2 terrifying beasts. But Long Chen thought that since the god of Tai Chi would attack him, he would definitely attack God King Ink Desolation. Chapter 2755. What Long Chen didn't know was that the primordial king cauldron had actually brought Long Chen to another world. This was Godly King Ink Desolation's ultimate move. If even this move couldn't finish off Long Chen, then Godly King Ink Desolation's defeat was almost certain. Now that he was using all his strength to attack Long Chen, he channeled all his power into the Primordial King Cauldron to attack Long Chen. Successfully suppressing Long Chen with the Primordial King Cauldron was already a huge victory for Godly King Ink Desolation. Since you've entered the primordial world, enjoy yourself. It won't be too late to come out after you've turned into dust. Godly King Ink Desolation's ink-colored eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a soul-stirring manner. In the battle with Long Chen, he was extremely nervous, especially when Long Chen had almost defeated him. Starry Sky Godly King and Radiant Godly King had already been suppressed by the Origin Dragon Palace. If he were to be defeated as well, it would be a huge joke. They wouldn't be able to face Godly Emperor June again. Godly King Ink Desolation was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he had been in such a state. His eyes were ferocious as he used the Primordial King Cauldron to suppress Long Chen. As he madly channeled the Primordial King Cauldron, he shouted the word "Die." He stepped on the ancient King Cauldron and stomped on it again and again. Every stomp was an impact on Long Chen, who was inside the King Cauldron. Ink Desolation's order-grade destinable divine weapon is even more terrifying than I imagined. At this time, Long Chen, who was still inside the Primordial King Cauldron, truly felt the terrifying destructive power of the Primordial King Cauldron. He was currently in an extremely illusory black world. This world was endless. On one side was a daunting authority, and on the other side was a terrifying aura of destruction. Waves of attacks came. Right in front of Long Chen, thousands of primordial auras transformed into two gigantic beasts. Infinitely huge. One of them was a blurry divine dragon, and the other was a huge black demonic beast. It looked like a raging bison, and it was shrouded in thick black smoke. One could vaguely see the scarlet-red eyes of the beast. Long Chen did not dare to underestimate the two giant beasts in the ancient tripod. It was very likely that they were the remnant souls of the ancestors of the Black Qilin. They were once above the God Emperor, in the Tai divine realm. They were called supreme deities and even had special titles. Even Divine Emperor Di Jun would be killed in a second if he stood in front of such a terrifying beast. It was a terrifying paragon, second only to the ancestral dragon. Traversing 10,000 worlds was as easy as walking in front of a door. Its true form might even be the size of a huge continent. Pressure and destructive aura, as well as berserk dragon roars, exploded out above Long Chen's head like rolling waves. Long Chen seemed incredibly tiny in the face of these waves. These two gigantic beasts were looking at him, high above him, as if they were carrying out a judgment on him. Long Chen, entering my ancient tripod will be the world you will regret the most in your life. It will be the end of your life. God King Ink Desolation's voice was like a bell, reverberating in Long Chen's ears. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't hear it at all. At this moment, under the suppression of the ancient King Cauldron, his two giant beasts attacked Long Chen. They were even stronger than God King Ink Desolation himself. But when Long Chen saw the divine dragon's shadow, he was no longer worried. He transformed from human form into the divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon, activating the bloodline of the divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon, turning himself into a miniature ancestral dragon. He imagined that the long-dead divine dragon, or one that disappeared in other ways, could hear his call at this moment. This supreme divine dragon was actually proficient in power, fate, and other rules. It was very likely that it was the companion divine dragon of the divine Dao Heart Refining Dragon. Therefore, Long Chen wanted to see if it could recognize his bloodline after coming to this world. If it could not, then he was afraid that he would have to fight to the death with these two giant beasts here. A fight to the death would determine life and death. Long Chen could vaguely feel that if the ancient tripod and these two giant beasts wanted to fight to the death with him, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. He could have easily taken care of God King Ink Desolation. If he could, there was no need to fight to the death. Rumble. Long Chen transformed into the divine Tao heart-refining dragon and rushed towards the two giant beasts. In the world of darkness, these two gigantic beasts stood on the left and right, each occupying a world. When Long Chen made his move, their roars became even louder, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Long Chen from all directions. This was especially true for the demonic beast that represented the laws of calamity and destruction. It was even more ferocious, ready to tear Long Chen apart. My companion Divine Dragon. Long Chen's target was the Supreme Divine Dragon. He was already in front of the Supreme Divine Dragon. He roared, and golden light shone brightly, illuminating the black silhouette of the invincible Divine Dragon. Roar! Under the urging of God King Ink Desolation, the Tai Immortal Realm Divine Beast charged forward. For a moment it was as though the entire sky was suppressed. Long Chen could not help but frown. It was time to fight for his life. Vaguely, he could understand how terrifying the rules of this demon beast were. To be able to be mentioned in the same breath as the Supreme Divine Dragon, there was no way it would be simple. But at this moment, behind Long Chen, the Supreme Divine Dragon seemed to feel Long Chen's summoning. He looked at Long Chen with difficulty. Clouds and mist surged, and with a roar, he rushed towards the Tai Immortal Realm demonic beast. He stood in front of it and blocked the attack for Long Chen. It worked. Long Chen could not help but relax. He thought that there was going to be an unavoidable battle. Not only did the Supreme Divine Dragon help him, but he also opened a gap for him, a gap that allowed him to escape from this world. Long Chen hurried to leave. He could vaguely hear the two giant beasts clashing. It seemed like although they were partners, they were also very principled. The Supreme Divine Dragon obeyed the Ancestral Dragon, and the Tai Immortal Realm obeyed the Master of the Ancient King Cauldron. You are still not dead. God King Ink Desolation was very satisfied. From the sounds of the battle, Long Chen was already fighting with the two giant beasts in the Ancient King Cauldron. Even God King Ink Desolation himself would die if he met these two giant beasts. But what he did not expect was that just as he was feeling proud, the Ancient King Cauldron suddenly went out of his control. A gap tore open, and Long Chen easily came out from the gap. On his face, there was a smile that terrified God King Ink Desolation. How can you come out? God King Ink Desolation was shocked. He raised the Ancient King Cauldron and was about to cover Long Chen again. You want to use the same method to make me fall for it twice? Long Chen smiled coldly. Right in this black and white temple, he suddenly activated the source of life. At this moment, God King Ink Desolation was not too prepared. He was so close to God King Ink Desolation, and he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This move. God King Ink Desolation was very familiar with it. When he fought with the Life Dragon Servant, the Life Dragon Servant used this move. At the last moment, he barely suppressed the Life Dragon Servant under the Ancient King Cauldron, which prevented him from coming out alive. But this time, Long Chen's opportunity was much better than the Life Dragon Servant. Under his control, God King Ink Desolation was sucked into the green vortex. Don't even think about moving. What was more terrifying about Long Chen than the Life Dragon Servant was the Destiny Heavenly Eye. He had reached a heaven-defying level. When he opened his mouth and formed the source of life, his left eye was also using the law of the Destiny Heavenly Eye. Both were extremely powerful and terrifying laws. The Destiny Heavenly Eye made God King Ink Desolation unable to use his strength. He couldn't even control the Ancient King Cauldron, and the source of life directly devoured his life. Long Chen wanted to weaken God King Ink Desolation slightly before using the Blood Devourer to devour him. He succeeded. God King Ink Desolation instantly became incomparably miserable. Even the Ancient King Cauldron fell to the ground, completely losing his strength. And he was locked by the destiny heavenly eye and source of life. He couldn't even speak. Instantly, he fell from heaven to hell. Under the devouring of the source of life, he couldn't even speak. Life faded away. The crisis of death made God King Ink Desolation truly feel the taste of terror. Now, he finally knew what it felt like when the local Hell God King was defeated and killed by Long Chen. In front of him was a cold youth who harbored hatred and the hope of his race's survival. No one could scare him or stop his will. God King Ink Desolation panicked. The pain of life fading away was unimaginable. Long Chen himself had experienced this kind of pain before, so he was very clear on it. But he wouldn't show mercy. If he showed mercy to his enemies, he would be cruel to himself in the future. The God Emperor was about to descend. There really wasn't much time left for him to escape. "Don't kill me," God King Ink Desolation had roamed for millions of years. But at this time, he couldn't help but be afraid. The crisis of death was right in front of him. After becoming a god, he had never thought that he would die, much less die on this dragon-sacrificial continent. No. Now that his life was fading away, his time was no more. Just as he roared, Long Chen was preparing to use the blood devourer to devour him. But suddenly, another unforeseen event occurred. The god of Tai Chi that had disappeared for a long time and didn't deal with God King Ink Desolation appeared again. Furthermore, it suddenly appeared behind Long Chen in this kind of situation, forcefully interrupting Long Chen's destiny heavenly eye and source of life. Two swords slashed over. Long Chen wanted to use the blood devourer. With the god of Tai Chi restraining him, he definitely wouldn't be able to complete it. At this moment, the god of Tai Chi's attacks were incomparably ferocious. Just as Long Chen was distracted, God King Ink Desolation escaped from the restriction of the source of life and regained control of the primordial king cauldron. The loser is eliminated. At this moment, before God King Ink Desolation could react, the ground beneath his feet disappeared. He left the black-white divine palace. Just as he left, a golden mountain appeared out of nowhere and fell on top of his head, crushing him along with the primordial king cauldron to the ground. He suffered the same fate as the radiant divine king and the others. What's going on? Long Chen was very depressed. He was just about to use the blood devourer to devour his opponent. Now that God King Ink Desolation was being suppressed by the Origin Dragon Palace, didn't that mean he had wasted his energy earlier? Whoosh! At this time, the god of Tai Chi finally appeared in front of him. He was expressionless. He wielded the black and white wooden sword and waved it a few times, pointing it at Long Chen. He was clearly challenging him. Chapter 2756. Long Chen guessed that the original purpose of the Black and White Palace was for Long Chen and the others to fight the god of Tai Chi, but Long Chen and God King Ink Desolation started fighting first. In this battle, Long Chen had the upper hand twice, but the god of Tai Chi had ruined it. Clearly, the god of Tai Chi was maintaining the balance between them, as if he wanted them to join forces against him. But he realized that Long Chen and Ink Desolation had no such intentions. So they continued to fight and ignored the god of Tai Chi. In the end, if the god of Tai Chi didn't act, Ink Desolation would be dead. That was why he eliminated Ink Desolation and suppressed him under the Golden Mountain. Perhaps this was the rule set by the Origin Dragon Palace. So even if Long Chen wanted Ink Desolation's blood, he couldn't do anything about it. He was just unlucky. However, Long Chen was not flustered or exasperated. God King Ink Desolation could only escape for a while, but they could not escape forever. Once he continued forward, he would meet Long Qinglan, find out the secret of the Origin Dragon Palace, and find a way to break the current stalemate. He did not believe that the three God Kings and Shen Qiong could escape to anywhere else. Since the god of Tai Chi used the Karma King sword, he was probably the Karma Dragon servant. Maybe after the god of Tai Chi, he would meet the god of Tai Su, and then he would see Long Qinglan. That was why Long Chen was so excited. He knew that Long Qinglan was here on the divine planet of destiny, but he had put in a lot of effort to get here. What he had to do now was defeat the god of Tai Chi. Even though he couldn't devour ink desolation at the last moment, his opponents were all suppressed. Only a test was left. Long Chen didn't give up. Instead, he was fired up. When the god of Tai Chi held the black and white wooden swords with a serious expression, Long Chen held the Karma King sword in the same posture as the god of Tai Chi. The black and white palace wasn't big. Karma Dragon Servant, you are the ancestor of the human race. I respect you. Make your move. Even though he knew the god of Tai Chi wouldn't answer, Long Chen's eyes still lit up. He sized up the god of Tai Chi. Whoosh! Sure enough, the other party didn't hold back at all and directly attacked. He was millions and millions of times stronger than when Long Chen was still in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Now, he possessed true divine might, and even though he was called the god of Tai Chi, he was not in the divine realm of Tai Chi. His power was extremely strange, it came from a divine dragon, and even though he was in human form, he was actually no different from a divine dragon. The combination of the twin swords of the god of Taiji was the sword of the king of Karma. But he was black and white. The Karma King realm swept out, and the god of Tai Chi's twin swords caused a world to descend. Suddenly, many karmic powers appeared on Long Chen's body, and the god of Tai Chi's techniques became more proficient. Not only was the god of Tai Chi's karmic power not inferior to Long Chen's, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, the god of Tai Chi's movements were unpredictable, and it was difficult to figure out. Karma King Sword. Facing an attack that he was familiar with, Long Chen felt that hope was right in front of him. At this moment, his blood was boiling, and he forcefully clashed with the god of Tai Chi. He used the twin swords of Ling Su and also used the Karma King sword. The world he created was filled with black and black energies, and the two seemingly different worlds of karma directly collided in this narrow space. The battle between the Karma King realms was actually also a battle between the Karma King swords. Long Chen and the twin swords of the Ling Su worked together, and their power erupted. When karma met karma, and the rules were the same, even the rules seemed to be ineffective. The god of Tai Chi's usage of the rules was slightly more exquisite, and so he suppressed Long Chen with this sword. Long Chen retreated explosively. But in reality, with the fire of life, a few minor injuries would not have any effect. So powerful. Long Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. He focused again. The god of Tai Chi did not seem to have any intention of stopping. What made Long Chen vigilant was that the god of Tai Chi seemed to be the same as the dragon servant of life. The rules he understood were not limited to Long Chen's. The rules of karma. Long Chen had only comprehended the divine prison of sabers and swords and the Karma King sword. On this path, his knowledge was very shallow. But the god of Tai Chi was not like this. Since he could defend this place alone against all the intruders, he must have his own special characteristics. For example, at this moment, he once again combined his swords. His eyes seemed to become black and white, and it was extremely strange. Instantly, his temperament changed dramatically. His original appearance was strange, but now he was like a judge, a protector of order, and even a ruler. He crossed his swords in front of his chest. His aura rose, and his divine might surged. In an instant, his dignity surpassed that of God King Ink Desolation, and the two swords faintly activated a terrifying rule. The Dragon of Morality and Karma. The Karma King sword was more inclined towards karma. And the rules that the god of Tai Chi activated at this moment, murderous, violent, and suppressive, clearly belonged to the side of morality in good and evil. It was used to kill evil, maintain order and morality, judge, and punish. It was similar to the divine prison of sabers and swords. But its power was clearly much more terrifying than the divine prison of sabers and swords. Long Chen's eyes widened, and he could not help but frown deeply. The power of the rules that the god of Tai Chi displayed when he crossed his swords in front of his chest made him unsure if he could withstand it. This was a killing move. The new rules that Long Chen had comprehended, from blood devour to time rupture, to the heavenly eye of destiny and the source of life. In reality, only blood devour and the source of life could barely be considered killing moves, but they were not pure killing moves. But the rules that the god of Tai Chi was using were definitely killing moves. They were as pure and decisive as the divine prison of sabers and swords. Long Chen's understanding of karma was limited. Of course, he wanted to learn these rules, but the risk involved was obviously greater than the source of life. I learned the source of life from the dragon servant of life. When I used it, he did not hold back at all. I only truly comprehended it at the last moment. But the source of life gave me time to comprehend it. And this rule of karma is inclined towards judgment. It is obviously very ruthless. Although these rules would be his sooner or later, it was not something that could be learned just because he wanted to. The source of life was already accompanied by great danger, not to mention this moral punishment. I'll block it first. Long Chen quickly made up his mind. In that instant, the god of Tai Chi charged forward, his two swords exploding. The black and white swords attacked one after the other. The power of the rules condensed on the two blades. The two swords looked very simple. The only thing that could be seen was that the black and white swords were covered with dense dragon scales, making the two swords look like real dragons. Shwa! The rules condensed on the swords tore through everything, descending in the blink of an eye. Chaotic time reverse. Long Chen used the rule of time to control his speed. But this sword that tore through time made Long Chen's chaotic time reverse useless. Long Chen hurriedly changed the rules to time rupture. Naturally, he used it with his two swords. He wanted to personally experience just how terrifying the might of the karma law sword was. From the rules, he could already vaguely see some clues. That's right, it was punishment. This was the blade of punishment. It killed evil in an open and honorable manner. Like the sword of heaven, the sword of the world, the sword of kings. It was different from the sword of karma. In terms of killing power, the power of punishment was definitely more ferocious. Clang! The Ling Su sword's time rupture and the god of Tai Chi's swords clashed. Time rupture indeed had the power to weaken all things. It even tore through the rules of time. But the blade of punishment was very tenacious. Even when the power of time rupture hit the god of Tai Chi, the god of Tai Chi didn't care. It forced the rule of karma to attack Long Chen. This was a lose-lose situation. Whoosh! The god of Tai Chi was frozen, its power dissipating. As for Long Chen, he was sent flying, his two swords almost falling out of his hands. He was extremely shocked. Although his opponent's attack hadn't directly hit him, the power of the rules had rushed into his body. It was a power of punishment. As soon as it touched his primal dragon tribulation source, it instantly exploded, causing a backlash from Long Chen's own power. Instantly, he felt as if countless blades had appeared within his body. He couldn't control his own power at all. The backlash of the power turned into a black and white giant dragon. It spun within his body, tearing at his muscles, bones, and blood vessels. He hadn't expected the power of karma to happen within him. If it had been hit head-on, it would have been even more terrifying. The giant dragon had been born from the backlash of Long Chen's primal dragon tribulation source. The stronger Long Chen was, the stronger the dragon inside him would be. It would devour until Long Chen died. Such power of the rules was evident. Ha! Long Chen made a prompt decision. He directly pierced the spirit's sword into his body, piercing the head of the black and white dragon. Creation divine power erupted, and it truly shattered. Fortunately, Longchen reacted quickly and used the power of time to block it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The fire of life burned. Only then did the wound gradually heal. Under Longchen's control, the power of the backlash from before stabilized. In this exchange, Longchen could only say that he had almost died. He could deeply feel the terror of the rules, but it also made him even more excited, because he wanted to comprehend them. Right now, he lacked an extremely important killing move. Therefore, the god of Tai Chi hadn't expected that Longchen would be so fervent after being struck by the sword. That gaze seemed to want to dissect the god of Tai Chi. He seemed to have an immortal body, the condensation of the 5 great ancestor dragons. Now, step by step, he was approaching the god of Tai Chi. That sword attack from before had not been able to make Longchen afraid. Again, and I might be able to see clearly. Now that he was prepared, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like last time. Like the god of Tai Chi, he crossed his 2 swords in front of his chest, trying to understand the details of his rules. Only by experiencing the bitterness of suffering could one rise above others. He had the successful experience of the source of life, and he believed that there was someone guiding him to become stronger, to face the future struggles. Chapter 2757. The god of Tai Chi naturally continued to attack without mercy. At the very least, he used his full strength each time. It seemed that he wanted to kill Longchen. As for Longchen, he used all sorts of methods to resist. He used Time Rend, the heavenly eye of destiny, and even his source of life. These laws were extremely mature, and while he fought against the Taiji god, they lacked a certain amount of killing power, but they allowed Longchen to shrink the attack of the laws of karma to a level he could endure. He had the faith of all living beings. He could almost guarantee endless power. This was his greatest advantage. Anyone else would have died from exhaustion after enduring so many attacks from the god of Tai Chi, and Longchen was like a madman. He used all his strength each time, even at the expense of injuries. He wanted to understand how the god of Tai Chi could use these laws. In truth, as long as I hold on and don't get killed, I'll be able to comprehend it eventually. Longchen was confident in himself. Of course, he didn't seek death. Every time he resisted the laws, he would find opportunities to analyze the details of the laws from various angles. His Karma Dao seal had the same thing. All he needed was for Longchen to comprehend it and unearth it. Once, twice, thrice. Such a scene made everyone in the divine nation feel their heads go numb. Longchen was using his life to comprehend the laws. The Tai Chi deity was a type of berserk attack, full of killing power. If he couldn't block it, he wouldn't be able to block the backlash from the energy within his body, and he would be punished to death. So each time, Longchen was hovering on the edge of death, searching for the power of the laws. Compared to the source of life, this karma law was definitely more dangerous. In the end, it was 9 times, 10 times. Even the god of Tai Chi was tired. Of course, he didn't stop. It seemed that killing Longchen was his mission. Longchen estimated that if God King Ink Desolation didn't have the ancient imperial cauldron, he wouldn't even be able to block one of these karma law attacks. 11 times. Longchen carefully counted in his heart. Right now, he was trying his best to comprehend as much as he could without losing his life. As for the injuries he suffered, he didn't care anymore. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. This rule is just like the wrath of the heart-refining dragon. It's a rule that punishes evil and maintains order and justice. It can trigger a backlash from the strength of the person being punished. It can be considered as karma, and it can be considered as killing oneself. Whoever makes a mistake will be killed by their own power. Such a tight fit should be the crux of the rules. Long Chen could roughly find the key point and starting point of this rule. He had to experience this state of mind to truly understand. As someone who maintained order, he would inevitably encounter evil people who had no regard for human life, bullied the weak, and slaughtered the innocent. The divine Tao heart-refining dragon was the leader of the millions and millions of dragons, and was revered by all of them. However, they also respected him. This was because he was fair, because he was strict and distinguished between good and evil. And Long Chen often stood in the same position as the heart-refining dragon. The state of mind was also a part of the laws. Thinking about it carefully, Long Chen sank into a contemplative state, thinking about how to measure the power of the rules. He had actually left the Taiji god hanging. But at this time, Long Chen had already familiarized himself with how to resist the rules of karma. He wasn't evil, and he had the power of a divine dragon in his body. So the Taiji god's attack actually had a limited effect on him. If it had been anyone else, this attack definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. Time passed quietly. In the God Nation, everyone watched with gaping mouths. They saw Long Chen move freely under the Tai Chi God's sword. At the same time, he seemed to be learning the Tai Chi God's sword. To tell the truth, I think that although the Tai Chi God looks like he wants to kill him, he's been teaching him from start to finish. Big Brother's comprehension is amazing. He completely grasped the ideas the Tai Chi God gave him. That's why he improved so much. Mo Xiaolang, who wasn't involved, saw things more clearly. Really? I just think that black and white people are so scary. Soi Yan stuck out her tongue. But they weren't worried. The Tai Chi God hadn't been able to kill Long Chen in the beginning. Now, it was even more impossible. As time passed, the spectators grew bored. Long Chen and the Tai Chi God repeated the same thing. Retribution. Long Chen's eyes snapped open. He remembered the name of this karma punishment. It could be condensed on a sword, or on any weapon. It could also be condensed on the sword, the claw, and the spear end of the heart-refining dragon. And the Tai Chi God had condensed it on his sword, using it to attack Long Chen again and again. Within the heart of the natural laws, gold and black intersected. The majestic and dignified Karma Dao seal trembled slightly. Long Chen had finally comprehended it. The natural laws of heavenly retribution descended, allowing him to gain an initial understanding of it. Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It had to be known that in order for Long Chen to comprehend this sword, the Taiji divinity had killed him 49 times. 49 swords. Retribution of heaven. Comprehending it was a wonderful feeling. There were no words to describe this moment of exhilaration. Perhaps only by using it could one enjoy it. Long Chen's aura changed drastically in that instant, and he quickly transformed into a humanoid divine Dao heart-refining dragon. There was a sword blade on his forehead, a spear tail, and claws that were as sharp as blades. Golden and black dragon scales covered his body, making him look like a steel slaughterer or a peerless ruler. In his left and right hands were the spirit essence dual swords that surpassed the Genesis tier. Wang. The retribution of heaven made him look like the Tai Chi God. He had a supreme majesty that surpassed God King Ink Desolation. He was the ruler of the heavens, just and strict. The retribution of heaven descended on the dual swords on his chest. It fused with the dual swords and became one with them. And Long Chen's primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation origin power and creation divine power could activate the laws, causing them to explode with terrifying destructive power. Retribution of heaven. It was his first time using it, and it was already so successful. Long Chen turned into a bolt of gold and black lightning, advancing rapidly. At this time, the Tai Chi God didn't back down. He attacked with both swords, clashing with Long Chen again in this narrow temple. But this time, it wasn't an overwhelming victory. The two were evenly matched. Pa! To be able to reach the level of the Tai Chi god on his first time using it was already quite impressive. If this sword landed on God King Ink Desolation's body, it would most likely take his life. Success. Long Chen was just about to defeat the Tai Chi god in one go, but when he pushed back the Tai Chi god for the first time, he suddenly turned into black and white dust, instantly disappearing. The entire black and white temple became very empty. In front of Long Chen, the door that he had entered from before opened again. Presumably, it was to let Long Chen out. I passed the test just like that? Judging from the previous situation, he should have been able to defeat the Tai Chi god, but he didn't. Perhaps the Tai Chi god is tired. Perhaps he was here to teach me how to learn the retribution of heaven. Long Chen was very clear in his heart. In this Origin Dragon Palace, he had learned the source of life and the retribution of heaven. It was already considered quite lucky, but he believed that his luck didn't stop there. This was the Origin Dragon Palace, his territory. If the next one is the god of Taisu, or the god of Taisher. Father. Since the Tai Chi god had left, Long Chen naturally chose to hurry to the next place. Now that even God King Ink Desolation had been suppressed, he didn't need to worry about any competitors at all. He only needed to advance. As for those dragon attendants, they were definitely on his side. When he came out of the black and white temple, the golden platform that brought him here had already disappeared. In front of him was an empty space. It was outside the light barrier, where the four god kings were suppressed. There seemed to be no other way. Strange. Previously, when he left a place, there would usually be a path to the next place. But now, there was no path. Do I have to enter this space? Long Chen looked down and seemed to be able to see the golden mountain peak where God King Ink Desolation was suppressed. There were many divine dragon shadows circling it. When he turned back, there was no other way out of the black and white temple. Long Chen became bolder and entered the space. After a few moments of fear, the golden mountain peak did not descend. Long Chen understood that he could move freely in the space. He could even go down and check on God King Ink Desolation and the others. Where should I go now? Long Chen advanced a little and realized that they hadn't walked much since the beginning. There were 4 golden mountain peaks below. They weren't far away and Long Chen could see the golden mountain peak that God Firmament was suppressing. I don't know what's going on. I don't think they can get out. Long Chen went down to take a look. The golden mountain peak was extremely mysterious and had a suction force. He didn't dare get too close. But at this time, he heard some loosening sounds. It wasn't from God King Ink Desolation, but from the 4th golden mountain peak. It was the one that suppressed God Firmament. Damn it! Fortunately, I wasn't squashed, and this thing saved my life. In the space, he could easily hear God Firmament's voice. He seemed to have escaped. Long Chen paused and then smiled. He had been worried that he wouldn't have a chance to kill him. He had not expected God Firmament to escape at this time. He could definitely reach him now. At this thought, he broke through the space. Indeed, God Firmament appeared at the foot of the golden mountain. He was covered in blood but his injuries weren't serious. It seemed like the golden mountain had only restricted their movements. Origin Dragon Palace. After coming out, God Firmament was extremely enthusiastic. He was about to tell the 8 god emperors what had happened when he suddenly looked up and saw Long Chen. It's you. Why are you here? You're free too. God Firmament was in disbelief. How is this free? I'm here to take your life, Eternal God Tribe. Long Chen held the Lingsu dual swords in his hands. It was time to test out Heavenly Retribution's power. Chapter 2758. Shen Qiong struggled to get away from the Golden Mountain Peak. He did not know much about Long Chen's abilities. He only knew that he had used a special attribute of faith to break the god sacrifice spell, leaving the Eternal God tribe helpless. Then he had joined forces with Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan to kill Shen Yang. Then he had fought Ink Desolation God King alone. But since he had appeared here, Shen Qiong thought that Long Chen had been defeated and had escaped, just like him. Both of them were powerful god kings, but Long Chen was alone, so Shen Qiong was not afraid of him. I can see that you only have 3 people, and among your opponents, there are god emperors. You're really not simple. It's like trying to break a rock with an egg. However, I can point out a path for you. As long as you pledge allegiance to the eternal god race and become a subsidiary god of ours, the 8 great god emperors will naturally help you fight against the gods here. In the future, you might even be able to enter the core circle of the eternal god race. Speaking up to here, he saw that Long Chen didn't move, so he said with a smile, "Don't be unconvinced. Our god sacrifice great world also controls at least 10 surrounding worlds. These worlds have all submitted to us, becoming our subsidiary worlds. After joining us, they will gradually grow from weak to strong, no longer suffering humiliation or invasion. Are you done with your nonsense?" Long Chen approached him step by step. The Lingsu swords in his hands shone with a cold light. The light was so bright that Shen Qiong had to squint. No one will have a good ending if they go against the Eternal God tribe. You've already killed Shen Yang. If you make another mistake, you and your entire world will be finished. Shen Qiong's final threat. He was slightly injured, but Long Chen was too fierce. To be honest, he was a little afraid. I'm going to die anyway. There's no way out. The 2 great god systems don't see me as a threat to this world either. That's simple. I'll kill as many as I can. Then go to hell. Shen Qiong attacked. The reason why he suddenly exploded was because he wanted to use this kind of sudden attack to inflict a certain amount of damage on Long Chen. He already knew that there was a thick killing intent in Long Chen's eyes, and he had to admit that this was a terrifying opponent. Shen Qiong's killer move was also related to the laws of faith. However, what Shen Qiong did not expect was that Long Chen was faster than him. He did not manage to catch Long Chen by surprise. Long Chen was faster and fiercer than him. In that instant. Heavenly punishment. The Karma Judgment Rule power gathered in the Lingsu dual swords. It looked simple, even simpler than the Karma Imperial sword, but it was terrifying. Shen Qiong could only see Long Chen flash by. The dual swords were covered in a layer of divine light. At that moment, in Shen Qiong's eyes, Long Chen was as majestic as an emperor. The dual swords descended. Oh no! In a panic, Shen Qiong took out his creation-grade fortune divine weapon. The white brush barely managed to block Long Chen's dual swords before it was almost torn apart. The Lingsu dual swords shook off his opponent's fortune divine weapon and pierced Shen Qiong's heart. Pfft! There was a dull thud. The Lingsu dual swords had pierced through Shen Qiong. The power of heavenly punishment had brought great danger to his opponent. This time, Long Chen's attack on Shen Qiong was much more terrifying than the Tai Chi god's attack. After all, the Tai Chi god had never really pierced Long Chen. However, this time, Long Chen had directly hit his opponent. The power of heavenly punishment had played a terrifying role. Shen Qiong had thought that it was just a light injury. However, the next moment, the heavenly punishment had triggered a backlash from his own power. There was a rule in the heavenly punishment rule. The more evil a person's heart was, the more evil they would commit. The power of heavenly punishment rule would activate the power of those who disregarded human life. For example, Shen Qiong. Long Chen's sword pierced through Shen Qiong and 5 golden and black divine dragons appeared in his body. They attacked from 5 different directions and tore at Shen Qiong's body with the intent to devour him. The terrifying thing about the heavenly punishment rule was that it was Shen Qiong's own power that was going berserk. That was why he did not have the power to suppress it. He could only watch as his own divine power destroyed him. His body was like a vast starry sky. However, at that moment, the starry sky was collapsing and being torn apart by the 5 divine dragons. The 5 divine dragons were also growing stronger. No! Shen Qiong had not expected that Long Chen would be able to kill him in one move. After becoming a deity, it was difficult for one to truly die. Even if a single strand of hair was left, they could be reborn and leave a mark on themselves. However, Long Chen's rules, Blood Devour, Source of Life, and the Heavenly Punishment Rule were not ordinary rules. They were all fatal moves that would not allow the opponent to hold back. Under the Heavenly Punishment Rule, Shen Qiong's body was exploding. He could not move. He could only watch as his body turned to dust under the power of the Heavenly Punishment Rule. No! You can't kill me. I am the immortal king of the eternal celestial tribe. You will regret this for the rest of your life. Shen Qiong's voice was hoarse and he sounded like he was about to cry. To him, death was an unimaginable fear. The more he became a deity, the more he feared death. Let me help you end your pain. Actually, Long Chen preferred to use Blood Devour to kill. He might be hunted down by 2 celestial systems. He had no way out. It would have been fine if he was alone. The problem was that he had billions of lives that he needed to protect. He had no other choice. That was why he could only force himself to become stronger. This was his mission and his destiny. Perhaps this was Long Qinglan's hope for him. Long Chen retracted the Heavenly Punishment Rule. The 5 divine dragons dissipated, but Shen Qiong was already half dead. He could not fight back or escape. Shen Qiong had just escaped death and was extremely excited. He laughed. As expected, you don't dare to kill me. You've decided to belong to me, the eternal God. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Chen had already transformed into the ancient blood spirit dragon. It coiled around his body and killed him instantly. The eternal God's body turned into flesh and blood essence and was devoured by Long Chen. This was the 3rd God King he had devoured. The previous ones were the God King of Hell and Shenyang. A sinister glint flashed across Long Chen's blood-red eyes. It's done. He closed his eyes and felt the power of the Blood Devourer on Shen Qiong. It was exactly the same as Shenyang's. Even the amount was almost the same. Long Chen was relieved. He was actually only at the extreme Tai Chi divine realm. But this God King Shen Qiong was enough for him to step into the Great Essence divine realm, which was the God Lord realm. Although he was still lagging behind in terms of cultivation level, he would once again be ahead of Xiao Lang and the rest in terms of combat power. It would take some time to completely transform this power into the primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source power. I've recently comprehended the time fracture, destiny heavenly eye, blood devour, source of life, and heavenly punishment rule power. They are all comparable to God King rules, or even stronger. My rules have long reached the standard of a God Lord. I'm just short of power. His primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source power was very strong. Even if he was not a God Lord, he was still comparable to a God King. Now I think I should be able to control orderly grade destinable divine weapons and cultivate orderly grade boundless divine techniques. However, where can I find these suitable boundless divine techniques? It might be easy to find orderly grades, but it would not be easy to find them. There were many perfection realm God Kings in the beginning, and they had orderly grade items, such as Shui Lanyan. Shui Lanyan escaped last time, and no one knew where she was now. In any case, she did not die, but it would not be easy for her to make a comeback. Even Ji Yuan Sky Fiend only entered the death rain and did not truly die. Of course, these were not what Long Chen had to consider now. He was facing the suppression of two great god systems. Great Essence Divine Realm. After devouring the God Dome, the primordial divine dragon heavenly tribulation source power gradually reached a critical point, and it finally completed a breakthrough, allowing Long Chen to reach the Great Essence Divine Realm. After crossing this hurdle and becoming a God Lord, Long Chen had a huge improvement in all aspects, especially in terms of combat power. His improvement would definitely be greater. Now, it would be easier for him to face God King Inc. Desolation, and he might even be able to fight against a Perfection Realm God King. Now, on this dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could be considered to be standing at the peak. If the four great God Kings that returned all attacked together, they would probably be crushed by Long Chen. Not to mention that Hell God King was already dead, and there were only 3 left. It's done. Long Chen felt the surging power at this moment. His improvement was still admirable. Back when he was still in the 4 basic realms and 3 martial realms, he had advanced once every few months. To the people of the Eternal God Realm, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Eternal God Realm was born with the power of the Divine Martial Realm. But now that he had become a god, and advanced once every few months, this was actually the true heaven-defying aspect of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Apart from the freak Mo Xiaolang, there was no one else in the world who had the ability to devour blood. The more tyrannical he was, the faster Long Chen's talent was revealed. Now, he truly displayed the terrifying power of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Those gods who could only advance after 1,000,000 years or even eternally could not advance, if they saw Long Chen's speed of advancement, would probably cry. In terms of this speed, Long Chen was definitely number 1 in the myriad worlds. The few people around him were greatly affected by him, and could barely keep up. After stabilizing, Long Chen flew up. He wanted to find a way to see Long Qinglan, and there should be no one who could stop him now. Although Shen Xiong had escaped, he had been killed by Long Chen. He checked on the 3 great god kings along the way. Under the Golden Mountain, they had only been suppressed, and were not injured. They could still recover from their injuries. However, it would not be easy for them to come out like Shen Xiong. Long Chen took away Shen Xiong's things. He did not need the Fortune God artifact, but there would be people who did. After all, it was a Fortune God artifact. When he passed by the Radiant God King, Di Yao's voice suddenly sounded. Long Chen, are you really not afraid of death? You dare to use the lives of trillions of people on the dragon sacrificial continent to fight against us gods? Chapter 2759. The 3 golden mountains were not far from each other. Even Starry Sky and Desolation God Kings could hear Di Yao's words. At the same time, they could hear Long Chen and Shen Xiong's conversation. Now, the 3 God Kings knew that Long Chen had killed Shen Xiong. He was completely at odds with the Eternal God tribe. When he passed by Light God King, Di Yao threatened him with her voice and stopped him. The other 3 God Kings were here too. Di Yao naturally knew he had stopped and said, "You killed Shen Zhong and Shen Xiong. The Eternal God tribe of the sacrificial deity Great World wants to kill you the most. They will not show mercy to the billions of lives on the dragon sacrificial continent. If you continue like this, you'll only be able to witness the extermination of all lives, and the suffering of all living beings. You will see the destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent. Now, you only have one choice to avoid this tragedy from happening, and that is to rescue us and beg for forgiveness from the God Emperor. As long as you are obedient and willing to accept punishment, with your innate talent, you are only a godly king of hell. If you can become a member of my dragon sacrifice pantheon in the future, your value will definitely surpass that of a godly king of hell. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Didn't the divine emperor give the order to kill me? Is he changing his mind now? Diao paused, then said, "You don't have to worry, even if my father doesn't change his mind, as long as you obey my arrangements, I will plead with him, and he will help us. He is indeed afraid of your talent, but if you can become his son-in-law, of course he will cultivate you." I see. Long Chen smiled. You are right. Even if I am killed by the divine emperor, when the eternal god tribe comes, you will protect the dragon sacrificial continent, right? Anyway, as long as I listen to you, the lives on the dragon sacrificial continent will not be destroyed, right? That's right. It's good that you have thought it through. Diao was very glad that Long Chen had killed the eternal god race. She was worried about the fate of all living beings, and only the dragon's sacrifice could protect all living beings. She believed that Long Chen would definitely yield and release the three godly kings, allowing them to control the Origin Dragon Palace, killing two birds with one stone. As for Long Chen, if he was truly willing to fall in love with her, then she might be able to plead for him. Long Chen continued to ask with a smile, "It seems that I can only survive if I marry and fall in love with you. Then, do I have to kill Lingxi myself now?" Diao was startled. "If you can do that, I swear I will definitely protect you. Isn't your oath no different from farting?" Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. The more he laughed, the colder he became. In the end, he said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Once I figure out the secret of the Origin Dragon Palace and find a way to solve the problem, it will be your doomsday. Especially you, Di Yao. The hatred between us is absolutely irreconcilable. I won't kill you, but one day, Lingxi will personally kill you. Just wash your neck and wait for us." Di Yao was furious. She roared, "It seems that you don't care about the lives of those trillions of living beings. It's laughable that they are handing their lives over to a heartless person like you." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her. He was very clear about what he was fighting for. Admittedly, if he submitted to the dragon's sacrifice at this time, there was a possibility that they would protect the dragon sacrificial continent for him. However, it was only a possibility. Long Chen never wanted his fate and the fate of all living beings to be in the hands of others. If he chose this way, it would be a form of escape. A form of humiliation. In the future, Di Yao and the other deities would bring him endless humiliation. They would bully and humiliate the people around him. Rather than that, he might as well choose to fight together. Even if he died, he would die gloriously and grandly. Moreover, he believed that somewhere in this Origin Dragon Palace, Long Qinglan was waiting for him. It was time for him to give himself the final answer. Long Chen's many years of struggle seemed to have been waiting for this moment to arrive. Long Chen! Di Yao shouted angrily. However, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to her. He left this region and advanced forward, leaving behind Di Yao's curses and the three godly kings' anger. The reason why they wanted to use the survival of the dragon sacrificial continent to make a deal with Long Chen was actually because they were worried that Long Chen would obtain something from this Origin Dragon Palace. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had passed through it extremely easily. Now, he was the closest to the secret of the Origin Dragon Palace. Seeing that he was about to succeed, the three godly kings were obviously very worried. The radiant godly king said, "He doesn't seem to realize that the flow of time here is around 300 times faster than outside. In other words, a total of several decades here will only be 3 months outside before the God King descends. If he knew that there would be so much time, he definitely wouldn't be so worried." It was exactly because of this that the three godly kings were worried. Who knew what would happen to Long Chen in these several decades? They communicated with the Divine Emperor Jun because he had sensed the change in time here. That was why they knew. This change was actually extremely subtle. For example, Long Chen and the others would not feel any discomfort in the Origin Dragon Palace at all. As a matter of fact, Long Chen himself had been in a tense state earlier, so he did not notice this. However, Long Chen had been to the Origin Dragon Palace before. He had already sensed the change in time last time. It was just that too much time had passed in between, so he had forgotten about it. Moreover, after coming in, he had been in continuous life and death battles. He did not have the chance to observe the situation outside the dragon sacrificial continent. He continued to advance in this darkness. Something was definitely waiting for him ahead. All of a sudden, Long Chen sensed some changes in the outside world. He could see the people outside from the divine palace. He felt like they seemed to be frozen on the spot. What's going on? Only then did he know that even though everyone was motionless, there was still the wish power of the people providing them. After being puzzled for a while, he finally thought of something and was overjoyed. The flow of time is 300 times faster. The last time I came in here, only a short while had passed outside. Calculating it this way, he would have to stay here for around 70 years before the God King descends. Then at least in the Origin Dragon Palace, there would be sufficient time to cultivate. Although there was no opponent to devour and all progress had to be made through bitter cultivation, at least there was sufficient time. Perhaps a miracle could happen. Long Chen could not help but tell this good news to everyone in the Divine Kingdom. For a moment, everyone cheered. 70 years. Perhaps Long Chen would even be able to contend with the God King Di Jun. This stretch of starry sky was simply a miracle. Because of the difference in time, the speed at which everyone provided the wish power of the people slowed down significantly. However, there were too many people. Previously, most of them were also in a suppressed state. Once they came into contact with the suppression, it would be a battle. Therefore, Long Chen did not notice the overall decrease in the wish power of the people. Now that he took a look, he realized that it had decreased by a lot. However, it did not matter much. No matter what, he still had to find Long Qinglan as soon as possible. It might be just up ahead. Long Chen flew all the way with a relaxed mood. Finally, he saw the last golden door in the void. The door was erected on a wall. This wall was the end of the Origin Dragon Palace. The wall was densely packed with carvings. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of carvings of mystical dragons. Each of them was completely different. This was a magnificent picture. It depicted the scene of divine dragons soaring in ancient times. That golden door seemed to lead to the ultimate secret. Long Chen was incomparably excited as he neared. However, it was at this point that he noticed a statue next to the gate. It was a snow-white statue of a sweet-tempered woman, like a goddess or a goddess. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and even though she was just a statue, she was no less beautiful than Lingxi or Di Yao. This woman appeared in Long Chen's memories. It was difficult for him to forget women that he had intimate contact with, especially this one. This woman that possessed boundless charm that could topple all living things was the Grand Plainness God. Long Chen had long expected to meet her. When the Great Plainness deity descended, she had transformed into Li Xuanji and the various women in her life to entangle with Long Chen. Long Chen did not see her with his own eyes, but from start to finish, it had been her. Whether it was her eyes, voice, or movements, they were all the same as the Great Plainness deity. Whether it was a mortal or a god, no one could resist the beauty of a man and a woman. Even gods and devils, who transcended everything, could not surpass this. So when he saw the statue of the Great Plainness deity, Long Chen was shocked. After all, no matter how hard he tried, he could not forget her beauty. At this moment, the statue gradually changed. In front of Long Chen's eyes, it turned into the Tai Su deity from back then. Her face was naturally beautiful, and every inch of her skin could only be described as perfect. It was intoxicating. Her enchanting eyes were like a lingering ribbon wrapped around his body, making him unable to look away. After so many hardships, you are finally here. The great plainness deity's voice was as moving as the last time. She was wearing a thin veil, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible. Her peaks and secluded land were fascinating, and her curves were even more intoxicating. Everyone in the divine nation was still looking at them. Long Chen quickly straightened himself up. After all, this was a senior who had a great relationship with his father. What made him most excited was that the God of Great Essence wasn't like the previous few who had appeared before him. The previous few didn't talk to him, but this God of Great Essence spoke. Great Plainness Deity. Long Chen stared at her. Yes, it's me. I had a wonderful experience with you in the past. The woman walked forward, and when she arrived in front of Long Chen, she revealed a sweet smile and said, "But don't worry, I am not related to your father by blood. Now, I know you have a lot of questions, but you don't need to ask. You will understand. Now, you are not allowed to say a word. Do as I say, understand?" The Great Plainness Deity had the temperament of a big sister, and she also had her majesty. Since she made such a request, and even her eyes were staring at him, Long Chen naturally could only obey. "As long as you pass me, you can enter and find the person you want to see in front of this door." The Great Plainness Deity pointed to the door behind her. Sure enough, his father was inside. He wanted to ask her if she was a dragon attendant, but since she asked not to speak, he could only hold back. But words could not describe the opportunity he had at the moment. The Great Plainness Deity giggled and said, "Don't look. My test is not to fight and kill," but, hearing this, Long Chen became nervous. It couldn't be like the last time, right? Today, he received another task and had to be busy for the whole day, so he only had 2 chapters. He owed 1 chapter and had to make up for it in a few days. Chapter 2760. Soon, he knew that it couldn't be, because a few others had appeared beside the Great Essence God. They were the dragon-horned woman, the blood-red robed man who looked exactly like Long Chen, the green-robed dragon attendant of life, and finally the god of Tai Chi from the black and white palace. There were 5 of them in total. When they gathered together, Long Chen had a strange feeling. It was as if they had been with him since the beginning, and only now did they appear in front of Long Chen. The Great Essence God would reveal their identities. If they were dragon attendants, then they were the true ancestors of the entire human race. They were people born in the era of the divine dragons, and then became gods. They had existed for a very long time, even longer than the era demons. Long Chen had fought with them before. However, just like last time when he fought against the Tai Chi God, and this time when he fought against the Tai Chi God had displayed a different level of strength. Long Chen believed that in the era of the divine dragons, they had accompanied the divine dragons. Their strength was definitely not as simple as what Long Chen saw now. With so many people present, the Great Essence God certainly wouldn't test him in the same strange way as last time. The other 4 were as silent as before. At this time, the Great Essence God arrived in front of Long Chen, just a meter away from Long Chen. "Look into my eyes." The Great Essence God's charming voice rang out. Long Chen did as she said. The Great Essence God's eyes were very big and bright, like 2 pure jade stones. Long Chen could vaguely see the flame of destiny in them. The left and right eyes were different. Destiny. She was the dragon attendant of the 4th-ranked primordial heavenly dragon. Compared to Long Chen, who had just received the primordial heavenly dragon's blood essence, she naturally understood what destiny was. So from her, Long Chen could see all kinds of destiny rules. Maybe, it's for me to comprehend something, Long Chen roughly understood. Starting from the dragon attendant of life, he comprehended the source of life despite being in danger. During the battle against the Taiji deity, he had also comprehended the retribution of heaven. Perhaps, the God of Grand Essence was guiding his destiny. Of course, this process was accompanied by coercion and danger. With the opportunity to become even more powerful in front of him, he would definitely cherish it. Look into her eyes. Long Chen was very familiar with the left eye of the god of Tai Su. It was the heavenly pupil of fate. She had also cultivated the laws of the heavenly pupil of fate. This was a kind of fate law suppression. But Long Chen was now paying attention to her right eye. The rule of the right eye was called Eye of Wishes. Long Chen had yet to open the wish heart eye, so he temporarily did not know what the wish heart eye was. Desire is the will of all living beings. It is their spiritual yearning, their spiritual thirst, and their dreams. A strong desire can interfere with fate. This was Long Chen's understanding of wishes. The chaotic origin fate dragon was the dragon of destiny and hope. Wishes were also an important part of the rules. Be careful. The god of Grand Essence did not stand on ceremony. Her right eye underwent a certain change. Just like the heavenly pupil of fate, a ray of light shot out from her eye and suddenly engulfed the world. It was as if the entire world was covered by the wish heart eye. Long Chen found that the entire world was at a loss. The wish heart eye had yet to target him, but he could feel the power of this light. It is really similar to the god sacrifice art. He saw it. He had once seen the eternal god race use the god sacrifice art. They forcefully deprived faith. But the wish heart eye was different. It was a kind of reform. The god of Grand Essence's gaze could see the wishes of all living beings. She could see through their hearts and let her own wish law blend with the wishes of all living beings. It was a gentle form that could even quickly obtain faith. Long Chen could not help but be shocked. This is simply another god sacrifice art. But it is countless times better than the god sacrifice art. Because the god sacrifice art is not true faith, but power deprivation. But this wish heart eye is different. It can even obtain the eternal faith of all living beings. If I go to a new world, I can rely on this wish heart eye to blend into that new world and let the mortals there recognize me, acknowledge me, and believe in me. It was gentle, and well-intentioned. It was not a forceful deprivation by Long Chen. Instead, it was sensing their wishes and fulfilling their wishes. Then, he could obtain their love and faith. The wish heart eye was helping. Back then, the Chaos Heavenly Fate Dragon's inheritance blood was divided into two parts and entered into his eyes. Now that his left eye had awakened the Destiny Heavenly Eye, his right eye was still lacking. What the God of Grand Essence wanted him to comprehend should be this wish heart eye. The wish heart eye needs to bear the wishes of all living beings. If your heart is not firm enough, it is very likely that it will collapse on the spot. The God of Grand Essence gently reminded. Long Chen did not say much, but he had already memorized it in his heart. Moreover, it is not so simple. Previously, the God of Grand Essence's wish heart eye was scattered across the entire world, covering trillions of living beings. But now, all the gazes were focused on Long Chen alone. When this law landed on Long Chen's head, there was a loud bang in his head. Long Chen almost fainted from the shock. He was completely unprepared. For a moment, countless voices rang in his head. An incomparably strong will was emitting countless grand voices. The power of the law caused Long Chen to subconsciously complete every command the other party gave. Commit suicide. The other party said. Long Chen was emotional. In his imagination, he seemed to have become a person despised by all living beings. He deeply understood that the power of the law had caused his behavior and thoughts to change. One had to say that the control of this law was too strong. It was as if a single gaze could control Long Chen and gods and demons. Even if he was a soul-controlling demon, he could only control the masses. He was helpless against gods and devils. However, the Eye of Desire was different. Its fate law was targeted at tyrannical gods and devils. In battle, Long Chen only needed to display the Eye of Desire and he would probably be able to directly control his enemies. Just like before, the God of Grand Essence ordered Long Chen to commit suicide. Long Chen almost did it. Terrifying. Long Chen was deeply aware of the terror of the Wish Heart Eye. If not for the God of Grand Essence not killing him, he would have been defeated. Under the control of the Wish Heart Eye, it should not be difficult for the God of Grand Essence to deal with him. Did you see it clearly? Suddenly, the light disappeared. The God of Grand Essence blinked and the Wish Heart Eye disappeared. Her eyes returned to their gem-like state. Almost. But I need some time to digest it. Long Chen was sweating profusely. He almost couldn't control his body just now. The deeper one cultivated these ancestral dragon laws, the more difficult it was. Each law was the dream of countless gods and demons. Long Chen alone could be considered to have dominated many of them. It was precisely the strangeness of the laws that allowed Long Chen to defeat God King Ink Desolation's heaven-defying Ink Qilin. Similarly, this Wish Heart Eye was not easy. I need to comprehend this law to see my father? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. But at this moment, the God of Grand Essence led the others and disappeared in front of Long Chen. The surroundings instantly became empty. The golden door in front of him was closed. Long Chen wanted to split it open, but this was the Origin Dragon Palace, the place of the seniors. It was not good to mess around. The Wish Heart Eye can open this door. Suddenly, the God of Grand Essence's voice sounded. All right. Long Chen understood. In any case, they wanted him to be as strong as possible before he met Long Qinglan. Let's do this then. If he could master the Wish Heart Eye, he would be able to take the initiative in the future when the two great god systems suppressed him. Anyway, he had a lot of time now. He wasn't afraid. As such, he calmed his heart and recalled the God of Grand Essence's Wish Heart Eye. From destiny to wishes. The Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Eye of Desire didn't have much in common, and the Eye of Desire had two effects. One was faith, and the other was control. If he wanted to completely control the Eye of Desire, he had to start from these two aspects. To obtain faith is to understand the wishes of all living beings. On the dragon sacrificial continent, what are the wishes of all living beings? Long Chen had to understand each and every one of their thoughts. In reality, everyone's wishes were different. However, there were a few shocking similarities. For example, the first was to become stronger and not be bullied. This was everyone's wish. Another point was that it was the era of gods. All living beings were too insignificant. The frequent god wars had a huge impact on them. Hence, they yearned for survival and peace. This is their wish, to comply with the wishes of all living beings and strive for survival and happiness for all living beings, they would be able to obtain their wishes. The Wish Heart Eye was facilitating this change. As for control, it was actually concentrating the power of the Wish Heart Eye on a single person. The powerful law would suppress the other party's will and forcefully instill one's wishes into the other party, forming a soul control effect. One could even control the opponent and turn them into one's own weapon. On one hand, it was the wishes of all living beings. On the other hand, it was one's own wish. Long Chen seemed to understand. The Great Essence God had demonstrated it to him very well. Moreover, this was the Chaos Origin Heavenly Fate Dragon's mystical ability law. Long Chen only needed one condition to trigger it. Time passed slowly. 1 month passed. Not much time passed in the outside world. Long Chen understood. During this period, the great essence god appeared a few more times and even demonstrated and corrected him again. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Long Chen not to succeed. Finally, the Chaos Origin Heavenly Fate Dragon's Eyes, the Destiny Heavenly Eye and the Wish Heart Eye, were successfully activated. Both were super high-level laws. Even against divine emperors, they were effective. In fact, back then, the Chaos Origin Heavenly Fate Dragon used this pair of eyes the most. He stood up and walked towards the golden door with extreme excitement. Finally, this moment had arrived. Go in. He has been waiting for you for a long time. He will tell you everything you want to ask. The Great Essence God said gently behind him. At 18, there were 2 more chapters. Today was Big Bear's birthday. I wish him a happy birthday. It was said that he was single. Those who wanted to be gay could get on him now. Chapter 2761. These 2 chapters had buried quite a lot of holes. Look carefully. Don't miss anything. The first time Long Chen used the Eye of Desire was on this last golden door. To him, the difference between the Eye of Desire and the Heavenly Eye of Destiny was nothing more than the difference between the right eye and the left eye. When he opened his right eye, it was a white flame of desire. The flame of desire burned the golden door and actually caused it to slowly turn until a snow-white space appeared in front of him. Long Chen had waited too long for this moment. Of course, all the dragon practitioners in the God Nation were also looking forward to it. In the past, they had misunderstood the Eternal Dragon Emperor, but when they saw Long Chen's height, they understood the true height of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. What Long Qinglan had done was unheard of in the past. Without this Eternal Dragon Emperor pointing the way for Long Chen from an invisible place, there would be no Long Chen of today. This could be seen from the inheritance of the 5 types of blood essence. Almost every type of blood essence was related to Long Qinglan's instructions. Now, the trillions of living beings in the dragon sacrificial continent were facing a new situation. It was time for him to tell them who he was, and what the dragon sacrificial continent had experienced 1 epoch ago. What was the situation of their homeland now? Long Chen was extremely excited. He was more excited than anyone else. After fighting and killing all the way, he had finally reached this moment. Without another word, he strode into the golden door. In that instant, the surrounding time underwent a huge change. Twisting, dissipating, incomparably mysterious. Even though Long Chen was very familiar with the rules of time, he still couldn't figure out what they were. He didn't have time to think. After passing through time, his eyes brightened, and he finally saw his surroundings clearly. This was a familiar yet unfamiliar place. After thinking for a long time, Long Chen finally remembered where this place was. This is Baiyang Town, the Yang family's residence. Long Qinglan hadn't lived with Yang Xueqing for a long time. In his memory, this was a place that reeked of alcohol. His father stayed here alone with no one to take care of him. He drank all day and led a befuddled life. But now, it was different. Although it was still the same room, it was very clean. Warm sunlight shone in through the window, as if the floor was covered with a layer of silver powder. It had been a long time since Long Chen had seen such a warm light. He was originally very excited, but when he came to this room, his heart suddenly calmed down. Next to the window, a man in a green robe stood with his hands behind his back. When Long Chen opened the door and walked in, he turned around and saw Long Chen at a glance. Perhaps this was enough for Long Chen to remember this gaze for the rest of his life. He didn't even know how much time had passed. He just stared at his father and even forgot to speak. In her memory, she had never looked at him like this before. He also looked into Long Chen's eyes. His warm and peaceful smile was like the sunlight behind him, making Long Chen's heart feel more at ease. He wasn't in a hurry. It was probably time for Long Qinglan to tell him everything, to instantly build a path for him, and to point out the path for the future. Come here. Long Qinglan waved at him. Long Chen walked up and stopped in front of the window with him. Outside the window was the courtyard of the Yang family. There were a few old trees. Long Qinglan sighed softly and said, "I'm so lucky to be able to see you among the countless futures." Long Chen was confused. What did he mean? Actually, Long Chen wanted to ask if he was the dragon attendant of the great void astral dragon. "Father," before he could finish, Long Qinglan said, "You probably don't understand yet. Actually, I don't exist here. I came from 50,000 years ago. In other words, I traveled through time 100,000 years ago and came to the future to talk to you." Huh? Long Chen stared at him blankly. Of course, he could sense Long Qinglan's existence. Although he was different from the other dragon attendants, who looked like gods while he looked incredibly mysterious, Long Chen would never have imagined that he would tell him that he had come from 100,000 years ago. Long Chen was very focused. He was waiting for Long Qinglan to explain everything to him. He was ready. No matter how unbelievable it was normal. Long Qinglan looked at the sunlight outside the window and said, "First, I'll tell you who I really am. I was born in an era, or even 2 eras ago. It was the great void astral dragon who made me. You should have guessed correctly, I am the dragon attendant of the great void astral dragon. Therefore, the others were also the dragon attendants of the ancestral dragon. In that era, they were definitely very terrifying, because even a supreme divine dragon could not possess the laws of the ancestral dragon, but they could. Moreover, each ancestral dragon only had one dragon attendant, so their true status was very likely to surpass that of a supreme divine dragon. Moreover, they must have had another identity, which was the ancestors of the human race. Of course, they were the ancestors of the human race on the draconic sacrificial continent. Long Chen waited for him to continue. The 5 outside are also the dragon attendants of the ancestral dragon. During the era of the dragon god, we served the ancestral dragon. In terms of strength, we surpassed the supreme dragons, and in terms of status, we were on par with the supreme dragons. After all, we weren't real dragons. In addition, that guy from the Curse Realm was also the dragon attendants of the ancestral dragon. He was ranked 7th, the ancestral dragon in charge of heavenly calamity and calamity. In that case, from the 3rd to the 9th, they were all present. Only the 1st, 2nd, and 10th were missing. From this point of view, Long Qinglan should be the leader of the Origin Dragon Palace. However, it was hard to understand why he said he came from 100,000 years ago. Among the time rules of the Great Void Astral Dragon, one of the most profound ones includes traveling through time and space and descending into the future. I finally cultivated this rule 100,000 years ago, so I came to the present. I can converse with you. But you have to know that the future isn't predestined. Do you know how many possibilities I saw when I descended into this time? Long Chen was thinking about what Long Qinglan said. When it came to traveling through time, it was really hard for him to understand. If he came from 100,000 years ago, then where did the current dragon attendants of time go? Is there a lot? Everyone's destiny had many possibilities in the future. In that case, the future that Long Qinglan saw should be the same. Long Qinglan smiled faintly and said, "There are countless possibilities. Billions of possibilities can be born in every instant, and billions of possibilities can disappear in every instant. There is no fixed number. Therefore, do you know how difficult it is to find your future among so many futures? Traveling through time is the most supreme of the time rules. It is also because of this that it is so difficult. My limit happens to be 100,000 years. Back then, I faced countless of this room. In almost all of the futures, this room doesn't have people in it. In fact, this room doesn't even exist because it has already been destroyed. You might not be able to imagine it, but in the countless futures that I can see, by the time you are in, the dragon sacrificial continent has already started to be destroyed. Or perhaps it has already been destroyed. All living beings have died, and the legacy of the dragon god has been completely severed. I've seen too many of such scenes. The Time Rules, ranked third, was broad and profound. Traveling through time and descending into the future, at least to the current Long Chen, this was inconceivable. He couldn't imagine the scene that Long Qinglan faced, how magnificent it was, and how heart-wrenching it was. But there was no other way. At this point, Long Chen was even more confused. Why did he travel to 100,000 years in the future and see himself? What would happen next? Also, how did the dragon god go extinct? Long Qinglan saw that he was confused, so he smiled and said, "There's no hurry. We still have some time to have a good chat. I'll start from an epoch ago and tell you what kind of changes our dragon sacrificial continent and dragon sacrificial world have experienced, and what kind of hatred we bear." With this, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. Otherwise, listening to him talk about how to travel into the future and see billions of possibilities, he would be confused. Every word of the past few days might not be forgotten by Long Chen even after a long time. Because this was his destiny, his struggle, and the expectations that so many people had for him. Long Qinglan began. Actually, an epoch ago, the worlds back then were more closely connected than they are now. In the most primitive stage, the 10 great ancestor dragons were first born, and they created the dragon sacrificial world. After that, the worlds were born one after another over countless years. Not only did the 10 great ancestor dragons set the rules of the dragon sacrificial world, but they also set the rules of the entire world. The rulers of the worlds then set the minor rules that belonged to each world. For countless years, and even after countless epochs, it was still the same. Not only were the 10 great ancestor dragons the pinnacle of the dragon sacrificial continent, but they were also the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. They were also the 10 greatest rulers of the myriad worlds. Long Chen knew that an epoch ago, the dragon sacrificial continent was incomparably huge. It was the most vast place in the myriad worlds, and the number one. But he didn't expect that the 10 great ancestor dragons' influence would spread throughout the myriad worlds. Moreover, the 10 of them were the rulers of the myriad worlds, even surpassing the other creators of the myriad worlds. It seemed that he had still underestimated the ancestor dragons. Obviously, he lacked the most important origin dragon soul, but he had already improved so rapidly. This was the power of the ancestor dragon bloodline. Yes, that was a glorious era. Even us 10 dragon attendants were at the half-step ancestor realm. And in the myriad worlds, the creators of every world were all at the ancestor realm. And the 10 ancestor dragons were even at the peak of the ancestor realm. Many worlds might have 2 or 3 creators, but our dragon sacrificial continent has a total of 10. Moreover, our rules sweep through the myriad worlds and are the rules of the entire myriad worlds. The other ancestor gods can only carry out their minor rules to a certain extent. Long Qinglan brought Long Chen the vast world of the myriad worlds before an epoch. That vast world had even lasted for countless epochs. Even the dragon attendants had only appeared 1 or 2 epochs ago. In that case, the history of the 10 ancestor dragons should be even longer. That was the world at the beginning of the world. Chapter 2762. From the beginning of the world, from the 10 ancestor dragons creating the dragon sacrificial dragon world to the birth of the myriad worlds, these countless eras were the golden age. All worlds existed in a perfect, circular, and reincarnated manner. The energy of the entire myriad worlds maintained a balance. Balance was the most important thought of the 10 ancestor dragons. Countless years ago, they carried it out this way. That was why the myriad worlds were not destroyed. At this point, Long Qinglan's eyes became a little gloomy. He said, "But 1 era ago, they appeared and destroyed the entire balance." "Who are they?" Long Chen hurriedly asked. The most important answer finally appeared. The reason why Long Qinglan had told him about a prosperous and balanced world was none other than to tell him who was the one who had destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent. In Long Chen's eyes, this world was almost completely destroyed. Long Qinglan slowly told him the answer. They might have come from another chaos, or they might have been born in the myriad worlds. No one knows. But they are plunderers, the ones who destroyed the balance. They are also about to destroy the myriad worlds to enrich their own existence. They are also the current supreme rulers of the myriad worlds. They are called the Sky-Swallowing Race. The Sky-Swallowing Race. They often appeared beside Long Chen. In fact, when he saw the mural in the martial god's tomb and saw the giant star beast that was comparable to a world, the other party claimed to be from the Sky-Devouring clan. Then there were all kinds of murals. Dragon-Swallowing Beast, Black Yama Beast, Heaven Blood Hell. Frankly speaking, ever since the gods appeared, the term Sky-Swallowing Race was very far away from Long Chen. In the past, he did wonder if it was the Sky-Swallowing Race that destroyed the 10 ancestor dragons. But after thinking about it, the Sky-Swallowing Race might not have such power. When he saw the power of the gods, he realized that the Black Yama Beast, which was very difficult to deal with, was actually very ordinary. But Long Qinglan now told Long Chen that they were the Sky-Swallowing Race. What is the Sky-Swallowing Race? Long Chen knew that since they could even destroy the balanced world created by the 10 ancestor dragons, they must be very terrifying. And Long Qinglan said that the Sky-Swallowing Race was now the true ruler of the myriad worlds. Long Qinglan bore a grudge. Speaking of this, his eyes were like flames as he said, "A group of terrifying existences, no one knows when they were born in the myriad worlds. They don't need to cultivate, they only need to devour to plunder everything, including power, laws, and so on. They devoured everything, even space, time, and the entire world. There was nothing they couldn't devour and nothing they couldn't destroy. They were very secretive in the beginning, so even the 10 great ancestral dragons didn't notice their existence. Or perhaps, someone has nurtured them and protected them. Devour everything. It could devour any law. Long Chen could understand it the best, because he and Mo Xiaolang were very close to devouring, especially Mo Xiaolang. He had relied on devouring to rise all the way. In fact, his talent was not very high, but when he piled everyone's talent on himself, it was terrifying. Long Chen could roughly imagine that it was very likely that they were just some insignificant things in the beginning, but with the devouring ability, they continued to grow. They devoured living beings, mountains, rivers, trees, the sun, the moon, the stars, the world, time, space, and even fate and karma. As long as they existed, even if they were formless, they probably couldn't escape. Such an opponent would definitely be the destroyer of all laws. The more he thought about it, the more he was shocked at how terrifying they were. But what did Long Qinglan mean when he said that someone was protecting them? Who nurtured the Sky-Swallowing Race? Long Chen asked nervously. This was probably the most shocking secret in all of history. Long Qinglan said, "No one in your god nation can hear my conversation with you. Origin Dragon Palace has escaped from their sight. I came from 100,000 years ago and have transcended the current rules. That's why they can't find me. That's why I can talk to you. This is also why the other dragon servants don't say a word to you. If you leave this room, you can't even mention this name. No matter how lowly you are, as long as you say this name, he will see you. Do you know how the Eternal Dragon Emperor died? He mentioned this name and was discovered. He was extremely serious." Long Chen was also a little shocked in his heart. As long as he left this room and mentioned this name, he would be targeted. As expected, they were the current rulers of the myriad worlds. In other words, no matter what Long Chen knew, he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't even think about it. Otherwise, he might have a similar fate as his father. However, the words Eternal Dragon Emperor had come out of his mouth. I forgot to tell you, I'm not really your father. Strictly speaking, Eternal Dragon Emperor Long Qinglan is your father. My identity is more like a dragon servant of time, the god of Taisher, because my name is Taisher. As for my relationship with Long Qinglan, should say, I reincarnated and became him. He should be my next life. Complicated. But Long Chen finally understood why there was a difference between the dragon servants of time and the Eternal Dragon Emperor. They were reincarnated. At this point, Long Qinglan smiled. But if you think about it, I'm no different from your father. We're the same person. It's just that when I go back 100,000 years, I'll probably start reincarnating. 100,000 years ago, you and your father hadn't appeared yet. That is to say, if I didn't choose to reincarnate after going back, your side might not be like it is now. Time is the most complicated rule, even I haven't understood it. You just need to understand why I chose to reincarnate after going back. Actually, part of the reason is because of you. It's because of your birth. There must be an Eternal Dragon Emperor before there can be a Massacre Dragon Emperor. This room is just one of countless futures for me, but this is the only future I desire. Can you understand? It still sounded complicated. However, Long Chen roughly understood what it meant. He still had to return to 100,000 years in the past. Arriving 100,000 years in the future was just an interlude for him. He saw Long Chen in the countless futures, so he entered this room to avoid the eyes of the controller of realms and tell Long Chen the truth. Of course, it was because he saw that Long Chen had inherited 5 kinds of ancestral dragon blood. This was the hope of the future of the dragon sacrificing continent. Even the hope of the myriad worlds. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts, then asked cautiously, you said that the existence who protected and nurtured the sky-devouring clan, who is he? He had already made up his mind. When he found out who it was, he would immediately choose to forget about it, or even never mention it. He couldn't even tell Lingxi what he had heard after coming in, and he couldn't even let Yang Yu meet Long Qinglan. He had originally planned to let Yang Yu come out and take a look. But this time servant in front of him, strictly speaking, wasn't Yang Yu. The man he protected day and night was his next life. Finally, Long Qinglan told him the answer. You should also find it strange. It's normal for the first and second dragon servants to disappear, but why isn't there a 10th dragon servant? Also, the 9 ranks were set by the 10 ancestral dragons, but in fact, they were set by the 9 ancestral dragons. When the rules of the 9 ranks appeared, the last ancestral dragon was born in the land of origin of the divine dragons, and that is the 10th. Chaotic sky-devouring dragon. In other words, it's a traitor? Long Chen actually had his suspicions as well. After all, the 10th ancestral dragon was too special, and Long Chen hadn't come into contact with it at all, except for the devouring dragon city. But the devouring dragon city had little to do with the chaotic sky-devouring dragon. They didn't even know the real name of the ancestral dragon that represented devouring. Long Qinglan said, that's right. The 10th ancestral dragon didn't participate in the birth of the dragon sacrificing world and the setting of the rules of the myriad worlds. He was a natural destroyer who appeared later. I never understood, but when everything was perfect and balanced, a destroyer was suddenly born. The chaotic sky-devouring dragon didn't show much at first, just that his nature was to devour, but the other 9 ancestral dragons didn't allow him to devour, nor did they allow him to destroy the world and break the balance. Until one day, he appeared with the sky-devouring clan. He was no different from the sky-devouring clan. Although he was a dragon, he had all the characteristics of the sky-devouring race. At that time, he was the leader of the sky-devouring race, and he was the one who started the war against the dragon-sacrificing world and the myriad worlds creator. But later on, the sky-devouring race devoured too much, and the chaotic sky-devouring dragon became one of the few rulers. In the sky-devouring race, there was already an existence that could fight against the ancestral dragons. In the end, they won, and that led to the current situation. In other words, among the 10 ancestral dragons, the chaotic sky-devouring dragon still exists, right? Long Qinglan nodded and said, "That's right. He still exists, and is one of the rulers of the myriad worlds. If there is a chance for the myriad worlds to avoid the fate of destruction, the only possibility is for you to defeat him. But in reality, the heaven-devouring dragons of primal chaos are already unimaginably powerful. They have devoured too much, and now more than half of the energy of the entire myriad worlds has completely entered their bodies. It's just that. I came from 100,000 years ago, and saw you reach this place among the billions and billions of possibilities. I can't see 100,000 years later, and I'm afraid the chances of you completing your mission is only 1 in a billion, 1 in a billion. The future had infinite possibilities. Among the infinite possibilities, there was only one possibility, and that was that Long Chen reached this place. But to Long Chen, this was already something that had happened. Since I can reach this place, it means that at least for me, this 1 in a billion has already happened. Then, since I inherited the blood essence of the 5 ancestral dragons, it's definitely possible in the future. Right now, he still had too many questions to answer. There should be many more details in that Great Era War. I forgot about the quiz contest last Sunday again. This time, I won't wait for Sunday. Tomorrow, at 20 p.m. on the 9th, I'll send out the quiz contest on time. The prize is Lunatic's Signature, a physical book that can't be bought. Commemorative edition. Everyone, please follow Lunatic's WeChat account, Feng Qingyang. Come and participate. Remember, it's 8 p.m. Chapter 2763. Recalling the situation back then, Long Qinglan was a little sad. He said helplessly, "This war lasted for more than 1,000,000 years. It was a time of endless battles. To be honest, the Chaos Sky-Swallowing Dragon and the Sky-Swallowing race were no match for the 9 ancestor dragons. They were no match for the myriad worlds. After all, there were tens of thousands of creators of other worlds. Every one of them was stronger than us back then. After all, they were the ones who created the worlds. Then why did the 10 ancestor dragons lose in the end?" Long Qinglan said, "There are many details in a war. It's useless even if you know. Even in a battle of that level, us dragon attendants and the supreme divine dragons could not affect the outcome. Victory and defeat were all between the ancestor dragons and the rulers of the sky-swallowing race. Their goal was only to kill the 9 ancestor dragons. As long as the 9 ancestor dragons were defeated, they would be able to control the new order." Long Chen listened quietly. It was indeed a sorrowful era. Long Qinglan and the others had personally witnessed the unparalleled prosperity of the draconic sacrificial world and the myriad worlds that were closely related to it being destroyed. They had seen countless mystical dragons die tragically, they had seen all living beings go extinct, they had seen the destruction of the world. If anyone had been placed in such a period of time, they would probably have been filled with deep sorrow. Then there was hatred. The sky-swallowing race not only destroyed the ancestor dragons and divine dragons, but also this world. At least, the dragon-sacrificial dragon continent was ruined. The legacies here were almost all gone. Actually, there was a rather big reversal. In the beginning, it was the chaotic sky-devouring dragon who led the sky-devouring race to fight against the 9 ancestral dragons. The other creator ancestral gods thought that it was an internal conflict between the 10 ancestral dragons and didn't care. They even held the mentality of watching the tigers fight and didn't want to interfere. Later, in the battle, a few of the sky-swallowing clan members became terrifyingly powerful, surpassing most of the creator gods and suppressing the position of the chaos sky-swallowing dragon. At this time, the creator gods realized that this was a subversive contest between the greatest controllers of the myriad worlds, but they still chose to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. The order of the 10 great ancestor dragons was too strict. Many times, the creator gods of the myriad worlds were dissatisfied. So, they paid the price. Who paid the price? Long Chen didn't understand at first. Naturally, it's the creator ancestral gods of the myriad worlds. Although they also created worlds, there was still a gap between them and the 10 great ancestral dragons. In the end, the sky-devouring race and the 9 ancestral dragons were in a stalemate, so they turned around and began to roam the infinite worlds, directly attacking the ancestor gods, devouring many ancestor gods and becoming terrifyingly powerful. Only then did they return to the dragon sacrificial great world to fight the ancestral dragons again. This time, they won. This victory ended countless eras and the history of the 10 great ancestor dragons ruling over the myriad worlds. The 10,000 worlds had also fallen from a balanced and stable development to the current situation. The world was not balanced and the power that made up the entire world was flowing away. The heaven and earth power of the 10,000 worlds was being devoured by the sky-swallowing race. Fortunately, the sky-devouring clan isn't omnipotent. The chaotic heaven-devouring dragon is the same. After that battle, their vitality was greatly damaged, and they needed to recover. In fact, they needed tens of millions of years to recover. Furthermore, their devouring ability had reached its limit, so after defeating the 10 great ancestral dragons, they chose to use a slower method to devour the myriad worlds. That's why we're still alive today. And 100,000 years ago, which is also when I came here, the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep to break through to an even more terrifying realm. The ancestral dragon's inherited blood essence that had been dormant for an era then reappeared, and we also woke up. That battle also greatly damaged our vitality, so until today, we haven't been able to recover our strength. Break through to an even more terrifying realm. Long Chen still could not imagine it. In his opinion, the myriad worlds were really terrifyingly huge. No matter how strong he was as insignificant as an ant in the myriad worlds. However, there was actually such a group of existences that were actually devouring the entire world. It was truly unbelievable. He was originally only worried that the dragon sacrificial great continent would be destroyed. Now, it seemed that one day in the future, the entire myriad worlds would enter the body of the sky-devouring race. That was truly terrifying. Perhaps the sky-devouring race that Long Chen saw back then was as huge as a world, but that was just one of the weaker ones. Fortunately, they destroyed the 9 ancestral dragons and didn't completely destroy the dragon sacrificial great continent. Or rather, they weren't interested in this broken world at all, so they left. As for us, the divine dragon race, we left behind our inherited blood essence. Even the 7 of us dragon attendants hid in the Origin Dragon Palace and collected the inherited blood essence and Origin Dragon souls of almost all the dragons that died in battle. However, there are still many inherited blood essences scattered around the dragon sacrificial great continent. In your god nation, there are millions of dragon warriors, so the inheritance of the divine dragon race will never be severed. And Chen, you are the hope for the rise of the dragons. You are the hope for the revival of the myriad worlds, so that we won't be reduced to becoming food for others. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure this was. He remembered that the last time, Long Qinglan only wanted him to clear his name. But this time, the mission he gave him was actually to revive the divine dragon race, to fight against the new ruler of the myriad worlds, the sky-devouring race, and even to establish a new balance and reincarnation order, so that the myriad worlds wouldn't be destroyed and could exist forever. If the world was destroyed, all people, emotions, karma, fate, time, space, and so on would cease to exist. Even Long Chen himself, his Lingxi, his brothers, his parents, and so on would cease to exist. Everything would become nothingness, and no one in the world would be able to accept it. An incomparably vast and enormous world had actually become food for a few beasts, digested, and most likely turned into the most primitive power. What Long Qinglan said today was really a huge blow to Long Chen. He had seen the sky-devouring race before, so he was even more shocked. That kind of thing was born to destroy the balance and destroy the world. The other 9 ancestral dragons created the dragon sacrificial great world and formulated the myriad world's great law. After everything was in place, a natural destroyer was born to destroy everything. This was no longer something that could be described with just hatred. This was a majestic mission. Long Chen's scalp went numb. He didn't expect that he would actually shoulder such a terrifying mission. But he couldn't refuse. He was connected to the trillions of living beings on the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen could see that every one of their lives was exciting, and unforgettable. Just everything on the dragon sacrificial continent alone, even a tiny grain of sand, was something that Long Chen felt was wonderful. The myriad worlds could actually be born from the endless chaos, which was a kind of touching beauty. Every living being was wonderful, and Long Chen was connected to their fates and all their emotions. Their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, their love and hatred. Every one of them was a living person, just like when he first walked out of Baiyang town. Although he was weak, he was similarly filled with infinite possibilities. He similarly had love, anger, protectiveness, and the throbbing feeling he had when he met Lingxi. In the myriad worlds, how many such beauties were there? Did they all need to die in the end? The dragon sacrificial continent was just the beginning. It had bitterly endured for such a long time in the Great War before the epoch, until today, when it was shattered and could only be suppressed by the eternal opal. In fact, to those at the pinnacle, this world that even a divine king could destroy had long been destroyed. Now, only some fragments still existed. To the sky-swallowing race, the dragon sacrificial continent no longer existed. As for the trillions of living beings on it, to them, perhaps it was just a snack. They were still full, so who would care about this? You need to calm down. These are all very far away from you. Long Qinglan patted his shoulder lightly and said with a smile. Hatred, suffering, mission, it has all been so long. Your life is only a short moment compared to all of this, and the road ahead might be very long. We are just ants in the eyes of the strong. There will always be a higher mountain, and no matter how high you stand at the pinnacle, there will always be an existence that you can't understand. But we can't give in. Even though we know that the possibility of us reviving the world is almost zero, we still have to struggle, don't we? Using the word struggle to describe them before the end of the world was too appropriate. So, I struggled to come 100,000 years later and saw you in the countless futures, and told you all of this. From now on, you are the only one besides the dragon servants who knows this part of history. You can't think about it, and you can't tell anyone. Long Chen nodded. He understood now. He thought of another point, and looked at Long Qinglan agitatedly. So, my father is still dead, right? When you go back 100,000 years, you will choose to reincarnate. Why do you want to reincarnate? Why do you have the dragon jade? Why don't you inherit it yourselves? Why choose me? He still had many questions. Previously, it was about the mystery of the extinction of the mystical dragons. Now, it was finally solved. It was the sky-swallowing race. Then, it was about the eternal dragon emperor and himself. He now understood that the ones controlling everything, including his and the eternal dragon emperor's fate, were the 7 dragon servants. There must be a reason why they did this. Long Chen wanted to know. Long Qinglan seemed to know that he would ask this question. He smiled and said, "Actually, we have to start from 100,000 years ago. First, we 7 dragon servants are the dragon servants of the ancestral dragon. The chaos sky-swallowing dragon is very familiar with us. If we inherit the ancestral dragon's blood essence, it might not be impossible. This was our initial plan, but the risk is very high. The chaos sky-swallowing dragon might discover us, because we know too much. If too much information about the blood essence appears in our hearts, there is a high chance that he will notice. After all, we are people of that era. So, we chose to let the human of the draconic continent inherit it, but we did not tell him. At least, before he becomes a god, we cannot let him know anything about the sky-swallowing race." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.